bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I ain't no size, but I can shake it, big like I'm supposed to. So I got that boom boom, that all the
Battery 80%. Connected to Phil's iPhone.
I see those magazines working on Photoshop. You know that stuff ain't real. Come on and make it stop. If you got beauty. Because you know I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass, no trouble. I'm all about that bass, about that bass. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I ain't no size, but I can shake it, like I'm supposed to. I got that boom boom, that all the boys are chasing. All the right junk in all the right places. I see those magazines working on Photoshop. You know that stuff ain't real. Come on and make it stop. If you got beauty, there ain't some hurt, 'cause every inch of you is moving from the bottom to the top. My mama, she tell me that way. She said, boys, I got it some more, but you do more than I. You know I won't be no stick figure, silicone Barbie doll. So if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move along. Because you know I'm all about the bass, the bass, the treble. I'm all about the bass, the bass, no treble. I'm all about the bass, the bass, no treble. I'm all about the bass, the bass. Tell those pretty ladies that. Now I'm just playing. I know you think you're you said, boys, I'm too old that night. When you stick figure silicone Barbie doll. So if that's what you're into, go ahead and move along. Because you know what? You see my mama, she told me don't worry about your side. Bigger boys have a little more booty to hold that night. You know I won't be no stick figure silicone Barbie doll. Though if that's what you're into, then go ahead and move along. I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass, I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass, no trouble. I'm all about the bass.
All right. Okay, hello everyone. So we're here to discuss all the negatives. What are the negatives? Ham's bad, information's bad, GDC is tanking, Finger, pump GTI the dollar, Ham, short these stocks. Likable guy, but a con. You know, Tuck T, you call someone a con, you're in timeout. I've checked the GTR webpage. No news, nothing has changed. Univest pumping Finger, baby. Let's go. Keep buying GTII. Well, you know, it doesn't hurt to also buy other trades because, you know, maybe you got to move in one like ZJYL. And then you can come back with more money. But that's good. Only thing I can say without being negative, Brad Pitt. It is unreal. It's depressing as hell. All they have to do, and we know it by now, all they have to do is just keep selling. No rules are enforced. No rules are enforced from the other side. Retail, yeah, sure. But from the criminal side, the selling, no rules enforced. Gary Gensler doesn't care. But it's not going to be this way forever. Hey, John Croissant. Darren, how are you? ZJYL. Ham's going to call in. But let's see. We could have a couple of quotes, I guess. ZJYL's basically 108. It was as high as 115. Vocal is 5.0055. Double nickels. I can talk about this afterward, but collective audience is under $1. Double eights, 88 cents. HNRC up. It's the only green one I have, I think, at 3.5 cents. Basically, I'm rounding to be in a hurry. Logic's at 4 cents. I think that has to be attractive as a buy. GDC is down 25 cents, 208. Northwest Bio, whatever it is, 60 cents down. Finger down earlier, still down 3 cents, 305, but it got to as low as 260. GTII, 24 cents. And I have this here, so I'll say it. HNRA, $1.86. And I'm sure other stocks will come up as we go. Hey, Alia, Inter Alia. Good morning, Inter Alia. I think it's safe to say we all got taken for a ride. I don't know. What's your suggestion, Raka? Should we just set up our own fund and start breaking the law and start colluding, putting out reports that are false, selling stock that doesn't exist? Is that what we should do? Or Raka, one thing we can do is just buy the top 7 stocks on the exchange. I think they're going to expand that now. Maybe the top 20 stocks, and just go about our life and ignore this, just like people are ignoring the fact that a Richter scale 10 earthquake went off underneath, directly in the basement of a nuclear power plant on the western coast of Japan. It's not in the news. You know, maybe we can just stick our head under the blankets and the bad guys aren't in the house. I don't know, Raka. I would suggest you sell, Raka, get out, and don't tune in here again. Don't tune in again. Just sell everything. Sell GTII, sell Finger, sell whatever else you have. And I'm only speaking to Raka. I'm not making some bigger statement. Just move on. If you haven't figured out that the SEC, FINRA, and all the wealthy people that run the various organizations and your brokerage firm do not care if settlement occurs. You put up cash, you receive toilet paper. They don't care. And when the violations get large, they don't care. There's no buy-ins. They don't care. So, Rock, I guess we are all being taken for a ride, and thank you for your input. RC LaBelle, it's not fun. I agree. That's probably two, Ramiro. But I think we have to start. That's why this stock ZJYL. All right, 5 more minutes for him. ZJYL. You know, I looked. I added some shares in my IRA, and I have. Where did I write it down? I have. I did write it down. Anyway, to my memory, I have 17 shares. Here it is. Yeah, 17 shares, and my average price is around I don't know, $95. But my first prices were at 132. Is that a sensible investment? Is that definitely going to work? I don't know. It's not about the fundamentals. But you know that there's a little over $1 million in the float. The whales are going to ask for 500,000 shares taken into their own name, taken out of the system, put in physical form. So the float goes down to 600 or 700 or 800,000 shares. The insiders own 80%. So they can't sell. And the whales own 1.3. They own more than the float right now, or equal to it. And then they're going to own more once the 500 comes out. And the company is doing a forward split, which is for every 1 share you have, you get 200. That's going to put all kinds of pressures on these criminals in ZJYL. But Reka, please don't buy it. I'm sure it's just going to take you for a ride. And RC LaBelle, it might not be fun, but you got to try to do something on the margin here and there. But every single stock in the over-the-counter market and NASDAQ that needs to raise capital turns to these liars, these placement agents, and the stocks get crushed. It doesn't matter what stock you look at. They're all down. They're all down. They're all down. They're all down. This might be the same one. All down. All down. Every stock is down. So yeah, you're taken for a ride. And Reka, I don't know what to say to you, Reka. I really don't. You're gonna get kicked off of Webull chat. Well, don't get kicked off for me. That's unfair to you, but I appreciate it. Earnings today is going to be Big Finger earnings. There's more information about Finger, but if I tell you, what does Ham talk about? So I'll leave it for Ham to talk to you. Here's AKYP. We missed having you around. I can't wait. the Djokovic played this guy, Dino Prizjic. Oh my gosh, 18 years old. He looks like a knockoff of Djokovic. Amazing. Tennis is going to be fun for the next few years. I don't think it was bad earnings. If you read the earnings report, problem is, Philip, we're in a crybaby world. I want my delivery now. I want my results now. And you just can't always get it now. But if you read the Martin Shen's the numbers do not reflect the optimism management sees going forward. We are looking for positive cash flow from our diversification into new business segments by the end of the quarter, but missed the cutoff. And unfortunately, missed the cutoff. And I'll let Ham talk about it. I'm not an accountant, but some of the revenues and earnings that they have booked came too late. So it'll come this quarter. I don't want to wait another 90 days. I want it now. Give it to me now. Well, sometimes you got to wait. Sometimes you got to wait. Avid says 250 next stop. Well, I didn't look at a chart, unfortunately. While Ham's talking, I will. Maybe I can print it out. I wouldn't be surprised to buy anything they try to do. But if you're looking at the technicals, I didn't look at a chart, so I can't answer that. And Avid's usually pretty good. Arca's good, and others. Inter alia, the numbers do not reflect the optimism. Exactly. Thank you, Inter alia. That's exactly right, Justin Babish. And I got in a conversation at dinner and then on the phone the other day. Yeah, if it's the Wild West, let us bring our guns. You say you're from Texas, son. Where's your boots and where's your gun? I told her I had guns she couldn't see. We laughed at that. And something, but she never spoke Spanish to me. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. She never. It's all about the bass. All about the bass. No trouble. What time? The earnings have already come out. The earnings came out. Finger motion. The way the printout came, I can't read the first line. But they had a decrease in something, and then quarterly decrease. Big data. All right, here comes the voice.
Handy.
All right, voice.
Can I just need 3 more minutes, okay? So I'll let you know. I'll call you right back, okay? I was just in a car and I just had to get out.
Well, you'll be lucky if we answer.
3 more minutes. I apologize.
It's all right. All right.
Thank you.
Call ended.
Dancing shirtless. No, but I ain't, as Winston Churchill once said about himself. I'm no bathing beauty. This version of it is after Megan, I believe, but I don't know. It's all about the base. So the earnings were I mean, you can look it up. I guess people don't know how to use their computers, except if they're dating. They want to swipe left or right and have some yum yum tonight and no responsibility in the morning. But you can't look up your earnings. So gross profit they had, but it was a decrease. Reported quarterly loss, the loss was a decrease. Basic and diluted loss per share 4 cents versus 6 cents Q3. Finger Motion has almost 2 million in cash equivalents and a working capital surplus of $12.5 million. Positive shareholders equity of $12.5 million. Total assets are 18 million. Total liabilities 5 million. And there's 52.5 million shares outstanding. The company experienced a challenging market in all of its business segments. Despite these challenges, Q3, all right, here's Andy.
Oh, girl. Andy.
All right, it's all about the base.
I'm sorry. Let's go.
No worries. So, Ham, your news about your expectation about earnings were wrong. Your information was bad, and people are being taken on a ride. That's a summary of the comments.
Being taken for what?
It looks like we've been taken on a ride, says the comments.
That's not true. So anyway, that is completely false. I got the information. The company's contracts were not included in the quarter because they missed the cutoff. So it's an accounting thing that the company can't do anything about. So my message was to get somebody out there to describe it better than I just did. But he wrote, there's something in the press release at the bottom saying they missed the cutoff.
Yeah, I'll read it quickly. And the point is, I believe, I'm not an accountant, but CEOs have to follow the rules and you have to book revenues and profits properly. Otherwise, you get in trouble. The criminals just sell. But here's what he said. Martin Shen, the numbers do not reflect the optimism that management sees going forward. We were looking for positive cash flow from our diversification into new business segments by the end of the quarter, but missed the cutoff. So it's coming this quarter.
So they're coming this quarter, and listen, no one's an accountant. I'm not part of the corporate management. I don't decide any of this stuff. But the company is not taking anybody for a ride. We're not taking anybody for a ride. This is completely reversed. This is what the shorts do. They create these narratives, and this is how they try to get people to break apart. We're not going anywhere. I got it. If you don't understand the game, I apologize. We tried to explain it to you. And this is what happens in the public market. Public companies have things that happen to them that are unexpected. And if you think the company is a scam, call the SEC, file a complaint. If you think the criminals are a problem, call the SEC and file a complaint. I've been here since December 2018. I've never stopped talking about it. I follow it. I didn't know the short was going to be this massive in the stock. Okay. It's all based on anything. The only thing it's based on is Lynn Partners. And that's what we're dealing with. So the company will, and I will state this, the company will do a special dividend. Okay. The company has other things in the works. I don't know what it is, but they're super positive, and I'm sitting and I'm not going anywhere. And this is just part of the game. All right. I watched that stupid stock ZJYL go to 300. I watched them push it to 60. It was 115 today. This is what happens. Stocks rebound. Finger Motion has been down since October 10th, every day. Every day. And if I didn't hear anything about the earnings, no one else heard anything about the earnings. So again, I had no idea. I have and no one else had any idea. So that's off the table too.
But the
And
thing
I
is,
expect, William, wait, William, I expect a press release today from Lynn Partners. Since they own the stock, I would expect them to put out a press release to tell us about what they believe is going on in the company. That the revenue is down. They would know best. They're a big holder, right? So let's see what they have to say.
and they're privy to information that we don't have.
Yeah, right. So there they are. They're long. I didn't see any statement from them. We're waiting for it. So anyway, so again, this is something that I don't know. I don't know. I said it the other day. I said, I have no idea. I heard that from someone who spoke with the IR guy, and he said that the earnings were supposed to be positive. I guess when the accountants come in, that's what happens. So that's as far as that goes. All right. Any more questions on that?
Well, I was just going to say that the earnings just missed the reporting cutoff. It's not that they didn't happen. They just missed the cutoff. So we have to wait 90 days and we'll see what it is.
This is what I would tell you. If the next quarter is not twice as big or whatever the hell it's going to be going forward, then we've all been taken for a ride. All right. I'll be the first to say that. But the next quarter will show all this stuff that we're missing here because of the cutoff. And that will be hopefully explained by the CEO. He usually does a good job. He does the video and he usually puts it out whenever he has earnings. So hopefully there's something will come out. He can explain it. I'm not an accountant.
Well,
that's what
the CEO is meant to go to a conference in Atlantic City at the end of the month. Yes. That's true.
Right.
That's true.
And an IR guy called me up and told me, because he's actually sponsoring that conference, and he told me that the CEO was coming and he would never show up unless he had positive news.
Yep. So,
well, let's move on there for a second. You can ask the questions as we go along. Yep. William, we are getting our meeting set up in South Korea. The gentleman told me he'll have an answer back for me today, and I will give you the dates. And we have to go. It's over with. We have to go. All right. So
all right.
I got
that ready.
News this morning. I posted it, and just make sure you find someone to watch the dog and get ready to go and get your best suit out because we're going big game hunting in South Korea. All right. The gentleman that I have a couple of contacts. One has come through and he says he's got the meeting set up. He'll give me the times. And he said, when I give them to you, you got to come. I said, absolutely. We're ready to go.
I'll study Korean.
Oh, well, that's happening. So again, and what was the other thing I wanted to say? I can't remember what I wanted to say.
I don't know either. Were you going to talk about any of these other stocks, or you're traveling?
Well, ZJYL, you know what it is. They're doing they're voting on a forward split, the short position, whatever it is. I think they're voting on a 20-to-1 foot split. So the short's going to get his short position's going up 20-fold overnight. So when that happens, and I explained to you, William, that if I was short, there's no way I want to go be short 1,000 shares, and then wake up the next day I'm short 20,000 shares. So imagine 10,000, 200,000, 100, 2 million. So their positions are going to get enormous. And what happens with a forward split, the stock goes down. It doesn't go up like a reverse split. It's the opposite. Companies do the forward split to add more shares to the float that's tradable, but they also do it in a way, it's a way to entrap the shorts to make it worse for them. So let's hoping they're doing that, the second part. And that was more in there. And that's in the wheelhouse, that one. GDC is awful. I'm trying to get information out of my friend flying to New York. And he said he'll get back to me on that one. So I've all your concerns I screamed about before. Unfortunately, I had a doctor's appointment and I've been running around. What else am I following? Wolf is getting slaughtered. I saw that down to $1.67.
Some people have asked about GTII, which is a little more.
GTII, I'm waiting. I've spoken about that. I've spoken to the new consultant to the firm, and he's working on getting things done. And, you know, that's not, I don't, again, I'm not the corporate side. The only thing you're going to get from being corporate side is special dividends. And the finger motion special dividend is on his way. The biggest holders are telling me it's coming. So again, that's a great thing.
There's a question from E Fresh, which I think
Go ahead.
really, no, I'm going to ignore it. I think he's just trying to cause trouble. Somebody bought.
Listen. I'm not an accountant. I have nothing to do with financials. Again, I'm a trader. Okay, and I'm based in it. I've been here since December 31st, 2018. All right. For the company to have whatever had happened here with their earnings and miss the cutoff, I have no idea about.
But that would happen in a normal market. You would see it sell off. The hot money would get out, and then over the next couple of weeks, it'll rally back. The markets have changed, of course, since you were trading and I was at a desk. They just constantly sell, they being the criminals, and we all know that. So we shouldn't be surprised. It will stop, though. They can't do it forever.
They can't do it forever. It will come to an end. Again, as far as what happened with this company today, I had no knowledge of it. As a matter of fact, I thought it was going to be the opposite. I was quite excited about coming into today. But again, I had a doctor's appointment. I just got back now, and I had no idea what was going on.
Well, there's scandals out there. I just can't remember the big one. There was a big one where a CEO got in trouble for booking profits and revenues early. Can't do that. So unfortunately, we just have to wait.
Well, you know, the funny thing about that, William, and everybody on this call, every brokerage firm, that when you buy a stock, you're paying a piece of your purchase as a commission.
Right.
If they don't deliver or settle the trades, okay, if they don't deliver or settle the trades, they book those commissions, and those commissions are all false because they have never canceled, they never completed the transaction.
Good point.
So it's amazing that the brokerage firms all get away with this. If there's a fail to deliver, then the brokerage firms are not earning their commission. And it's all in their financials that they are earning this commission because they sell their order flow to Citadel, whoever it is, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. This gentleman bought 10 shares of ZJYL at 67. That's a nice trade last week.
Listen, that's how you play the game. I can't, listen, that's called catching the bottom. You got lucky, you caught the bottom. I hope it goes to the moon for you. I didn't buy it. I don't have it. I'm getting bludgeoned in GDC right
now. You got a lot of intelligent investors listening.
Listen, anyone who comes on here who's blasting away is basically either a coward, all right, doesn't understand the stock market, or just trying to upset the apple cart. Lynn Partners is trapped in this stock. I don't care, up, down, sideways. We're going to get them. We're going to get the whatever LLC they're shorting in. Jeffrey Lynn and his friends can all say it's not them. We know it's not them. They're using an LLC away from them. They present themselves as the good guys. Every company they invested gets destroyed. Every company they invest and don't get their money out, and they're rich. And their investors are up 220%, and we're all down 220%. You tell me how that works.
Well, and there's just no enforcement of settlement. Zero. So anyway, this gentleman bought a stock, I don't know it, IGPK, but he bought 1 million shares and he sold 300 this morning to take his money back, which was your strategy. He's thanking you. The idea of taking your original money off, and he's hanging on to the rest to see if it works. That's exactly how to do it.
Any day you can trade for free, kiss your ass and thank your maker, because that is the holy grail of investing, doing it like that. And guess what? 9 out of 10 times they may break even, go sideways, you'll give up on it. But one time you're going to catch a GameStop and you're going to say, holy shit, I have a free ride, and I walked away making for something you had nothing invested in, you say, well, I made 50, 80, 100 grand. Because you know what? You're not sitting there looking at it like we all are on this phone right now, looking at finger motion, living on the edge, because every penny that we have or I have is invested here. And that I look at it, but I'm not concerned. You hear my voice. I'm a big boy. I got it. I understand this down. My friends bought 200,000 today below 3. My other friend, who's a big player, he had his friends buying it too. So anybody who bailed out, we took them out, and that's it. See you later. That's how it goes. No one ever threw me a party when I lost on trades. They kicked me in the ass and said, good luck.
I just noted ZJYL, it's 35,000 shares. That's about 5,000 over the last 3 hours. Does low volume signal anything to you?
Oh, that means that the shorts are in a panic of that name. Listen, again, it was trading. I guess the average trading volume is maybe 40,000, 50,000. I'm not sure. But if you go back all these crazy days that it started going crazy, there's somebody short 2 million at least. 2 million times 20 is going to become a big mess to somebody. If there's a group of people, you're going to start seeing them break rank. Like if me and William were short, William may say, hey, you know what? I'm out. I'm going to cover. And then I look at it and say, if William's out, I'm going to cover. And that's how they start to break rank. In finger motion, we have one short seller. In GTII, we have one short seller. So we have to wait for these guys to put a gun in their mouth and blow their brains out. It's very different. When you have multiple shorts start to break independently. When you have one criminal, Lynn Partners, whoever their LLC is, wherever they're hiding the trades, is the short seller. There's no one else here. No one else is jumping on this thing. It's impossible.
Or it's their client, but it's Lynn is
whatever. It's all tied to them. Yeah. But there's no way anybody else would jump and say, oh, I'm going to go short finger motion today. No one does that. They do their homework before they get involved in these shorts, and there's no way someone jumping into a stock that is rumored to have 205 million shares short. We may be crazy, but a short seller will look at this thing and say, well, if these guys are right, even 50% right, it's 100 million. We'll get killed if they ever turn and start covering here. I don't want to play this game. That's how shorts think. They're not here to help Lynn Partners. They're not stupid. They understand it, and that's what happens. So the only person in this name short is Lynn and their friends, their cousin, their mother, whoever they've been doing business with all these years. That's where the paper trail is going to go back to. And I'm waiting for law enforcement to call me in for their the final pitch on what to do, and hopefully I get a good feeling and I get allowed to speak about it as soon as I go in.
So fairness, I just point out a couple of things on Finger. It's flat on the day, and you've already heard about the earnings. But remember, about 3 months ago, September 11th, they made a filing for shelf registration to raise money. That's still out there. Who knows what they're going to do with that, but it's still out there. It takes time. You want instantaneous, order a computer from Amazon. But if you want to invest, you got to wait sometimes. Anyway, Fairness says he's interested to see how Ham will spin this. He'll blame fraud. He doesn't have the audacity to say that we should have sold when it's higher. So angry today.
Hey, that's your business. You can sell it. I'm not your broker.
Exactly.
Plus, you want me to trade for you? Give me a deal and I'll trade for you.
Plus Fairness, if I came out or Ham came out, said sell it at 7, and the next day it opened at 70, I'm making it up, you would be furious. It's your decision.
Listen, that's a Monday morning court. Listen, once you hit the button, that's your problem. Right. You can get in, you can get out, do whatever you like. That's just the way it goes. And if you think I'm nuts or you think I'm a fraud, I welcome you to come to law enforcement and file a report. I'll take you in. I'm an open book. I'm going straight into the authorities. The people that are hiding are the people that are bashing the stock that refuse to come out. So if you want to be part of that crew, then come out and just have the balls to show up, go file a complaint, and say that Ham and William are two scumbags promoting a stock and they're all frauds.
Yeah. And
if the next quarter is down, then I'm going to sit there and say to you, hey guys, something's wrong here, because this is completely the opposite. The trend is not our friend anymore. But the company made a note in their filing saying that they missed the cutoff. What's the cutoff? What did they have to leave out? Obviously, there's a gaping hole. They left something out. So let's find out what it is before we call everybody a criminal. Let's see what happens first.
I'm not an accountant, but it could be just as simple as they didn't receive the revenue until January 1 instead of December 31st. I don't know.
Again, before we call everybody a criminal, let's see what happens in the next quarter. If you could sell your stock if you're pissed off, I got it. And then when the next quarter comes out, if it's awful again, then you could sit there and say, these guys are scumbags. I'm with you. Then we got taken. But if it goes the other way, then we'll see what I'm going to say. All right. Then we'll go toe to toe. All right. But I have to be fair. Let's see what happens. I'm here. Let's go.
Lots of laughs.
And by the way, I'm getting off my ass with William, traveling across the globe to try to fight this problem. Well, you can sit here, whoever this gentleman is. I know you're upset. I'm not picking on you. If you are a scumbag, you deserve it. If you're an investor and that you're upset, I got that also. But I have no way of telling. So I'll address you both ways. We're getting off our ass, going across the globe to try to stop this security fraud that's going on. And this fraud is all going on because of naked short selling. Now, if you can sit there and say, I never told you about naked short selling, then get back to me, because I think I talk about it every day, 7 days a week for years. I've even pointed out the criminals that put it on a truck. William's seen the truck at the SEC enforcement conference. We put it everywhere. I've spoken to the FBI, the DOJ. What else you want me to do? Tell me what you want me to do next.
Well,
this is all of our country. Your SEC, not my SEC, your regulator telling you, fuck you. That's what's going on. Instead, you're turning around yelling at us. Well,
eFresh just said that lots of laughs or lots of love. I don't know what LOL says. If you sell after you're down thousands, William will send you a check for the difference. Well, eFresh, let me just tell you something. When you're trading speculative stocks, and these are all speculative, when the stock goes up, when the stock pulls back to break even, and when the stock goes down, it's you that have the choice. And your choice is, do I buy more? Do I sell part or all of it? Or do I just hold? It's your choice.
But no, William, listen, we'll just start a course for whatever this guy's name is and teach him how to trade. We'll teach him how to trade. The gentleman that just said he bought, what it was, ZYGL, okay, and he bought it at the bottom. That's how you trade. He's a winner. What do you want me to say? Call him up, tell him to sell it. It's not my business to tell you what to do. You do it yourself. And I think I said it, William, maybe 1,000 times. Hey, protect your family. Whatever you're doing, take your money off the table if you're up. I've said it 1,000 times, and I don't know. I said it in every language possible. Hey, this is about you protecting your family. I've always said that. I tell it to the people that try to do charts on security on these stocks. I keep telling you, you can't chart security fraud. I say it all the time. Now I got to say, well, the companies that the hands of the auditors, which I had no idea about, what are we going to do? Yell at the company and the auditors?
It's always something, and people should realize that it's always something. You're not on a 200 mile per hour brand new high speed train that nothing goes wrong. There's always, you got to be adaptable. And somebody just I get this question all the time, or this statement all the time. I just can't sell. I'm down too much. Well, that's not true, but I'll let Ham give you his thoughts.
What was that again, William?
I just can't sell. I'm down too much to just sell.
Now, that is the wrong approach. If you're unhappy with your situation, I've turned many times where I sold and turned it and got in when I felt better or whatever. You just can't stand there like the Statue of Liberty, whatever's best for you. I'm not selling. I'm standing here. I'm not even looking at it. I was at the doctor's all day. So again, this is how it goes. I can't help you trading. You have to decide for yourself. I know it's down. When it rallies back, figure a way out to get yourself to protect you and your family, whatever it may be. If you want to put your positions up there and you want my advice, type it on Twitter and say, I want your advice and I won't hold you responsible and I'll help you out. That's it. What do you want me to say? Tell me exactly what you own. Give me all your prices and we'll figure out how to get you out of the mess. But you have to type exactly that because I won't answer because I don't want you holding me responsible for whatever happens.
And one thing I keep saying to everybody, this isn't diamond hands. For a year, I've said that, over a year.
Listen, anyone who believes that nonsense is dumb. This isn't diamond hands. I've never told people you got to hold and to hold the line. I tell people, hey, I don't care if you buy the stocks, don't buy the stocks. Support the naked short selling, exposing it, and you'll all win. That's all.
The hardest thing in trading I've found is selling. It's easy to buy, you get excited, oh yeah, it's good on, but then selling, because you're afraid to sell too early. You're afraid that if it's down, you're going to lose and it's going to rally. So you have to have certain disciplines. And William, I was trained to buy and sell them. When they don't want them, I'm a buyer. When they do want them, I was a seller, and I never thought past it. I would trade stocks to all different names. I would jump around the board. On a given day, I could trade 9 names, 10 names. I buy them when they don't want. When they rally back up, I may flip them. I may hold on, sell some, hold on to some. Each stock was different. And that's the name of the game. That's how if you want to get into trading, but you stick to what your patterns are. So if your pattern is to buy something at $4 and sell it at $4.50, never leave that pattern. You should always stick to that pattern. I used to buy things sometimes at say 4, sell it at 4.50, take the 50-cent profit, and use the money to go buy the $5 calls and never look at it, saying, okay, it's a free shot. If it works, it works. If not, I'm okay. I can deal with it. But if my family was starving and I paid 4 and it's $4.50, I sell it, make the 50 cents. Say if it's 5,000 shares, I would make $2,500, leave 500 in the account, take 2,000 out and feed my family. You want me to keep going on all the different ways you can play it? Because I've done them all. I mean, I think that's
I've lost my money. I nickeled and dimed my way back. I was trading sometimes for stocks just to make 200, 300 a day. 300 a day, 1,500 a week. You just keep doing it until you get back all your money. And I've done it. Everyone's done that numerous times. But I jumped into this stock. I paid $287 for it, December 31st, 2018. The stock is $3. I'm up 12 cents in 5 years of investing, and it's all due to fraud. I watched the company go from an idea to a major business with partners right now, and everyone's yelling at me because the accountant changed the rules on them. I don't know anything about that, but that's what happened.
Yeah, but that's not bad news. That's just a temporary setback. And in fact, it's an opportunity, maybe. I'm not recommending it. Maybe it's opportunity to add to positions, but
listen, that's how it goes. Everyone has these down. Look at whatchamacall. Jeffries had a down quarter. It was down 53%. No one said anything about that. Down 53%. Goldman just had a quarter. The fourth quarter was great, but the whole year's down. No one said anything about them. But Finger Motion, because they missed a cutoff point, which we'll get the clarity on this thing. I don't have it yet. When we get the clarity on it, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens on the next quarter. Let's see all the things this company said they're going to do. Let's see what happens. I believe they're going to do it because they've been doing it. They said they were going after Capybara. They went after Capybara. They're doing everything they can to stop the fraud and lend partners. Now, if the government doesn't want to stop them, I went above everyone else, and I went to the Secret Service and the FBI. Who else do you want me to call?
So this impatient person, which I understand, what happened to the good news on Finger? Well, news hasn't come out. Your earnings came out, but the potential news, my understanding, and Ham hasn't said this to me, I've heard there's something like half a dozen possible news events over the next weeks or months. There's a bit of a quiet period because of the shelf registration, maybe, but I don't know for sure what I'm talking about. But I think Finger's moving in the right direction, and you can expect good news over time.
Well, I'm hearing the same type of things. I'm hearing there's about 10 things coming, but I don't know what they are. I wish I did. I don't have any money to buy anymore, so I'm stuck like everyone else, and I'm just watching it. I have friends of mine that are brokers and hedge funds, and they bought over 200,000 shares today. My other good friend has been buying it, and we took out whoever wanted to bail out. That's it. There's nothing I can say. It goes from strong hands, weak hands to strong hands, as they say, right? Some people that are nervous sold it, but there's still 205 million. How many shares traded today, William? I don't know.
I was looking up, there's a question on Evergrande. I was looking up what the news is. Let me see how many shares have traded.
All right, 620,000. I just saw it.
All
So
right,
if they
all
bought
right.
every share back, if they bought every share today, Lynn covered every share today. And my friends and my other buddies' friends didn't buy a share. They bought every share today. Well, there's 205 million. They still got 204 million and whatever, 200,000 more to buy, or 300,000 more to buy. Correct?
Yeah, I'm just
Pretty
looking.
easy
There
math.
doesn't seem to be new news on Evergrande. It's just an ongoing trouble with the property market.
Listen, the company Finger Motion is in the cell phone business. Everyone on this phone call, okay, take your phone and turn it off and leave it home and don't use it anymore. Let me see how you survive. It's like crack. We're all addicted to it. The same thing in China. Go to China, everybody's walking around their phones. The only problem in China is that cell phones are mandatory because there's no money anymore. You have to use your phone. So if you don't pay your phone bill, you don't exist in China anymore. If you don't believe me, go and read up on it. China is using all technology, no more cash. You can't even get an ice cream cone on the street. You need to use your phone. Okay. Finger Motion is in the phone business. They help insure new phones. They take the data from people who have phones, and they help you pay for your phone bill. That's the business. All right, that's what they do. If anybody doesn't understand it, there's plenty of videos. Go listen to the CEO. He'll tell you all about it. He's done great videos. It's on YouTube. I think you can see it on Twitter. I'm not sure. Go look at the CEO. He explains the whole business to you. If you think cell phone technology is going away, then you shouldn't be in the name. I think it's obvious. They got us all addicted to this stupid thing like crack. We all walk around with your phones, and people lose their children and they never lose their phones. And just think about it. Who's going to tell their kids you can't have a phone? Good luck with that. And I've always told, and I met the CEO at a conference, and I told him, you should just start out, take everybody's cell phone away from them, and see how they squirm for an hour without looking at their phones.
That's a good idea.
That's all you have to do. I'm going to sit up here, give me all your phones, put it in the box, and no one touch their phones while I'm talking for an hour. See how they all, I can't do that. I get emails. I got this, I got that. Everybody. Cell phone business is not going away. Electric cars may go away. Gas cars may go away. They may not sell English muffins anymore for all I know. But cell phone business is here to stay. Until someone comes up with a better way for us to communicate, cell phone business is going away. And Finger Motion is in the biggest market in the world as far as cell phones. Go look at it. Go look at the data. Go see what they have. Go look at the data that they're working on, been working with big time insurance companies on. It's right there, Munich Re, Pacific Life Free. They're insuring the cell phones with AIZ Assurant. They're the biggest cell phone insurance company in the world, Assurant. $10 billion company. And for all the people that are doubters, go call up anyone who has a small public company and go see if they have partnerships like Finger Motion has. It's impossible. Big companies do not sign off deals with small companies because they're afraid that the small company is fraudulent. It will affect their company. So it's impossible to get a press release unless you're the real deal. Just go look at Finger Motion's press releases. Go back and look. It's all right there. I'm not telling you anything that's not on the tape.
It's funny. This person's pointing out that market's down and dragging stocks. But it's weird. Last year, it's like 7 stocks went up, nothing else. And there's
Well,
a
that's the
ton of
funniest thing.
liquidity out there. It's got to roll over at some point into the smaller stocks. Don't you
Well,
think?
no, they listen. What happens is the small stocks didn't go up with the market. So
Right.
why are they the first to go down? The market's down 300, and all the small stocks are always under attack, right?
Right.
What does finger motion have to do with anything to do with this market? It has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
All right, this is manipulation, my friends. Everyone, pay attention. All these small stocks are all different. They all come from different lives. Wolf is Bitcoin. This one is cancer. This one, that, and all these stocks in a basket are all trending down. How's that possible?
So
Correct?
yeah, I mean, you're right. You're right. Your question's right. If we keep accumulating, if we keep buying, are we just funding the criminals endlessly and they never
Yes.
have to cover?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. But that game's coming to an end. The criminals are going to be exposed. If you think that the criminals are going to win, okay, then you should absolutely never invest in the stock market, in which I said it about 1 million times, correct?
You have.
I believe the criminals are going down, and you're seeing the last hurrah here. The SEC cannot hide forever. MMTLP's got them trapped between the political people now. They have them under oath. They need those questions. They have to answer. And I think it's by January 27th. Investors are, everyone's is caught up with, everybody understands the fraud now. Of course, you guys hear, there's people that are traders, meaning people that go from stock to stock looking for volume, trading, flipping. Those are the people that you should not listen to, only because I don't think you keep up with the speed of which they play. So they don't care what happens with the short sellers, because guess what they do? They buy a stock, it goes up a dime, they're flipping it, and they move along to the next one. And they couldn't care less what Lynn or the Kramers do. They're just trying to catch the wave of momentum when a stock does turn. And that's what, a lot of times, that's the fast money that comes into stocks, is that. And you can't help that. That's part of the game.
Do you think GME or AMC should be played?
You know what? I never followed AMC, so really, when the CEO told me, I posted the picture of him with a friend of mine. We wanted him to help out, and he just basically shrugged off doing anything. At that point, I told people to get away from AMC. I believe once the CEOs turn and they don't do the right thing, I'm out. I don't follow it. GameStop is interesting only because that guy, Robert Cohen, whatever his name is, Cohen, the guy he made a ton of money in the stocks. He made money in Bed Bath & Beyond also. Ryan Cohen. He's here to squeeze stocks, that guy. He squeezed them in Bed Bath & Beyond. He squeezed them in GameStop. He made a fortune. So that's the type of guy I like, but I don't know much about what they're doing. If you want to follow GameStop, if you want to know when it's going to go to Yahoo, get a quote on GameStop. I'm giving you the time to do it. If you go on Yahoo, go to GameStop, put the quote in, and just look at the holders on the bottom right underneath the quote. It says options. The next link is holders. Click on that. The institutional ownership of that stock is 33% right now of the float. 33% of the float is owned by institutions that have to report their positions. When I reported on GameStop, that number was 177. So that means too many people owned too few shares. All right. You can't own 177% of 100%. There was too many longs. All right. When that number from 33 starts to move up, and you start to see it go from 33 to 36 to 40 to 45, then it's going to go. So just pay attention to that. I just gave you the hint. Just follow that. If the institutions are not buying it, it's not going anywhere. You'll get your quick trades here and there, but again, for the big home run swing, just watch that number. You don't see that in Finger Motion or Wolf and all these other names, whatever, because institutions don't take these big stakes in these companies. As they start to grow, Finger Motion is starting to get an institutional ownership. So keep an eye on that. As they move along, institutions start finding these names that are going to be good companies, and they start adding to it. I'm not sure what that number is. Maybe it's 19% now in Finger Motion. I'm not sure.
What, the institutional holding?
If you go on Yahoo and
I'll look.
Maybe you could tell me. I know there's a few people that are starting to own it. It's not huge, but there's some people I don't know what it is. Maybe it's 9%. I can't remember the number.
I'll tell you. Statistics, financials, sustainability. Which one do you punch? You said holdings?
Hit the quote Finger Motion first.
Yeah, I got that.
Then just look underneath where the price is and look underneath. There's a straight line across that has holders, options, and right next to options, it says holders.
Oh, there it is. 43% held by insiders, 7% held by institutions.
So that's the number. If you see the institutional numbers start to go up, and it's 43% owned by who?
All insiders. It says 12.6% of float held by institutions, and it says 29.
Well, that's the number I want. We want 12% of the float owned by institutions.
Right.
That's the number you need to watch. Mark it down, it's 12%. If it goes to 15, 17, 20, institutions are starting to understand this company and will start acquiring it. That'll drive up the free float, and that'll make the stock go, because that tells you the fundamentals are going on the way up. Right now, it's very unknown company, but it will start to swing the other way.
And there's 29 institutions in the stock, which is pretty good.
As they start to do it, it was zero. I never really followed it on this stock, but someone told me about it. It was zero for a long time.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to get to 29. So again, those aren't short sellers buying the stock and filing it, right? Those are funds that are starting to accumulate it. And this is how they put their toe into it.
Right.
That's how it works. Any other questions?
There's this guy. ZJYL, really? Another stock? Why don't you stick with Finger and GTII like many of us have done for over a year now? Don't backpedal. Look, pal, I looked it up today. I bought 17 shares of ZJYL. That's not backpedaling, but if that works, I'll make 50 grand on it. And guess what? Fairness, 495. I'll come back and buy Finger. And right now, I'd buy Finger over GTII. That's my opinion. You can have your own opinion.
Listen, everybody, when the stocks go down, the shorts want us all to fight. That's what goes on. I understand it. Stocks go down, stocks go up. I can't stop that. I'm here to expose the fraud. I've been following Finger since 2018. Okay. It went up to 11. I should have sold it. It went to 17. I should have sold it all and told everybody, go fuck yourself. Right?
Yeah.
But they shorts came on. Lynn Partners came in. I thought the stock is going to 100.
I should have sold.
The stock is 1,000 times better. It ran to 10. I should have sold it and told everyone to go fuck themselves again. But no, I'm staying here because I still believe the stock's going to the moon. Why? Because the fundamentals are off the chart. Okay. And I believe in it. And now I believe that Lynn Partners is short 200 million shares plus. And I'm not standing until they buy it back. So that's it. You can do what you want. You don't want to stay. I can't help you. But I'm not leaving. And I'm going to sit here and talk about it until they get busted. And until the FBI knocks on their door and starts checking out their cell tickets and their phone records and their bank records, I'm not going anywhere.
So Hamid is saying he's not going anywhere near ZJYL. That's fine. I'm not pushing any stocks. We're just
wait. Listen, I wanted to bet the Bucks last night. I wanted to bet the Packers. I put it up on Twitter the other day. I said I hope the Packers beat the shit out of the Cowboys. I spoke about it. I didn't bet on it. I don't really bet on football, but I spoke about it. That was my opinion on it. ZJYL, I told you my good friend's been buying it. It ran to 300, pulled down. I didn't tell everybody to go buy it. What am I going to talk about? Want me to talk about TV shows I like? What do you want me to say?
Yeah. What's your favorite TV show?
I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I talk about stock. Listen, people, I covered institutions or hedge funds. If I called up and said the same two names every day, they would hang up on me. That's just the way it is on Wall Street. You can't talk about the same thing every day. We don't control the public companies. The company had earnings due. It was whatever this thing was, this cutoff thing, which I don't understand about. But when we get the company will have to address it sooner or later. We'll get the why things move from one quarter to the next. I don't know how it happens, but that's what happened. It was more a surprise to me too. I didn't know anything about it. I told you what I heard. I heard it was going great. That's all I heard. That's all I know. And then stock's been going down since October 10th. Does anyone want to discuss how that happens every day? Crickets? No one has that. Let's talk about that. Since October 10th, the stock goes down every day. 5 cents, 10 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents. If we don't want to talk about that, let's talk about Capybara and the fake report and Mark Bazile, who went after them in a federal court funded by the company, hiring lawyers to go after Ghost. But they did it. Should they not done that? I don't know. You tell me. Should we just let Capybara keep doing what they're going to do, or we got to attack them? I think the company's showing their hands. They're doing everything in their power to help stop the fraud. Me and William are going to South Korea. Not that we understand the language, but we're going there to try to educate them and hopefully get something going that can help fight the SEC from over there. That's what we're going to do. That's not my place of vacation. Trust me. Everyone I know is flying on planes coming home with COVID. William, you're going to get it. So
I don't want COVID.
Well, they ain't giving it to me. I'm putting you in the COVID section when we get tickets.
I'm going to wear one of those masks.
You better wear a plastic bag over your head. But again, I don't understand people. I got it. I'm bludgeoning my own daughter. You think I like to hear that every day? The more angry I get, lucky Lynn's not in front of me, because trust me, that's how angry I am. I'm not going to tell you that. My cousins, everyone I put into the stock, I got to listen to people tell me. I don't even know who you are. You called in. I don't even know who you are. If I called you up at home, let me know. Then you can scold me. If you're paying me for my advice, then you can scold me.
Your friend, I think from Boston, the pilot, and I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to get it wrong, but we walked the halls together. He's pointing out that MMA.
I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is.
You know who it is.
Yeah, what's the matter? What is he saying?
He's saying that MMAT is going up, and I just pulled up the news, and apparently MMAT, remember, is the source of MMTLP. Torchlight is. But anyway, they've put in a settlement proposal with the SEC, and they've offered the SEC's Division of Enforcement to resolve the matter in connection with certain anti-fraud reporting books and records. Under terms of the proposal, the company would neither admit nor deny. If approved, the company will pay a civil penalty in the amount of $1 million in 4 installments over a period of the year. The company and board of directors, blah, blah, blah. And then it mentions in here the Wells notices that John Berta and I think McCabe got. No, sorry. Paul Lacraras.
Listen, you look at it this way. You expose the system attacks you. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
John Berta and these guys
they didn't do anything wrong. And then the SEC,
right.
The SEC doesn't go after the criminals. They go after the people that didn't do anything wrong.
It's been over a year since they shut it down. And the only thing that's come out of it is John Berta and his buddy got what do you call it, Wells notice, whatever it is. They got served, whatever the hell happened. I don't even know what happened anymore. That happened. Not that their stock has been shut down. Not that there's too many shareholders. Nothing. That's what happened so far.
This
The
guy,
senators,
yeah.
congressmen, everyone yelling, and then the SEC does nothing. But instead, they're worrying about MMAT and John Berta and this other character. That's what they're doing.
That's because they're just
The
out
other
of.
day, William, this Adam Long sold 6 billion shares. 6 billion, made $20 million. He lives in Dorado Beach. We discussed it.
Yeah.
Why
I
would
submit.
anybody buy his stock? Why would anybody buy his stock when you got criminals like this going without? Remember, people, they're unregistered broker dealers. You know why? Because they don't want anybody to see what they're doing. Mark Bazile told me point blank that all these guys are, including Lynn, they're unregistered toxic lenders. They all, if any company wants to go after them, they're all going to get busted on it. The SEC goes after them for it. But these are criminal offenses. There has to be the Department of Justice and the FBI has to be next. Because these guys are just doing the same thing. They're hiding. They're not registered. They're operating. Imagine having a bank on the corner by your house, calling it Williams Bank. You walk in, you put your money in it. William doesn't have a license. That's what these guys are doing.
Fred's Bank.
They're doing whatever they want, no license. They're unregistered toxic lenders. This guy was buying debt from the companies, okay, getting stock at a discount, and just selling it to the public and killing it. 6 billion shares, not 6 million, 6 billion shares. He
What's
made 20
wrong with
million.
that?
All right.
The public should know that it's wild, wild west.
Right.
You know,
The company should have been, I don't even know if the company, I think these guys buy the debt and they try to convert it and they do it, quietly, whatever, behind it, so no one gets to see
he's
it.
providing a service. Come on.
Right. He sold 6 billion shares, made $20 million. He lives in a tax-free haven, and they just charged him with the unregistered toxic lender.
He deserves it.
Hal
You're
Mintz
being
lives
hard
in
on the
Miami.
guy.
Hal Mintz, he bought a $10 million condo, bragging about it in the Miami newspaper. The Kramers got mansions hiding behind their father's name in Long Island. Alpine, we posted that someone put up their houses before. They're all over the place. They have all these millions and $1 million homes. They all do the same thing.
Problem is with Hal Mintz, he still has to look in the mirror. Same face, same mug stares back at him.
Listen, these guys don't care. They're crackheads. That's all it is. They just need to keep doing the same thing. They all think they're going to be Warren Buffett, and that's they don't care about it now. That's it.
Well, the weird thing is 20 years do go by. These will be old men someday, and then they'll have nothing.
Well, listen, again, the knock on the door is coming. Keep the pressure up. Let the FBI and the Secret Service take away these clowns. The SEC is a disgrace. Yesterday, I was just putting up all the old stories. It's been going on for 24 years that I know about. It's been going back 36 years from February 1988. They all know about it. SEC commissioners, people at the SEC. I put up a little a photo with Blind Justice. It's from Pat Burns' presentation. And I remember like yesterday, Annette Nazareth said that all the investors in the small company are just complaining that their stocks are going down. That's what the SEC, she was an enforcement person. And that's what she said, or director of enforcement. And she said, that's what she said back in 2006. Everybody's just crying. They don't know what they're talking about. That's what she said. Then the SEC came out, Cox came out, and talked about naked short selling as a fraud, right? They put new rules, new anti-fraud rules in. That's the head of the SEC. So the SEC has conflicting statements all the time. The next thing in that window, that little window that I put up, is the depository trust, Larry Thompson of the DTC, who's lied many times. We've caught him. I actually put up 2 press releases from the DTC from 2006. I put it up on Twitter. He's telling us the same story. Reg's show is working. Don't worry about it. You don't know what you're talking about. None of us know what we're talking about. That was the head of the DTC. And the last circle is that the SEC about the grandfathering of naked short selling back in the day. This is 2006. They wanted to grandfather the fails to deliver. We screamed about that.
They effectively did, didn't they? But anyway, go on.
They grandfathered. They wanted to grandfather unsettled trades and say, "Hey, make them go away. No big deal. We can't." Everyone screamed about it, and in that window, it says that they were concerned that there'd be big short squeezes. So it's all right there. This is the SEC speaking. 2006, 2008. It's all right there. It's 2024. I'm still arguing the same point. But instead of people trying to, I understand the price goes down and the longs do what? We fight with each other. You should have told me, I should have sold. You know, if the queen had balls, she'd be king. That's the same story. That's on Wall Street. We always make fun of people.
If the king didn't have, never mind.
Whatever. But it is what it is. I can't stop it. And I apologize again. It doesn't mean shit. I know when your family's hurting. I got it.
Part of the problem is the sellers never run out of stock to sell because they're not selling anything.
Right.
What they sell is fake. But
right.
This guy's pointing out, Steve is pointing out that Martin Shen could have an earnings call. Maybe he will. Who knows?
I related to the biggest holders. I says, can you call the company up and get them to have a conference call? So I don't have to explain whatever it is that I'm explaining. I'm not an accountant, so I couldn't explain it to you. I don't know.
I think that's a good idea.
Why did they miss the cutoff? I don't know.
My guess is, Steve, I'm just throwing this out there. If they have a deal going because they announced a registration statement and they're working with a bank, they might be in a quiet period. That might be something that means he can't have an earnings call. I don't know, but I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, listen, you got the number of the company, call them up. Tell them, say, hey, man, speak. I relate to my friend to tell him to do a video. Get it out there, explain it, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking. I'm not an accountant. I have no idea what the hell happened.
This gentleman.
All I know is I got a call and then half the revenue disappeared. I'm like, what? Why did that happen?
Well, it's just.
No, I'm not
just
saying,
have to wait.
I'm not concerned about it. I'm not concerned about it.
My guess is it's a good chance to buy the stock for half price.
Well, if you had the money, I do not have the money.
I don't.
I cannot buy any.
I don't.
I wish I had the money to do it, but I do not have the money to buy it.
Yeah. All right. So 2 questions I think you've answered already, but I've been away for a while. What's the latest on TII? And hey, Ham, any news on GDC?
GDC, I'll get the information in a week. My friend's coming to New York. He said he's going to get the answer for me. I'm getting smoked in it right now. If anybody doesn't mean, what does that mean? It means that I paid $380 for it. My friend paid $415 for 1 million shares, and we're down to $212. I am not happy about it, but the gentleman that told me is someone I trust, and I'll let him tell me. When he gives it to me, I'll tell you. Other than that, I'm just sitting here cursing like everybody else is doing. Not only did I put my daughter into it, I made a boyfriend buy it at $287. So I buried him too. I can't even tell you what
he might be burying you soon.
That they said I can't say that. I won't say what the term that was used on Wall Street many times. So I won't say that.
This person is saying that a dividend being delivered on finger is trash. I don't know. You don't know what it is, Chuck. They could be distributing
they're going to give us all keys to a new car. What do you think? I don't know what they get.
Yeah, hey, but Chuck, what if they distributed their text message? They won't, but I'm just saying, we don't know. It could be an entire division. We don't know. Why do you say it's equal to trash? You have no idea.
Chuck, we're fighting security fraud. What would you like me to relay to the company to do? Give me your advice. Tell me what you want us to do. How's that? My advice is to give out any kind of dividend so that you get a snapshot of your holders and trap Lynn and their friends in the stock that is short. That's why you do the dividend. I didn't say dividends are going to make you rich. These dividends are here to expose the shorts. That's what this is about. So now, Chuck, if you want to tell us, give me your advice on what you think is the right dividend. If you give out money, Chuck, the shorts will just sell more stock and pay you with your own money. So you can't do that. What kind of dividend would you do? Elon Musk, I've given him the idea to do it 50 times, give out a share of SpaceX or a share of Twitter, but he refuses to do it. I don't know why. If he did it, it'd be game over. MMTLP is a dividend, and look at the headache it's caused Wall Street. GTI gave out a special dividend not to make everybody rich, so you can sell you 2 shares or 1,000 shares or 5,000 shares, whatever it is. It's there to trap the shorts, to expose the problem. And guess what? People call all the time, I can't get my dividend. That broker's a lying, this, that. That's why you do the dividends. That's about all we can do. We can put a truck in front of the SEC. Oh, wait a second, I did that 13 times. We can call the FBI and the Secret Service. Wait, we've done that too. Give me your ideas, what you think we should do, and I'll do it. Tell me what it is.
Okay, so
If you want me to go out and date some models, I'm in. That's it. I'm in. Whatever you
you
want me
used to do that at Studio 54.
I wouldn't say I was dating them.
I heard you were the gigolo.
I was standing next to them, and they didn't even know they were my dates.
They didn't notice you because you had too much hair. You didn't stand up.
I slipped right up next to them, and before you know it, I'm with her. And next thing you're in the crowd. That's how you did it. Although, William, I heard the great. Listen, I have to just say this for a second, just to make light of what's happening here. I just have to break the ice here.
Yeah.
I heard my son sent me a thing of the greatest pickup line in a bar. Guy walks over to the girl, and he says, "My friend, a cute guy, wants to meet. He really wants to meet you." And the girl always turns around and says, "Who's the guy?" And he goes, "Well, I'll go over." He goes over 10 feet, turns around, and smiles at her. And it was a great line. The guy said it always works, but he's pointing at himself.
That's a pretty good line.
That was a great line. That's a great one. He breaks the ice all the time.
How does it translate to Tinder? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not on that.
So Fairness 95, I think you're being a complete jerk, but I'll answer. Accounting cutoff, according to him, sounds like an excuse. Otherwise, if that were true, it would have been factored in as deferred revenue. Obviously, Ham knows nothing about accounting. Number one, Ham said he's not an accountant. Number two, this is the earnings report. You can look it up. You know how you do it, Fairness? You go to Google, you go to Yahoo Finance, you type in FNGR, you go down to news. Here's what you'll see, Fairness. And here's what Martin Shen, the CEO, said. The numbers do not reflect the optimism that management sees going forward. We were looking for positive cash flow from our diversification into new segments by the end of the quarter, but we missed the cutoff. Ham has nothing to do with that, Fairness 95. And if you read the paragraph above it, Fairness not 495, I really think Fairness 495, you should get out of the stock market.
But listen.
If you read the paragraph above it, it's very exciting. Go on.
If he's along and he's down, I understand the anger. But I'm not an accountant. I can't make these statements up. I have no idea.
I'm not an accountant.
I told you that I wasn't an accountant.
I'm not an accountant.
Right?
By the way, if you ever get into the world of accountancy, like Monty Python did, sail the seas of the accountancies. But if you do it, they have a lot of tricks too. So anyway, all right. Anything on?
We don't control that. I know nothing about it. I had no idea. I still don't even understand what the hell they're talking about. The CEO has to address it, and he's correct. I can't address it. I can only see what they wrote. They missed the cutoff.
They in the paragraph above this, which I know, Fairness, you don't have time to read. You're busy. I'm not busy, but you are. it says that the regulatory comment had a notable impact on the SMS and MMS business. My guess is that might be something to do with how they report the revenue, because remember, they buy minutes at a discount, then they sell them. Who knows? But you know what? Fairness 495, that's not Ham's business either. Ham's a trader. I'm a trader. I'm
here
investor.
for the short. I'm here for the short squeeze. Mark that down. I bought it because I believe the fundamentals are strong. I didn't sell it when the stock went up because I believe the stock is going to be a winner. And all of a sudden, I have Lynn partners in here trying to destroy it. So I stood up and I decided I'm going to fight back against them. And I'm not leaving until I bust them. That's it.
But listen to this, Fairness. I don't know. Obviously, in this world of 24-hour instant gratification, you can't look forward. But look at this. The big data business is evolving with our existing partners with the ultimate goal of a large-scale commercialization. That's large scale over the coming years. Our behavioral algorithms have become entrenched. They've become entrenched in our partners' validation of their product models and demonstrate that a commercialization would likely be structured as a profit-sharing deal. Let me translate that to you. Pacific Re, Munich Life are going to embed this data into their offerings, and Finger Motion doesn't have to do anything, just collect the profits year after year after year. But you know what, Fairness? Don't wait for it. Don't wait for it. Just bitch and moan, sell your stock and complain.
You know, it's so funny, William. I spoke with the CEO of this rum, and you know, he's just learning about naked short selling. And, you know, I spoke about that the other day. It went up. I don't own it. I said I didn't own it. And there it is. It's up on the day. So I gave you a winner. There you go. What can I say? I know nothing about it.
Yeah, but don't backpedal. Don't give us other names. Just stick with us. Buy a stock and ride it all the way down without doing any trading at all.
William, listen. Again, I don't want to fight with people. Listen, I don't know.
I don't either. Although I'm showing that
it's pretty easy. Finger Motion and GTI are both under attack by naked short sellers, as is MMTLP, RUM, CELU, Northwest Bio, Wolf. It's endless. So you know the story. If the stock's ticking up or ticking down, the only thing you have to worry about here is that when it goes, it's not going to stop. All right, so you can get on the bus, off the bus anytime you like. I can't stop you. Do whatever you like. But I'm here for Lynn Partners and the federal authorities to grab these guys and lock them up. I've been doing it 24 years. I've been waiting a long time. All right, so I'm here. You got the wrong guy. I got the patience of a saint. I can sit there all day long.
Well, and that's right. Fairness and Chuck, both of you. That's the difference between Ham and you all and me. What you try to build a position and you're waiting for an event or you're waiting for a result. Listen to Warren Buffett. It can take years. But if you want to trade, you'll lose your money. But if you want to trade, trade. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm getting stuck talking to two people.
I just texted my friend who's a big holder, owns millions and millions and millions of shares. And I said, you got to get to the CEO. He needs to speak. How's that? Is that okay? Did I do my best?
Yeah, you did a good job there.
I just texted him and said, hey, you got to get the CEO to speak.
You sound like a real pump and dumper.
There you go. Get the CEO to speak and let's hear what he has to say. I'm all ears. There you go.
I guess this is what happens when the heat is on.
Listen, I posted it 1,000,000 times. When you fight together, you win. When they break you apart, they slaughter you. Right now, the shorts have been selling the stock down since the Capybara report. Everything has been doing. What's the panic? And just so whatever his name is, 904, whatever his name
Fairness, 495.
Right. If they thought they can win, why are they trying to sell it lower? That's all you need to know.
Well, no, not fairness. Fairness thinks. Anyway, let's move on from his negativity.
Yeah, get rid of it.
Is Univest still in the play? Barb wants to know.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And one gentleman is pointing out, if you believe there's a special dividend coming, you've got a better price and more time to buy it. Do you have a GTII update?
No, but I spoke with the consultant last week. He's introducing me to a couple of reporters that are doing a story on Alpine and toxic lenders. So where do you think we're going with that? Who's Alpine and who's the toxic lender? The Kramers. That's who he gave us to. He's a great guy. His name is Luke Bahari. I forgot his last name. Very nice guy. And he's working with the management of the company to get something done.
You know, the more I hear about the Kramers, I don't think I like them very much.
Listen, they're regular guys. They're just looting what the system allows them. Someone taught them, set them up. They said that you can steal all you want. The SEC will charge you 10% of the money you stole. And you go on again, you open a new LLC. I put up a little thing about all their LLCs from a court document. They're right there. What do you want me to say? I'm not doing it. Listen, they're probably great guys. They'll probably buy you drinks. They're probably a lot of fun at parties, but they're counterfeiters. Think about if your neighbor was a counterfeiter and giving you fake $100 bills over the fence, you would have to report them after a while. You're going to get caught, right?
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. They chose a life of crime. The SEC has protected them. Jeffrey Lynn is a different story. He's up the ladder a little bit. The Kramers are just, guys that, rob gas stations. Lynn Partners is making believe they're Goldman Sachs. That's a little different. These guys are going above. They're offering companies $5 million, $10 million, and he's assuring himself they'll give you the money, but they're wiping you out because they're not going to get that money back. SYTA, they killed that stock from 10 to pennies. It reversed again, and they knocked it back down again. I mean, so they probably put up 10 million to that company and walked away making 100. That's how bad that is. They did it someone told me the CEO of BRAG is paying back paying back Lynn Partners. That CEO, when the truck was outside their door, my good friend said the CEO knows all about it, and he was going to Lynn's building that day, and he saw the truck in front. That is a fact. My friend knows the CEO of BRAG. I've never spoken to him, but my friend knows him.
So KYP says hello, and she looks forward.
She's better get ready. I just came from the doctors. I had 80 needles in my leg this morning, and 4 of them are in pretty good. They're in the nerves, and that hurt. I have to tell you, they left me alone for an hour and a half. I had to suffer doing that. But he said that the stem cells will kick in the next 4 to 6 weeks, where you'll really feel the change. And I played with the woman this morning, before I went at 8 o'clock this morning. I played with a woman that's considered a pro. She was very good and tall, very tall though. She was very tall. So
KYP is, I don't know how tall she is, but she's not afraid of that woman either. Anyway,
right now I have to come there and hit with snowballs. But we'll get it together, I promise.
This Fairness 495 apparently is an accountant. What do you mean, Ham? Quote, when the accountants come in and that's what happens. That doesn't make any sense. According to Fair 95, it would have been factored in as deferred revenue. Oh, really, Fairness? Thank you.
Right, listen,
why don't you put that in a filing with the SEC, and we'll all rely on it. And if you're wrong, we'll come after your ass.
I don't know anything about this.
I'm not an accountant. You sound like one. You got a brain the size of a half a hollowed out pea.
Stop arguing with him. He's an accountant. Okay, so listen, he knows the rules. I don't know the rules. So go pull a fitter and get the rules. What does this mean? They missed the cutoff. I don't know what that means.
He doesn't know jack shit. Will we
sounds
need
like
a
somebody-
passport? Will we need a passport to trade in Korea? I don't think so, but you
Yes,
might
you
have
do.
to file
You do.
something.
You do.
Oh, you do?
Susan Trimbat said, if you want to invest in a real market, get your passport and trade in South Korea. So she posted that. If anybody,
Yeah, but
wants to
why
look
do you
at
need
it.
a passport? Why can't you just do it from here?
I don't know. I think I don't know. I think you can do it from your online trading platforms. They all trade, and that you can own Samsung. and
So
all
maybe
this
she means you have to go open the account in person. That's
No,
probably.
you don't have to travel there. No, that's nonsense. We'll get all the answers. We'll have all the answers when I get them. Again, we're going there, wasting our time to go do this so that this guy can yell at me about accounting. If you want to talk about trading, I'm there toe to toe with you. Accounting, not me. I can tell you how to throw a curveball, although mine doesn't break anymore. I can teach you how to throw a gutter ball. That I'm good at, bowling. Anything else?
Yeah,
man?
look, finger
Stop
push.
reading that guy's. I don't want to talk about that guy.
I
Tell him
won't.
to
Finger
close.
pushed down this morning on 400,000 and came back up. He's just pointing that out, I guess. So they tried to hit it hard.
That's the first. Listen, when the news comes out, listen. I'm not advising the company, because if I told the company, when you ever have news, you put it out at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, never before the opening, right? Because at the opening, these guys can knock the stock down because nobody's trading pre-market, and then all of a sudden they wash a bunch of shares down at the bottom, and everyone says, "Is everybody selling?" But no one's really selling. Then the stockpile goes back up because people are buying it. And when the buying dries up, they move it down again. That's all they're doing. They go back and forth, back and forth.
Could you go on Dan Bongino's show? Bongiorno's?
Would I go on his show?
Yeah.
I went to, I spoke with the Secret Service. They sent me to Orangeburg, New York to go see Dan Bongino and give him a message.
Yeah.
I did that. It took me 6 hours of driving on a Friday night to go see Dan Bongino with a message. I did that.
Yeah.
A month and a half later, I get a call from the CEO of RUM. Dan Bongino owns 5% of it. You tell me that somebody isn't sending us a message, do you get this guy involved? He owns 5% of RUM. If there's 200 million shares of that company, he owns, 10 million shares. So he's basically got whooped for about $70 million.
Yeah.
I spoke with the Secret Service and said, hey, I know you think I have a motive. And yes, my motive is to make money. But I have no motive in RUM. I don't own one share. I've never knew about it till 3 days ago. And guess what? One of the most respected Secret Service men in the country is in here, and he's getting his ass reamed. So if you like to do anything, fight with them, save him, because guess what? Once you save him, you're going to save us all. So if you think I have a motive, I do have a motive. It's financial, but I have no motive in RUM. But I would love you to save Dan Bongino, expose the naked shorts there, because it'll expose and get everybody else. That was my pitch. That was my pitch. And I think that's pretty fair, right? All the
That's
work
pretty
I'm
good.
doing, and I wanted to give it to Dan Bongino to save his ass. I don't even know the guy. I met him. I gave him the message. But again, all the work I'm doing, I'm trying to save Dan Bongino. Think about that.
This guy's asked this several times, and in my getting upset about that other guy, I forgot. What about your progress on your idea of if that's a word, setting up a brokerage firm?
Getting the information. It's not easy to get the financial commitment on the back end, how much money we need. I have the broker deal already, so I need to get it funded so we could be self-clearing. I'm working on that. It's not easy. I have a gentleman that's a back office guy that's going to get me the numbers. He has to put it in a legitimate proposal so I can give it to the money guys. That's what I'm waiting for.
Okay. All right.
And again, I know nothing about how much money is needed to be self-clearing. The gentleman has the broker dealer, hates the shorts. He's on board. So we got a free broker dealer. Now I just got to find how much money we have to put up to have is the capital. What's the requirement? And the way to make it cheaper, I told him, he's asking me about all the different things we would do at a brokerage firm. And I said that the only thing we would want to do at this firm would be people who buy stocks there could sell them. There's no, I wouldn't have any no short selling, because you need more margin money to short sell at the firm. And we don't need to do option trades. So it would be a firm of basically a buy and a sell only firm. This way the firm doesn't need, I'm not going to be able to raise $1 billion for a firm. I could probably raise 20 to 50 million, but $1 billion I won't be able to, because once you get options and people go broke, you have to have liability. When people are buying stocks, they're fully funded.
Yeah. This guy's asking if you need a caddy to come to Korea with you to carry your bags. Josh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
This gentleman says, I think this must be an accountant. If the cutoff is missed and potential revenues are not declared as deferred, you can't post it on the income statement. All you can do is footnote it. Anyway, let's just find out. None of us know exactly what happened, but that's a good point.
All I'm reading is what I say. They missed the cutoff. I looked at it. People were calling up yelling at me. They missed half the revenue. I'm like, how did you miss half of your revenue? Where did it all go? And they said they missed the cutoff. That's what my friend told me. I says, what cutoff?
Well, this guy says, this is a good listener. The earnings are poor. It's an accounting rule that caused them to miss reporting the earnings. Does that summarize it? Yeah, I guess. But the only thing I'd point out, Moody Waters, these aren't earnings that didn't occur. These are earnings that the reporting of which is delayed. So you're going to get a double, in my opinion, a double whammy in the first quarter. They happened. They just missed the cutoff to report them. That's how I understand it. Let's find out. We'll get the CEO to answer some questions.
Someone texted me this. If the company reports on a cash basis, there is no item on their financial statement for deferred revenue, because cash basis requires a transaction to be complete.
There you go.
Does that make it? That
makes sense to me. If they report on a cash basis, which sounds like what's going on with that SMS revenue, maybe the money came in on the 1st of January instead of December 31st or whatever the cutoff is, December 30th. It's not that hard to understand. And it's disappointing, of course, because we're waiting and waiting and waiting. But I don't know. Anyway, we've beaten that dead horse.
Someone said that to me, so I don't know. They just texted me that. I read it to you.
All right. So two questions. Any GTII news? GTII could go first before Finger?
Listen, for all I know, Rumble can go first. Again, they go when they go. I wish I could tell you the second. We've thrown the kitchen sink at Lynn. We put the truck in front of the SEC 13 times. I called the Secret Service.
I like
the FBI.
this.
I tell them all.
This guy summarized it perfectly. I cut you off, and I'm sorry. That's my hearing.
Yeah, what did he say?
He said it. Same guy, but he summarized it. The earnings aren't poor. It was an accounting rule that caused them to miss a deadline for reporting. Does that summarize it? Yes, I think it does. I think it does.
That's what it was told to me, and I don't know how, what the rule is. I have no idea. All I know is that a complete shock that, people calling up yelling at me that half their revenue disappeared. And I'm like, what? How could that be possible? And that's all I know. So the company has to address this, not us. All right. So we have to wait and see what they're doing. My friends stepped up and bought a lot of stock. That's all I can tell you. They're not going away. The people I know have deep pockets, and they buy and they buy and they buy. I have no more money to buy. I don't think it'd be more honest than that.
How would you answer this question, showing that the person writing it has no idea what they're talking about? He says, I thought Lynn Partners was long.
I'm waiting for a statement. Call Lynn Partners up and make me a report and tell them you want a statement on their 1,000 share holding. Are they upset about what's going on? Maybe they can speak up.
GTII is 23.7, someone posted.
Yeah, it was 28 the other day. It's 23 today. I don't, again, things are in the works. The new consultant told me that there's people, you met with people that actually trying to present the deal.
Yeah, I'll try to,
company.
whenever you.
Is that true? Did people come to you that are
Yeah, I spent all day with them, and they call me every time. I got agitated with one guy. Stop calling me. I can't. But I'll talk about that when you're
there's
off.
people, yes or no? Are people trying to present something that's major to the company?
Yes.
So that's in the conversation. You want to talk about it, you do it. I don't know anything about mining. These guys have it. So if they have something, they're talking to the company. They told you they met with the CEO of the company. I think you told me.
They met with the CEO, and they're talking with the other person. I don't know her title, and they're actively engaged.
So they're actively engaged, and they do what they have to do. I have nothing to do with that. So we're waiting just like you are. If Finger Motion goes, we will take our money from Finger Motion. My friends, we've all decided that, you know what, when Finger Motion goes, we'll turn around and we'll scoop up all the GTII. That's all. Right. When you see Finger goes, I could rather pay $2. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to. When Finger Motion goes, if I have to pay $2, I pay $2. If I have to pay $3, I pay $3.
Well, that's a good observation. Somebody asked me over the weekend, should I buy more Finger or buy ZYJL? And I said, obviously, it's your choice. But if you already own Finger, why don't you buy ZYJL? If it runs, like I think it could, you could come back and buy Finger at 7 and still have more shares of Finger than if you bought Finger now without buying. But it's all a gamble. It's all a punt.
Listen, Wall Street is not about us. It's about these hedge funds that could buy multiple things. So I was an institutional broker and I spoke with hedge funds.
Right.
So if they call me up, what do you like? I would say GTI Finger. They say the same names. I said, why don't you go buy ZY, whatever that is. And they bought it. They say, hey, I'm up $50 on it. I bought 5,000 shares. Thank you very much. They'll give me a nice trade as a commission. They go, what's your next idea? Go buy GDC. It's been knocking down from 4 to here. My friend owns 1 million shares of 4. And that's how I would keep the game going.
Right.
And you know what? Some people would get the bottom. Some people got the middle. I got the top. What can I say? When I used to buy calls, I used to tell my clients, I cannot accept your order because I just bought options in the stock. And I would tell the client, if you want to buy the stock, go buy it away from me because I just bought options. You cannot give me an order. I can't buy in front of my clients.
Wow.
And that's just what?
You were honest.
Well, you weren't allowed to.
Well, there you go.
I had to let them know straight out, hey, Mr. X, I know you're the biggest hedge fund on the street, but I just bought 500 calls of XYZ. And he would say, which ones? I said, I bought the 35s at 3.5. And they go, they didn't even trade yet. Bang, 500 calls trade. He goes, oh, now I see it. He goes, buy me 300,000. And I would say, no, I cannot. Go buy it away from me. And they would go buy the stock away from me because they saw I put my money where my mouth is, and they would go buy it away. If they wanted to sell it through me, they can, but they could not buy it through me. That was a conversation that I just told you, right on the nose.
Any news about, I think SS means Secret Service.
I'm waiting. I'm supposed to have a meeting with them this week. As soon as I do, you'll know about it. If they tell me I can't speak, I'll just tell you. I just thought about something. My son showed me something from the movie Ted. If anyone knows, it's Mark Wahlberg and the teddy bear that talks. And the teddy bear goes to Mark Wahlberg and he starts yelling, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And Wahlberg says, stop saying his name. We don't need that guy running around. He was crazy. I thought that was pretty funny. But anyway.
I guess it probably was.
It was very funny. That the adult is yelling, we don't want that guy running around the place. It's crazy. But
I don't know which stock this guy's talking about. Where is their head office? If you're talking about GTII, I think it's essentially a virtual company. But is it New York where their office is?
If you ask the guy where they met the CEO, I don't know.
You know, Ryan, I think all you can do is Google, go to OTC Markets, type in the 4 letters, GTII, whichever company you're talking about, FNGR, and just go to the summary or security description. It'll tell you. I wanted to buy Friday. Wow.
Any other questions? Because I'm going to get off. I'm going to go work on this South Korea trip. And I think it's going to be in the last few days of this month and the first few days of the new month, February. And just find a place for someone to watch, take care of your dog. I know it's important. And
this is an interesting, this is a long time good listener. She buys $200 a month of Finger and GTII. I assume she splits it. Maybe it's 200 each. But that's a strategy, dollar cost averaging over time.
That is the strategy going down. It's a strategy going up. A lot of people, funds, that's how they get into stocks. They just don't go run in and say, hurry up, go buy me 10 million shares. And that's how they do it. They just keep, remember, they're looking for the best price for themselves. That is a great, you have a strategy. And if you buy 200 at 3 and it runs to 7, let's say you buy 200 shares at 3 and it runs to 7, you could sell 100 and then you have 100 shares for free and you never have to worry about it again. You make 4, you got 3, you make $1 and you got 100 shares for free. That is a strategy. Everyone needs to come up with a strategy. The strategy is not to buy, hold, and when a stock doesn't go higher and you don't like it and it sells off and you yell at us. We have nothing to do with that. I have no sell tickets that are going to show you. I didn't knock it down. It wasn't me. We put it out there every day. We talked about it since, I don't know how long we've been talking about the stock. We talked about it when it was 60 cents and it went to 9. We talked about it when they knocked it down. We back up again and we went to 7 or 8 and back. It's like a hockey match here, but at the end of the day, someone's selling shares that they're not delivering. End the conversation.
Do you think the law enforcement action will be soon, or do you just a gut feeling?
My gut feeling is yes, it's going to be soon. Only because I think we now roped in Dan Bongino, and now I have Secret Service talking to Secret Service, and that Secret Service talking to some schmuck like me. Apparently
GME did a forward split and nothing happened. This is from somebody I don't recognize, so it might just be a fudster. Is that, I don't remember if they did a forward split. I didn't think they did
a split. It was 4 for 1. They did a reverse split. They broke it down 4 to 1.
That's what I thought it was, a reverse split. It wasn't a 4 for 1.
The stock was north of 100, and then it broke it down. They did the opposite. If you added 40, what price is it today? GameStop.
This person is saying his toupee is still on. You said law enforcement was coming soon, and toupees would be flying off. Look, it's Martin Luther King holiday yesterday. We're barely around the new year.
Listen, I can only give you the feeling based on the conversations I have. I was sitting on my couch texting with the FBI. What would you like me to tell you? Exactly what I'm talking to them about? A lot of the questions were asking about the Southern District. Have you ever put the truck there? And I said, yes. I showed them the pictures of it. The conversation is they own MMTLP and Finger Motion. People at the FBI in New York City own those 2 stocks. I didn't tell them to buy it. They're just like us. That's the FBI. The Secret Service, I had to get them up to speed on this counterfeiting ring. And I did a great job doing it. And I continue to do it because I keep finding new things and I make them read it. And they have their analysts studying it and they're going to figure out how to attack it. So I got them working on it. But I can't, this is the top law enforcement in the country.
So
top law enforcement this the top law enforcement in the free world. What else can I say? And the best thing that's happened is that South Korea, India, and Thailand, and the UK and Canada are all trying to tighten up these rules to stop the fraud. And you could sit there and say this guy's crazy, but look at all the people that are yelling about it now.
So if the law enforcement never enforces, are you willing to wear a toupee? You don't have to
I
answer
would,
that.
I would never do that, but I would do it if you wanted to make fun of me. I would do it. Yes, I would do it for you.
I'm just,
Listen, I wasted 5 years of my life in a stock, and I'm up 12 cents.
do you think these
I'm not
stocks?
I'm not that stupid. I'm only staying here for one reason: is to kill these and wipe out these criminals.
Do you think these stocks will be suppressed until after the election? Hoping
That has
for a
nothing to do
new
with the election.
SEC guy, girl.
Well, the new SEC guy is going to be Pat Byrne. So vote for Donald Trump. He told us on the call, and Pat Byrne will get in there and make sure it happens. And he's the real deal. So if he's saying it, it's the real deal.
Bob Nexbridge wants everyone to know, whoever he is, Ham and Will are pumping shitco's, just so you know. Thank you, Bob, for letting everyone know.
Thank you, Bob.
And then he says they go from
What is he
shitco
from?
to shitco to attract new baggies. All right, thanks, Bob. Everyone knows now you had your chance.
So listen, everybody, I just want to let you know. Okay. I don't know who this guy is, but the terminology he's using is of a paid basher.
Absolutely.
Shitcos, bag holders, those are the terms of the naked short sellers. They all use the same terms. It goes back to the Raging Bull day, Bob. I don't know if you're 15 years old or whatever, how old you are, whoever you are. And whether you're from 13th Avenue in Brooklyn, all right, wherever you're from, they're all the same. That's the same language they always use, the same thing. Oh, we're pumping, number one. Bag holders, number two. Shit goes, number three. Those are all the terminology. They use the same terminology all the time.
This gentleman.
All we're pumping, so if anyone wants to know, like that shithead, is we're exposing the criminals. How about having some balls and talk about what we're trying to do? Because the criminals are controlling the stocks, all right? But it won't last forever, all right? And I just see what happens when these things do go and the people are getting arrested. Let's see Big Bob step up then and see where let's trace his roots back to where he wants to go. So, William, stop taking those calls. Just delete those guys.
I know. I'm going to try to delete him, but my computer is
he's
freezing.
using the terminology that they're given. It's a bag.
He's hiding behind a false name. I think he's a coward. Bob Nexbridge, I think you're a coward. Anyway,
don't listen to him.
R.C. LaBelle bought Finger at 270, sold half at 610, and is now just holding the rest. That's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. All right.
Listen, the one thing that you got to understand, you're never going to make all the money in the world on one trade. So it's a long pattern. This stock can change your life. GTI can change your life. That's why I'm here. But for the most part, when you're trading, you do exactly what you just did. That's it. If that's your business. What I would do if I sold it there and I bought it back, I would buy it back. That's my opinion. I would buy it back and say, okay, go for the next ride. There you go. Do the same thing again. Then next time you get 2 shares for free, whatever number may be.
Jennifer, who is a tremendous hard worker for the community, but also a great investor, she's asking you what you think of TeraWulf.
I don't understand it anymore. I think with this new ETF with the Bitcoin, that Wall Street has now got control of Bitcoin. I don't know how it trades. I was watching it trade before the ETF, and it's the company makes money by mining Bitcoins. And what is the price of Bitcoin today, William? Does anyone know? I don't know.
I don't even know how to look it up.
It's the symbol's boy Tom Charlie. Hold on.
Okay, relax. Let me find my phone. I've been cleaning up my.
It's 43,000. It was up to 47. When Bitcoin was 36,000, Wolf was trading at 4. The toxic lender in Wolf is
Yorkville.
My friends paid off the toxic lender, so there is no more. He's trapped just like everybody else. So Yorkville, there is no toxic lender anymore. They're naked short millions and millions of shares. And now they're trying to wiggle away out of it. Every time the stock starts to go up, they come in and attack it straight down. Has anyone seen that pattern before? Isn't that amazing? But this company makes money on Bitcoin. At 36,000, it was trading for. The Bitcoin went to 47,000. I'm just going to make the number up because I'm not exactly 1,000,000% positive, but I was at a presentation. I think because of the nuclear power, they make profit on Bitcoin at, the break even is $2,000.
Wow.
So a Bitcoin of 43,000, they make 41,000 per coin.
Wow.
So even if I'm told that Mara and Riot, these guys designed that, and they designed Mara, they built Mara and Riot, and their cost of doing business is much higher.
Wow.
So
So
they make, I think their break even is 15 or 16,000.
So a follow-up question from Eunice. Can you ask Cam about a price prediction for Wolf and GDC?
GDC, I believe, is going to be a monster home run. My friend said it was going to 50, so I have to believe him. So I'm sitting here watching it. I don't know what the catalyst is. We're watching it like you are. Wolf, it doesn't make any sense what I see. If you want to do a little legwork, call the company up and ask them what price they make profit at in Bitcoin. I think they said 2,000. It may be 4,000, but they use nuclear power. These other people do not use nuclear power. They're using water and all these other efforts to get to mining Bitcoin, and their cost is much higher.
You know, earlier you were talking about the vocabulary of I think you called them shills, but you might have called them something else. Do they get paid to do that? Do people get paid to come on in support of the criminals?
There's different parts. They're the people that want to root against you all the time. So those are the idiots.
Right.
Okay. They may be along that lost and wants to, who gets angry at the world. I got that. I got it. But no one sits on a stock every day, bitching and moaning it on the short side. Kill it, sell it, pump and dump all day long unless they get paid.
And how much do they make a lot of money that way?
And let me just give you an example. That guy who Adam Long, who sold 6 billion shares of stock.
Right.
And he made $20 million.
Right.
I would bet my kidney that he was paying people to promote the stock, okay, so that he can sell it.
And is it a lot of money?
He made 20 million. He sold 6 billion shares, and he made $20 million. So if I made $20 million and I lived in Dorado Beach, to give away $1 million to people that were pumping it up so that I could sell my 6 billion shares, okay? Now remember, he was selling something that he didn't convert yet, so he was naked shorting those things. But he needed people to buy the stock. So that's why these guys call us pumpers, because they think that we're trying to pump it so people can sell it. Unfortunately, we don't know who's selling it, but Lynn Partners. So I'm not working for Lynn Partners, by the way. I wish I was. I'd be rich by now, right? Pumping up the stocks for those guys.
He's going on to say consultant fees, look at filings. Do you know anybody that works on Wall Street that works for free? I don't know. I guess.
Yes, Dan Bongino just got 5% of rum. For what reason? To bring his viewers there, and he's not working for free. That's how the game plays. Goldman Sachs, if you just call them up, they have a number. You call them up and you're on the meter. Everything on Wall Street costs money. That's just the way it is.
All I can tell you, Bob.
I told the Secret Service, and I told the FBI, my motive is to make money for my family, my friends, and to expose the criminals. If anyone's got a beef with that, come with me to the Secret Service. Give me your number. Get your number. Give it to me. I'll come and tell you all about you, and you can come join us, and you can come give all the input you like. So again, all this is about is that someone selling counterfeit shares. And I told you, William, when things don't go right, I've been doing this 24 years. They always try to shoot the messenger. Everybody's a scumbag. But Lynn is the good guy. The Kramers are the good guy. They have a litany of all these fines against them. They've been busted, naked shorting. They've been counterfeiters. They've been bad actors. But they're all good guys now because we're sitting here trying to fight them.
There's an article out. I got to look it up. NASDAQ CEO, financial crime is now a multi-trillion-dollar epidemic. Yay, I want that, Mark. Where can I find it? I'll look it up.
So so Bob and everybody else is sitting there saying, William and Ham, they're making this stuff up. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, okay. I've been doing this 24 years. You think I got nothing better to do? Get out of here.
Well, but he's giving shit. I'm sure he's being
Listen,
paid. Bob Nexbridge.
listen,
Bob, you're not going to find my name
Bill,
in any consulting
William,
agreement regarding
William,
these stocks.
William,
But I will tell you, Bob,
listen,
I want to get
William,
consulting agreements. I
William,
do want to.
Listen, I spoke to the guy from Rum. I never asked him for a penny. I said I'd help him out. I spoke with Mullen. I educated the guy on the whole thing. I never asked for a penny. I spoke with GNS, okay, and Roger Rabbit. I never asked him for anything. I brought in lawyers. I got $10,000 in commission from Wes. And what did I do with it, William?
You gave it to the movie.
Oh my goodness, I'm such a bad guy. I gave it to the movie. Why would I give it to the movie? Because I want to help expose it so that everybody can win. Everyone who was donating $25 and $5 to the movie, I busted my ass giving these guys information, studying the charts and everything for them, and I donated the $10,000. I could have said fuck you to everybody, but I took the money and I donated it to the movies, and I went out of my way to get those people funded. All right, I raised them about $130,000, $140,000. They're actually working with the people that produce GameStop right now. So good things are happening. But again, where's that article, William? I'm going to go read it.
It's called the title of it. It's on Yahoo. The title is NASDAQ CEO. Financial crime is now a multi-trillion-dollar epidemic. I don't know which CEO.
Well, listen, I'm going to run because I have things to do. But again, William, people that are using the term bashes, pump and dump, bag holders, those are people that are paid. And they're all from 13th Avenue in Brooklyn. And KYP knows what I'm talking about. She knows
13th Avenue in Brooklyn?
Yeah, 43rd Street to be exact.
40
That's the crew. That's the crew. These guys are notorious. They all do this stuff. They know they have access to offshore banking.
He's now he's saying it's pumping 101 people. And he said Finger is a Chinese shitco. I think you're over the target, Ham. I think you're over the target.
William, that's exactly. Listen, stop addressing that guy. Tell him to get a letter, go right. Listen,
I can't get rid of him.
I'm going to go put the truck in front of the SEC and tell the big mouth to show up. He won't show up. He's just going to sit here and yell.
For some reason, I can't get rid of him, but next time I will.
But anyway, listen, I had enough. I listen to morons. But anyway, the game is going on. And when we can get the information about the proper accounting thing, let the CEO tell it. I'm not an accountant. All right. But I do know the NASDAQ is saying that this is a $1 trillion crime. What can it be? What can it be? Anyway, let me go read that story. I'm excited to go see it. And I'll speak to you later.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you.
All right. Now I can.
Call ended.
Don't get bagged. Bob, you're an asshole. I'm hearing Ham and Will pump shitcos for money and enjoy trapping stupid baggies. Well, where are you hearing that from, Bobby? You're hearing it in your own echo chambers. You're hearing it from Lynn Partners. You're hearing it from Alpine. You're hearing it from the Hurries, the Kramers. I don't enjoy it at all. I don't enjoy that you and your kind destroy market caps of companies, stealing jobs, stealing tax revenues, putting people out on the street, destroying companies like Torchlight, creating a trail of carnage like MMTLP. I don't like it at all. So you can go hear whatever the F you want to hear. And go under the rock you crawled out of. And enjoy all that money you're getting, all that lucre. Enjoy it. Try to bring it into the next life with you. Scumbag. I can't, for some reason, get rid of him. So I'm not going to be able to. Um, hey, Billy Ray. Looking good, Billy Ray. Pharaoh Ham doesn't know anything about Bitcoin. I don't know where you could sell it because I equally don't know anything. And I have no clue. I really have no clue where you can sell it if it's not on an exchange already. I assume you have to move it to Coinbase or something. Now, Key, for the last 2 months, I don't know if you've noticed it, maybe longer. It might be longer. My sense of time is out. I haven't really emphasized GTII. I did everything I could do to suggest to people to sell some, to take tax losses, and then buy it back in 31 days. I also tried to make clear, and I'll make clear right now, I believe what's happening at GTII is that the CEO is trying to, at his really late age, really late stage, trying to become more involved in GTII and not taking advice from people who brung him to the dance. That's what I think's going on. I think it's called palace intrigue. I don't think it'll last very long because the more he squeezes, puts his hand around the butterfly and squeezes it so the butterfly doesn't go away, he's going to open his hand and see that he broke the wings. And I think it's just an experiment in his head that he somehow can do something here and not follow advice of others. That's my opinion. So with GTII, and to the chairman's credit, to the CEO's credit, as you know, Key, he has done, he borrowed money, and I have it here, and I did a video after video on it. I don't feel like pulling it out to read it to you. But he borrowed money from Power Up Lending. They called themselves Geneva Roth Holdings Bullshit Limited, LLC. But Kurt Kramer signs. And they borrowed $68,000. I think they took $3,000 out for some sort of fees. And I think the face value was either 80 grand or it was that 68, but they did it at a discount to that par. They did that in November of 2020, to my memory. And in January of 2021, to my memory, Reichman bought back everything. He paid the penalties and bought it back. So the Kramers were sitting with a $50 million share, give or take, counterfeit naked short position. The Kramers are no smart people. They're just cheaters. They go to temple, and I'm not picking on the fact that they're Jewish. They go to temple like I go to mass, or someone else goes to church, or someone else doesn't go. But they go to cleanse them, feel good. They give money away, but they're just thieves. They're just cheaters. They've never done a day's work in their lives. If you look it up, you want to study it, Kurt Kramer had at least 4, maybe 5 different U4s in 2 years. Someone trained him how to do this. So anyway, Reichman bought that back. Reichman issued a warrant as a special dividend, which I think was catching out the criminals before everyone followed the Greek over to COSM. He tried, and I'm not going to run through them all. He tried 5 or 6 different things to make GTII squeeze. Key, GTII doesn't have anything. It's a shell company. It doesn't really have anything in it. What does it have? It has a CEO who up until recently was listening to advice and not talking to the criminals and trying to do various steps to catch out the criminals. And I believe he had a brilliant strategy that he's honed over the years. It hasn't ever gotten very far, where he incubates companies. He gives a company like that educational company, I forget the name of it, software for distance learning and Wharton and all that. He gave 10 million shares. It's all in the filing. It's all filed. Well, the idea is once the company generates revenues and for 2 years does all its reporting, the company can float, and then they give back that stock with GTII keeping, like a SPAC, like an incubator, like an investment bank, keeping 5 or 10% of the company or whatever they negotiate. So GTII has a bit of a gold company, a bit of an eyeglass company, a bit of a healthcare something or other. They tried to do a law firm. It went nowhere. My opinion, that law firm had no intention of joining. But I don't know. They went through the dance for a long time, and they just finally couldn't get it done. They made a deal with the chairman of CRTD, now Vocal, VOCL, to have him take over the company. They would buy Vocal, put those revenues in, and he'd be the CEO. He didn't do it. And then he started trashing GTII, as I understand it. That's on my belief and information. So, key, GTII is doing everything it can do to cause the system to reconcile what Ham believes are 400 million shares, maybe 450 million shares, sold first by the Kramers and their clients, and then by Alpine and their clients, against that note. And then because the criminals know that all they have to do is keep selling, because Gary Gensler doesn't care, Adina Friedman doesn't care, Robert Cook doesn't care, CC Ryder doesn't care at the over-the-counter markets. They don't care. Congress doesn't care. Your broker-dealer doesn't care. No one cares. But what the company's trying to do is catch those shorts out. Well, what's happened with GTII? It's run to 9 once. It ran to 4 once. It ran to 2 once. And just most recently, it ran to about 2 or 3. I don't remember. But then the preponderance was the selling keeps going, the selling keeps going, and the selling keeps going. The buying stops by definition. Gary Gensler doesn't allow us to buy millions of shares without putting up the cash. But he does allow Kurt Kramer and his clients to sell millions, hundreds of millions of shares without having the shares. But otherwise, GTII doesn't have anything. It's 2 people, 3 people. And now you've got the CEO believing that he created a $1 billion company. Well, he didn't. He didn't. But GTII has 2 assets. 2 assets. The enormous short position. And up until recently, and I think it continues, the abjurant board, CEO and the other couple to not do deals with the criminals, not do deals with Wall Street. But they hired a guy, Key. They hired a guy who comes from the derivatives markets. What does that say to you? What does that say to you? Did you watch the movie The Big Short? Credit default swaps, anyone? The Graham-Bleach-Bliley Act, anyone? Bill Clinton? Well, you listen to me. I'm only going to tell you this once. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I voted for that bastard twice. But he signed into law that the United States will not regulate derivatives. Why? Because the banks can do it themselves. So I ask you, Key, they hire someone as a finance guy that has institutional background. Why the hell would he join GTII? Unless he's representing the criminals. That's how my brain thinks. The stock keeps going down. We come into tax loss season. Key, I said it over and over again. Why don't I put GTII on the title? I don't think you should be buying it. That's why I don't put it on the title. And I haven't been putting it. Unfortunately, now that it's 25 cents, 20 cents, I'm not sure you should be selling it. But can a 20-cent stock go to 10 cents? Sure. They're going to drive it down because Reichman believes he can do something magical now. I don't believe it. So people are peeling off from him. So he'll find out that he's no different than any other shell company out there. But he needs to find that out. He needs to find that out before we can turn it around. I think there's better alternatives, Key, and I think I've said it. Logic. I don't put Logic on the title, or CAUD for that matter, or a couple of others, because Ham knows the CEO of those companies, and he would not want to recommend anything. I don't think it's a personal thing, but I think it's that he believes, and I think maybe presciently he was right. He believes that the thought process that goes on at Wayland and then Logic, when Wayland first got screwed by these Wall Street smiling faces that smile at you and stab you in the back, that screwed shareholders from over $10 a share. That's where I bought. I think I bought at $12. And then on the Neo exchange, smiling, stabbing in the back, they raised money at $3. And then with Ionic, I got a lawyer's letter says Ionic never short shares. I wonder how he can go in front of a judge and say he doesn't lie. But my father always says liars are lawyers and lawyers are liars. It's not about truth. It's about winning to them. But anyway, they went with Ionic and the stock goes straight down. And then after a year and 12 months, a year and 2 months worth of work, I don't blame it on the last CEO. And I'm trying not to blame it on the current CEO, but they signed with Aubrey, and the stock gets destroyed. Why? Because it's a sting operation. Polar and the other hedge fund, the principals of Aubrey Capital, the brownstone placement agents and the lawyers set the company up to steal, I think, $150 million out of the market. But no one cares. No one cares. No one cares. But I don't put it up there because I think, as Ham just said just now, once a CEO shows that they're susceptible to listening to the criminals and doing a deal with a criminal, Ham walks away. Ham walks away. And you have to ask yourself, why do CEOs continue and boards continue to deal with the criminals? Because they don't have it in their head to see what's right in front of their face. They listen to lawyers. Oh, to be compliant with the doing best thing for your shareholders, you have no choice to take this deal. And this is a signature from the top lawyer at Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe, and for how long? So I don't put Logic or those names up because Ham's not going to want to talk about it. I'm glad to talk about it. But Key, I don't put up GTIN, and I haven't for several months. I mean, once in a while. I don't want you buying it. Can I be any clearer? Now, I don't think you should sell it now. And you can make your own determination about buying it. I think it's going to get cheaper because Reichman isn't going to give up control unless it starts hurting. That's just human nature, Key. I'm not mad at you, Key. It's just a bunch of questions on it. Now, let me give you some cause for optimism on GTII. I spent last week, I spent a full day, basically, if you count the phone calls and my time. I spent a day and a half last week on GTII, and I met two impressive, well-organized, highly effective, highly intelligent, motivated, what's the word? Seers. That's not the right word. Visionaries who have a plan for the Trento mine and GTII. In my own way, although it's not direct, like some other people you can talk to, Ham, I'm not going to use all the names, but people in your community. But in my own way, I have access to the whales through others, and I hope that relationship grows. But I think there is a path forward on the Trento mining deal. Now, what am I doing about it? I met with those guys, I think, on Wednesday or Thursday. Today is Monday or Tuesday. I've already submitted the whatever that darn thing is called, the 41 SI3, the reserve report that the SEC requires, and there's different ones. I don't remember that title. But anyway, I've already submitted that with people I've worked with for years in the mining industry for review and for feedback. What I can tell from that data, but I'm not a geologist, although I did study geology as my minor with a bunch of rockheads. One of the most difficult decisions I had to learn, can Ollie see down my pants pocket? Cambrian, Ordovician, Devonian. can't only see down. Oh, Silverian, Devonian. I can't remember the M. All I had to learn those time scales. Then I had to memorize rocks, schists, and gneiss, and granite, and I had to memorize like karsts and all this crap. I don't have a photographic memory like my sister. She can remember every single one of those. But I studied geology and I found it fascinating, actually. When I was a kid in going to a school that it was called I think it was called I think it was Leland Junior High, but maybe it was earlier in my life. Anyway, I was a kid. I raised my hand and I said, Mrs. Riggs, do you notice how South America could fit into Africa? Do you think that they were ever connected together? And she fell all over herself in joy that someone noticed this. We were talking about something else, because that whole idea of plate tectonics was a new theory. It was all new, and some snot-nosed kid noticed it. So I've always enjoyed the idea of geology. I think that's why I get interested in oil and gas and minerals. But I don't know, my phone's doing something. But anyway, the reserve report, I got to find my phone. The reserve report for the Trento mine that I'm trying to have vetted shows that on the minimum side, there's $2.7 billion worth of reserves. The only reason I'm saying this, you can find this report by clicking, you can find it either on the website or in a news report. It's all published. You can click it. So I'm not disclosing anything that's not available to you. 2.7 billion to $6 billion. These two gentlemen, let me see if that was Sam calling me. It is, hang on.
Did you see the picture I just sent you?
No, but if you want to talk to people, I have to get the computer up again. I mean the speaker going again. Here, you can
Battery 80%.
there you can speak if you want to
Connected
everybody.
Feels like
Otherwise,
I
I can talk to you privately. But anyway, I'm still.
Put out a piece of the filings, gross profit. Gross profit for 9 months ended November 30th was 3.1 million, an increase of 1.5 million, or 90% compared to 9 months ended November 30, 2022. So their profit.
That's Finger. You're live now. What? Say it again. Read that again.
Crazy Diamond posted finger earnings. It says gross profit. I guess, I don't know what part of the statement he pulled it out. He sent it to me. Our gross profit for 9 months ended November 30th was $3,142,000, an increase of $1,488,000, or 90% compared to the 9 months ended November 30th.
That
The
sounds like
increase
a
in gross
positive.
profit was attributed to not only the enhanced revenue for the period, but for the introduction of new products, product mix with telecommunications products and services.
That sounds like a positive.
Yeah, well, so again, maybe there's things in here that as an accountant you would figure out. I guess maybe this gentleman knew and he found it. I wrote great post that says this has come from someone who did their homework. So there he goes. It's right there.
Yeah.
So maybe when the company does speak and we can get the difference in the revenue, you'll see what really happened here.
Exactly.
So there it is. It's right there. I put it up. I retweeted on Twitter. You can look at it. I wrote great post. I'm reading that other thing. It's talking about drug dealers, money launderers. And just so you understand, I've heard it many times. Drug dealers are fronting naked short sellers. And what they do is they give them the money. They put it into the accounts. as margin, whatever. And once they kill the companies, they get back money as a, like we said, Pablo Escobar should have been doing this.
I
And they
thought of
wash the
you.
money. They wash the money, and the money comes out of a bank, a U.S. bank, whatever bank it is, and the money's earned where? In the equity markets, right?
Yeah.
So they wash it by killing companies. Do you think the drug dealers are giving money to people so they can lose it in the equity markets?
No.
Or do you think they're betting on sure things? What would you do if you were running Pablo Escobar's money, right?
Well, I saw the beginning of a documentary last night, and I thought of you. Pablo Escobar's sons are now into this new drug, fentanyl or whatever the hell it is, and they're busing it, trucking it across the border. And I thought of you. I said, why take all that risk? Why not just get in the stock shorting business?
Well, they're here. They're here too. So it shows you the NASDAQ knows about it. Everybody knows about it. And they just wrote about it, how it turned into $1 trillion problem of all this money that no one has any. They can't track it. If they can't track it, how the hell are we supposed to track it?
Exactly.
And based on what she said, they should be locking people up every other day, correct?
Yeah.
And
No one
instead, we're
cares
sitting here.
anymore.
We have to what? No one cares.
No one
Instead, she wrote
cares
this
anymore.
stupid story that the company is, that the markets are all full of drug dealers and this and terrorist money. It's right there.
Yeah.
So who would want, if they're telling you that, do you want to invest in the equity markets?
No, but in fairness, a lot of people invested because they wanted the squeezes like GME
No. I'm
and
talking about
AMC.
buying any stock.
No, I don't.
I look at it saying you got to be out of your mind. The whole thing. If they have no control of what's going on, they know nothing. How can it be possible that they have the regulators have no idea what's going on? And to put a story out like that is totally ridiculous because they're showing you what morons they really are. There's no way to check. There's no way to do nothing. If your broker is crooked, if you have a broker in Panama taking money, buying stocks through Spain, who gives the broker trades in the UK, and then it gets to the US, the paper trail is so convoluted, no one knows what the hell's going on, right?
That's right.
And you get guys like a Morgan Stanley, the guy in the GameStop video saying what? I naked shorted every day. Who was his clients? No one ever tells us who his clients were.
Yeah, and everybody that talks about it, they don't give up their clients. It's weird. And when there's a settlement, they don't give up the clients or how many shares or which stock got destroyed.
And that's all we keep talking about. And so those, listen, I took the fight to a couple of stocks. What do you want me to say?
Yeah.
I'm telling you what I see. I tell you what I believe, and that's what it is. If the regulators are not going to do anything, obviously, the whole equity market's a total mess. If they have no clue where the money's coming from, terrorists, criminals, you name it, it's our job to fix this. We're just telling you about, we don't know where the money's coming from. Is Lynn Partners funded the drug money? I don't know. Could be terrorists. I don't know.
Yeah.
But someone needs to look into it. Where are they getting their money from? How is that guy in Australia up 220%? Who's his relationships with? I don't know. But I can tell you one thing, they can never stop selling every day.
Well, and you've been honest about that.
Well, anyway, I have to run to the airport. I just wanted to touch base. I read that story.
Thank you very much.
I sent you the photo. If you want to read it again, it's right there. I don't know where the gentleman.
I'm going to put it up for everybody. I'll show it to them.
All right, William, thanks.
All right, thank you. Bye. So anyway, Key, I forget exactly where I was, but the point is that the reserve report, such as it is, I have a couple of questions because I don't know how you get all of that detail without doing much more work. However, this is like a 65-page report, and it shows round numbers $3 to $6 billion in assets. I intend to move with as much speed as I can without sacrificing quality to try to help get this done. It's real. Will it get done? I have no idea. But GTII is a short squeeze play. Let me give you the risks, Key. Here's the risks. There's a lot of stock issued now as compared to when I first started following it. It's something like 360 million shares outstanding. This is information you can find at OTC markets. To my memory, the float is around 90 million, 99 million, and I think that's the number at the DTCC. You can look it up. A lot of restricted shares, the restrictions are coming off. So one of the risks is there's more stock in the system than there was when I first got involved. However, well, I'll present the second point as a risk. There is a gentleman whose opinion I value and who is extremely honest and smart, who used to work at the American Stock Exchange, and he was a forensic he was a forensic analyst, basically. He was high up, very high up. He says there's no way in hell that there is 400 million shares short on GTII, because the data that Tom Ronk gets in other stocks, I don't know if you ever looked in this one, or the data you see on the FINRA only shows half or less than half of the trades. They only show when you mark that a share, the order as it was entered, they didn't locate the shares. But what you don't see, according to him, is when they buy it back the same day or when they deliver against it, according to him. Well, that might be, but respectfully to him, I think that's a theory that he cannot prove. Well, his point is, Ham can't prove what he's saying, and it's all bullshit. Well, I don't know. I don't know, and I think it's unfair of Gary Gensler and the whole system not to make the data available. If FINRA can report the trades which are entered without locating stock, they can report the trades that close those tickets. They have it. So the onus, I think, is on the regulators and the supervisors. We shouldn't have to have this debate. But in the case of GTII and Finger, I have watched it alongside of Ham, and I think Ham's 100% right. There have been no buybacks. Every day it's more selling and more selling. In the case of GTII, you've got the record that NSCC put in the court system that the reason Alpine's in trouble is because of a large naked short position in GTII. So where I choose to believe is that there is a massive problem with unsettled trades in GTII. But I'm telling you, there's this other point of view that you have to ask for the NOBO list, that you can talk to some of the larger shareholders and you'll find out it's all bullshit, and that the only reason it's down is because the stock isn't worth anything, it doesn't have anything, and that it's algorithmic selling. So, Key, you got to make your choice on either side. All I can tell you is GME wasn't worth diddly squat. AMC didn't have jack more than dirty leftover popcorn and a popcorn for a CEO. But when they ran, all of a sudden they had optionality and they could do things. But you asked me why I don't put GTII up. For the last several months, and I don't know when, I'd have to reconstruct it. I felt the selling pressure from Alpine. Remember, Alpine has been stalling everything in the court systems. So while they move around, the criminal John Hurry. Everything I say on this video is my own opinion and in my own judgment from the time I turned it on till the time I leave it off. So I don't think I could have been clearer that I thought there were other alternatives to put your money in, and there was a chance of establishing tax losses. Now, Key, that brings up the question: what would you do now with GTII? And as much as I hate to say it, and I intend to do a video on this, you're catching me. You're not. I'm choosing to talk to you before I do that video. I just think it's too late to sell. I think I showed you a chart 2 weeks ago. To me, 40 cents was a problem, but I think it's too late to sell now. What you have though is you have a battle between the whales, in my judgment. This is all from looking from afar, who know how to make this stock go up, and a CEO who doesn't want to let go. He wants to control it into the grave. And when you squeeze a butterfly too closely, the wings break, and you end up with a caterpillar that's dead. So I'm not ready to go all out and say buy like Jim Cramer for GTII. On the other hand, I'm not sure it's correct to sell it. I've told you, Key, from when I turned on, and I'll say it again. The best time to sell a stock is when you have an alternative that's better, at least in the short run. I can make an argument to you that Logic, let me see where it closed. $0.05. It closed at 5 cents. I can make an argument to you that swapping out 25 cents of GTII for 1 share of GTII for 5 shares of Logic might make sense if you wait 31 days. But no one wants to listen to me on that. That you can establish a tax loss and take advantage of the criminal acts in the stock. But now the risk with Logic, there's 2 risks as I see it with Logic. One is that the CEO, for whatever blindness he has, does yet another deal with the criminals. I don't think that's going to happen because he's pissed off and he's smart. But it's a risk. The other risk is whatever company that comes in and buys the shell, maybe Wall Street doesn't believe the value is 60 or 70 cents a share, or whatever the number is. That's a risk, you have to admit. And I guess the third risk is if Logic, the shell, Logic, is not sold as a shell to a company where we keep an 1/8 of it, and instead it continues as a company that is agglomerating other companies, that then that company would have to go to the market. And where would they go to get money? To the criminals. So I guess those are the risks with Logic. But Key, I think Logic, LGIQ, 5 cents. And I've shown you pictures of it and calculations for it, and I'll try to do another video. But I think that stock could be 50 cents within the next 30 days. If Logic announces a definitive agreement to be purchased in a transaction that values your shares and my shares at 70 cents, I think it can go to 50 cents. And you know what? It might even go higher. Now, is that a better deal than GTII? Maybe. For 30 days, 45 days, maybe. But here's the risk of selling GTII down here right now. GTII, at least 4 times in my memory, maybe 5 times from these prices, went up like a son of a bitch. The first time I remember it from here, it went to over $4. And it took all of about, I'd say, less than 2 weeks. The second time from around here, it went to over $2 in a heartbeat. The third time that I remember, it did some other sort of half-hearted move. And I can't quite remember the price. But it wasn't enormous, but it was up there. And then the fourth or fifth time, it went to $8.97. $8.97. So, Key, the risk of saying sell it is you miss out on one of those gigantic moves, which could come at any time, particularly if you believe the criminals keep selling, keep pulling the rubber band back, and then it launches. So the reason I haven't put GTII in the title is I have not believed it's where you should be putting your money. Now, if it's people buying, adding to their position, and people averaging down, that makes a lot of sense to me. But if you've listened to me, Key, I've talked about Logic prior to the de-SPAC. I've talked about Logic since. I've talked about HNRC. I've talked about Finger, but I pulled back on Finger as well. I pulled back on it. But Key, do you want me to come out and say, sell? Stock would be 1 penny. I'm not, by the way, I think it's too late. Well, it's never too late to infiltrate. The servants are just rising. It's never too late to sell. I mean, GTII at 25 cents is better than at 12 cents, right? It could go lower. So that goes back to the point. If you have something better to do with the money, right now, I believe there's 5 or 6 companies that provide you upside experience in a squeeze while you moved part or all of your trade for 31 days into a tax loss harvesting situation. But that's up to you, Key. I'm going to work on GTII. I'm going to work very aggressively on it. These 2 gentlemen are great. And they've already worked their ass off. They have a strategy. They have a timeline. They have a business plan. And they were moving to implement it. And woe be to the shorts if they get this affected. And it could be quickly, but in my judgment, it could take weeks or months. Doesn't matter. When it happens, it's going to blow the shorts out of the water. So do you want to buy GTII early and wait for that? Do you want to, in anger, get out? My opinion, like many people here, now that the price is in this range and it could go lower, I would start buying and nibbling and maybe not commit entire capital. Maybe put a quarter of it and bid lower for the rest. Because the criminals are going to keep selling. The criminals are going to keep selling. GTII doesn't really have anything, except it has loyal management to shareholders. There's a bit of palace intrigue right now that's interfering with that. It has whales that support it. And it may, if you believe it, have a massive short position, counterfeit position. It is in trouble with FINRA and NASDAQ, not NASDAQ, NSCC. It is in trouble with the FBI. And I think I can help. What I've given you so far, you can get at public sites. So I haven't given you any inside information, but I think I can be effective in helping bring this transaction across the finish line. I'm not guaranteeing it because there are steps. You have to be careful, and you have to make sure that the weight of billions of dollars can be supported by the steps you do now. But I wouldn't want to be the short in GTII. I personally am not going away. And these two gentlemen are not going away. Ham's not going away. I think after Reichman has his time in the sun, the whales will come back in. So key, what I've said all along, finger goes first, then it comes around to GTII. That's why GTII is not in my titles. How's that for an answer? Well, I don't blame people for not liking my, Hey, Amby. Aw, I love that puppy dog. I love that puppy dog. Everyone has a Shirion. Can I ask? I didn't see this till just now on X. On Twitter, someone posted under him that the NSS does not occur in these stocks. Oh, naked short selling does not occur in these stocks like GTII. Why does Ham never reply to his own posts? Yeah, I think he does reply. I've seen him reply, not always politely. That's the point, DBMMMMM. There is a school of thought that naked short selling doesn't happen in these stocks. But can I ask you something? Why is DBMM trading at 0.0021? Do you think it got there because it's a shitty business plan? Do you think it got there because people that own the stock sold it? Do you think it got there because the CEO sucks? I think DBMM got there because naked short selling does indeed occur in these stocks. But Ham does reply to his own post. He doesn't reply to all of them. I think that's right, Rosie. They steal, 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 and no one cares. And then, like bullies, they point the finger and they say, you shouldn't have invested in the over-the-counter market. It's all on you. This is a strategy that's been honed and developed over at least 15 years or more. I think Reg Show just opened up the sluices. And lawyers back it up, because lawyers at their core in this space, the financial space, they're all dishonest. Scumbags. They collect the money. They don't care about you. The regulators collect their salaries. They don't care about you. Gary Gensler wants to be the Treasury Secretary. He doesn't care about you. It's a huge fraternity, and you're not invited to join it. And women can occasionally come in. Assurian. If they think they could win, yeah, that's true. Why is that true, MM? That's because if they let it go up, they could sell at higher prices and make even more money. But they never do let that go up. Because what they don't want, they move the trades. And even back in my day, they would move trades. Bear Stearns was the place that you could move a stale trade. You could move it into another firm. Anyway, that was a quiet secret. But back then you had 21 days, so it rarely happened. But they would let the stock go up so they could sell more stock. In the case of GTII, they'd let it go to 250 so they could sell at 250 instead of 25 cents. But what they don't want is momentum to build, one firm to cause a buy-in, one panicked short seller to cover, and then they have an avalanche of buy orders. Well, I think I just talked about Trento, Sean, and GTII, but I would say that discussions are advanced, but they've been that way for months. To the extent that I've looked at what I've looked at, I think there's a couple of things that need to be done. None of it takes a lot of time. And what I just want to make sure, Sean, is if an announcement's made, there aren't any holes in it, so the criminals can't go, oh, that's a stupid story. Oh, that's just Will and Ham pump and dumping, and it's a shit co, and we're going to sell more. I want to make sure that doesn't happen. And I know how to do that. One of the first steps is you just have to look with cold, jaundiced eyes at what's in front of you. And I think we can get there, Sean. But it's not going to happen tomorrow. But there's this anxiousness of, oh God, my stock's down, my stock's down. I repeat, when your stock is down, you can sell it or part of it. You can hold it or you can buy more. Make that decision and stop worrying. If you're worried, you own too much. And what's odd right now is because they're doing this with all stocks, you could sell part of any position you have at a loss and put it in a different position or two more and be exposed to almost the same upside for 31 days. And then after that, sell and buy that back. Yes, there'll be some friction, some friction. There'll be potentially some loss. But if you can sell some, go over there and come back and buy more shares, you're in a better position and you've taken your tax loss. We don't have to be frozen here. We don't have to, as Ham calls it, stand like a statue. But there's risk. It's scary. Oh gosh, I'm going to sell here and it's so cheap and I'm going to buy that. It's scary. It's tough. But you have to become somewhat inured to all those losses your clients incur. You have to do that with your own account too. Yeah, if I had stayed in there, it would have been up. I mean, look right now. Look right now. I'll just talk about myself. I could have sold GTII a year ago, had a shitload of money. Shitload. And I'm sitting here, oh God, I should have, would have, could have. But then I'm saying to myself, well, I don't want to sell it here and move it over to Logic because I'm scared it's going to go up. And I'm being hypothetical now. I'm scared it's going to go up and I'm going to miss out. It's the same damn thing. I didn't sell it a year ago, which is true. So I missed out on all that profit on the way back down. I didn't know that the Three Musketeers were going to come in and sabotage the squeeze. That's my opinion. Can't prove it because it's the real world. You can't reorient all the test materials and see what happens. But that's my opinion. People out there have the opinion that I blew the one guy does that I blew the Univest deal with Finger because I held up a text and it had something in it. I don't even remember. Maybe. I don't think so. But it's the real world. We're trying to line up multiple. It's like cracking a code. You're trying to line up of multiple things to open the vault. So anyway, there is no news on Trento. I can confirm without it being inside information that it's on the website and it's been talked about live. The deal is still alive. I can't tell you the thoughts of Reichman or the people. I don't know. But it's still very much on the plate and on the website of GTII. That's about all I can tell you. And I'm committed to doing as much as I can to not only move it forward quickly, I want to do it in a way that the structure we build can bear the weight of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and it has integrity, and it doesn't screw any of you when it gets done. But I can't. I've never spoken with Reichman. I've never spoken with the other two people. So I have absolutely no leverage. So I can't promise anything. Eric, I hope her husband wasn't bigger than you are. So Bob Nexbridge wants you all to know that his name really isn't Bob and it's really not Nexbridge, but he wants you to know that I set up bag holders just like he did by selling shares of MMTLP, which didn't exist, just like he does with his friends selling counterfeit shares in all stocks. But he wants you to know that I will put you in a situation where you're a bag holder. So thank you, Bob. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. I'll tell you, with GME and AMC, I think the criminals have those two stocks under control. Every time they go up, they're able to get it back down. And I've been a little worried that the criminals have gotten both GTII and Finger under control. But that's more of a gut instinct. I can't prove it. When squeezes happen, they sort of come out of the blue. And it's like a stampede. Why does a herd of cattle stand there for days and weeks? And then all of a sudden it stampedes. Why? Nobody knows that answer. One rattlesnake, one shot of a gun. one wolf shows up. Who knows? But these squeezes, if you look at any of them, they last anywhere from 2 weeks to as much as a month or so. But they, the stock price flatlines, goes up, comes back down, and then flatlines again. The span of time is like a pulse of a quasar or something. You don't know when it's coming, but then you get mad. Oh, it's down. Oh, it's bag holder. Look at ZJYL. I put this up the other day, but remember, I'm just trying to create a bag holder. I did my little analysis, which is amateur as hell. And this was when the stock was $81. The stock was $81. I did a video, but I'm just trying to create bag holders. I'm just trying to pump and dump. And the company has given me tons of shares. That's all. I'm being sarcastic. I own 17 shares of this. How did I get it? I sold my Vocal and some other piece of crap in my IRA, and I bought it. I sold it at losses. Well, it's down so much I can't afford to sell it. No, I sold it. And it went from I sold it at 0.0058. It went down and then it went up to 0.008 or something. Now its Vocal is back down. I don't even have it here. There's no reason you should buy Vocal. The CEO is smoking dope. Last trade, 0.0054. That's going to go to 0.00001 if you're lucky on the bid. It'll go to nothing. Now he's put out that he's getting rid of the debt and he's doing this and that. Look, I'll change my mind, but I'd rather buy this stock after it goes over 1 or 2 pennies on its way up than buy it now. That guy actually believes that Jeffrey Lynn didn't screw him. Or maybe they are mutually doing that. Who knows? So I put this out at 81 here. And I said, that's pulled back. It touched the 50-day moving average. In my simplistic mind, I saw a line of resistance. And you know what? This stock, which I own 17 shares of, that's it. No one's paid me anything. It's probably a bullshit company. I have no idea. But they have 1.3 million shares in the float, or 1 million, depending on who you talk to. A group of whales own 1.3 million shares. Insiders own 80%. The stock ran to almost 500 here, 550, showing stress, showing that there were shorts under stress. And they have announced a forward split. Forward split. So for every 1 share that the shorts are short, they're going to be short 200 shares. It's already gone to 500. Now, the other thing that Ham said is that the whales who own 1.3 million shares of something that has a float of about 1 million shares, maybe 1.3 million, and the insiders own 80%. So how do you own 80% of 1.3 to 1.3 and not realize that you have? I don't have proof. I'm trusting the information I get from him. But remember, I'm here to bag you. Just remember that. Bob Nexbridge has your finances in mind. Bob Nexbridge. I'm here to bag you. He, on the other hand, is here to protect you. So listen to him. But anyway, you've got by our calculation, at least 2.3 million shares, could be a little more, against one or 1.3 million shares in the float. That's just our little universe. But something made this happen here. Somebody else is short a lot of stock. Well, the other thing the whales are doing, they're asking for 500,000 shares of their 1.3 to be registered and shipped to them, to be put into physical name, to be removed from the DTCC, to be removed from street name, to be removed from electronic name. So the float goes down to either 800,000 or 500,000 shares. And that's happening. Why would they do that? Well, they're going to miss out on trading. Yeah, they'll miss out on trading that 500,000 shares. But imagine what they're looking for in the squeeze on the 800. So I put this out. And Bob Nexbridge wants you to know that I'm trying to bag you. But what I heard on this chart is when this goes through, that the whales think it could go to $25,000 a share. 25,000. That's on this price. I don't know. But I'd rather be where the whales swim, and I'm just a little minnow, than a group of minnows trying to fight. I'd rather go where the whales are. They're going to make waves. So again, thank you, Bob Nexbridge. I've made it clear to everyone here that my only purpose is to make you bag holders, and that Bob Nexbridge, the ghoul of Bob Nexbridge, is here to protect you. Just remember, that man right there, he's here as an avenging angel to protect you. Democracy will end if Trump becomes POTUS. No. I'm not sure democracy will end. I don't think he's going to become president, but I think he will not become president because democracy has already ended in our country. The last election, the most popular president in history garnered 81 million votes in the fairest, most transparent election in the history of the United States. And anyone who questions that is suppressing democracy. So I'm not going to question that. I mean, a guy that could bring 13 people in Jeeps to a rally, pretty impressive, really impressive. And his ability to give a speech, beyond compare. And he's elegant. Man, does he wear an elegant suit. And he has a son who is not a misogynist and does not sell access to the presidency or vice presidency. And I think it's clear that there was absolutely no fraud or bribery or transactions which put the United States government at risk with foreign powers under the current administration. It's clear to me that with Trump, we were getting that kind of thing because foreign dignitaries were staying at Trump Hotel. I mean, have you ever heard of anything like that? They were golfing at Trump golf properties. This is inexcusable. And the worst of all is we have on tape that Trump bragged with Billy Bush an asshole, but we can have our opinions in locker room talk. But we got to see the man Trump really is. He said that in situations where the cameras are rolling, he's rich, he's tall, billionaire parties, that women let him grab them in their privates. And that's disgusting. We got to get rid of Trump. And can you imagine if he became president again, how he would treat women? I mean, I personally don't believe Tara Reid. Tara Reid's mother called in to the radio station, and it's on tape, and confirmed, I think it was into Larry King or one of those, it's all on tape, confirmed her daughter alleged and claimed, and this happened years ago, so there's proof at least that her mother believed that her daughter accused. But who would believe a woman? The last thing we should do is believe women. Men are always good, and women are, they don't tell the truth. But when Tara Reid was a legislative aide, hot, young, wearing a skirt, working very hard in the senator's office, apparently the senator pushed her up against one of the walls in the Senate and not only grabbed her where her privates are, inserted his digits into her privates and said, come on, you want it. You like me. But we can't believe that. That man is not a misogynist. Luckily, because he's going to be reelected. And I don't think they're going to let Trump win. And it'll be this time Trump will get, this current president and his really well qualified vice president. I mean, she's almost as popular as this president. Amazing. She was able to pull almost 1% of the Democratic primary voters when she ran for president. Amazing. Almost 1%. And then you combine it with the guy that was pulling 2 or 3%, and they together, magic happened. They were able to get over 81 million votes. More than Barack Obama 2 times, more than Hillary Clinton, more than Bill Clinton, and obviously more than Trump. So I don't think you have to worry about democracy ending. Trump's not going to be president. It's going to be, now this Epstein stuff comes out. I still would put my money the next president will be Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. So luckily, democracy won't end. And in this period of democracy, we will follow the science. I'm not going to repeat it, but you can see what Fauci is now saying versus what he used to say about, and this is a man that follows the science, but I'm not going to repeat it. You can look it up. Thank God for Fauci. Wow. We didn't have Fauci. And that woman that wears scarves. Thank God for Dr. whatever her name was. Thank God for the Washington Post and MSNBC, I mean, democracy would die without the integrity of the Post, MSNBC, the New York Times. Democracy would be finished. Look how democracy works and the press works in this pool with us. They're keenly interested in counterfeit shares. They are keenly interested in exposing BlackRock and Citadel. And you can feel it. The press is chock full of journalism, open-mindedness, and counterbalancing views. Because after all, democracy has the First Amendment in the United States. So I wouldn't worry about it, AMC 1000. You're going to get this excellent presidency, either as is or with a new person at the head of it in November. And you'll be comfortable that democracy has not died. Is GTI dead? I don't think it's dead, but I think it was clear. I mean, you guys got to watch the trading. You got to watch how the stock is moving. I think it's clear that GTII is going to take time to rebuild momentum. The only thing that's going to shock the system is if Alpine folds and the FINRA expulsion goes into effect and there's a buy-in of shares. Our preferred, only you can judge that from your own perspective. My opinion, the lawyers are going to delay and delay and delay. I think that resolution is months and months away, but it could happen at any time. The other thing is you could have that FBI guy arrest whoever the perpetrator was that sold the stock to Pacific West. That could happen at any time. But can I predict it? No. The stock price tells us right now that the sellers and 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 the sellers are winning. What can stop that is a surprise out of left field. And my bet is on getting a deal done with Treno Mine. My own opinion, it's not dead. Could the price go lower? Yeah. Could it shoot up from here? Yeah. Yeah. But I think it's going to take days, weeks, hopefully not that long, to get something done with Treno Mine. But I can't promise that to you. I can't promise it. I'm an observer. Rachel Maddow. Yeah, Ari Rubenstein is a scumbag. But remember, I can't say what I'm thinking. I didn't know popcorn works for Apollo. There you go. You get your rewards. GTC orders canceled. Yeah, they can cancel them. They just have to notify you. So you can call and ask why. You can try to enter them at a different price, $60 or $58, or you can just enter them every day. But yeah, they can cancel your orders. That they have the right to do that. But you have a right to put in orders. So I would try again at a different price, or I would call and ask why they canceled it, or just do it every day. I have asked him about a full page in the New York Times. I even called in to the Washington Post. I don't think I called in. I think I Googled it. Anyway, I said, Ham, why don't we do the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or Washington Post? But it's bloody expensive. It's, I don't remember, Dan A. I'm kind of making it up, but it's something like $20,000 to $40,000. And I don't even remember if you got a whole week for that. So it's pretty expensive. Well, Barbara, I feel like I win every time I hear a joke from Not Legal Advice. GTII, I've spent quite a bit of time on GTII. I think GTII, the criminals are selling a lot of stock, and we've bought all the stock we can afford to buy, and they just keep selling. So what are the laws of supply and demand? When there's more selling than buying, the price goes down, right? Now, but first, you've got to ask yourself, a senior guy at the American Stock Exchange says there's no way in hell there's any short position in GTII. Is he right? He's got 40 years of experience. He knows that if you ask for the NOBO list, this is going to be found out. And he says there's none. Or do you believe Ham, who says the number is 440 million shares? What's the discrepancy? The discrepancy is that FINRA puts out numbers every day, and you can go to their website and get it. OTC short and FINRA numbers, which show the shorted stock, the non-located, the short sale, the naked short, whatever you want to call it, every day in GTII. This gentleman says bullshit. You can't just add those numbers up every single day. Those numbers don't take into account that the computer algorithms start by selling stock that doesn't exist and then later in the day buy it back. Doesn't count that. Those numbers don't count that people who have shares offshore sold them, then delivered them. Those shares don't count. That stock is bought every day to offset that. Those shares don't count. That stock is delivered from other accounts. So it's all bullshit. And GTII stock does this. This guy says this is real selling, or it's intraday selling, and maybe expand it to more than one day or so, where they come in and they just sell stock that they short, they haven't located, but hey, they're good clients. It's okay because they buy it back later. That's what he's saying. Ham's point of view. Ham's point of view is that if you found buying the stock, if they actually were buying, the stock would soar, and it's not in there. I don't know. I don't think we should have to argue. I think they should expose the numbers. I've watched Finger and GTII with Ham for a while, and I don't believe that there's been buying of stock. I think it's just ongoing selling of stock that doesn't exist. I know that CEOs can ask for the no-bo list and look, the no objection list. I don't see why the criminals who sell through offshore accounts and through pipes would even put their situation in the no objection list. So I don't know the answer or preferred. I don't know which way you go. I've been afraid to sell. I've been afraid to recommend selling because as soon as you do, you get a move like this. And it's happened 4 or 5 times. Now, if GTII trades back to 1 or 2 or 3, I might be out here telling you, depending on what the news is, to lighten up. But I think it's too cheap to sell right now. If you're in it for a short squeeze. If you believe there's a setup for a short squeeze, it's too cheap to sell. You'll kick yourself for the rest of your life. If you believe the gentleman from the American Stock Exchange, that Ham doesn't know what he's talking about, that Ham just adds the numbers up, and that's the wrong way to do it, and that there's systems in place that protect against this, and that the selling is just algorithmic. It is illegal in that they're coordinating together, but it's just algorithmic selling that self-corrects. And the GTII doesn't have anything. Then you don't want to be long GTII. My opinion is we do have a management team who have been working with us, who is not going to do a deal with the criminals, who does have cash, doesn't need to raise money. And we've got at least one transaction that we may be able to thunderclap the shorts and catch them out. But for now, Robert, or our Persich, the trend has been down in GTII. I don't know what else to say. I'm just repeating myself. I don't know who Errant Potato is. I will ban him if I find him. I like that, Mark the Mayman. Oh, God, Nick. The Trento mine, there's a document that's been worked on. The Trento mine, apparently, from everything an outside observer has, is a real opportunity. It hasn't gone away. It does meet different, because it's a big deal, because everyone who sees their stock go from de minimis to $1 billion company for a while gets an ego and then thinks they can make all the decisions. That's their right. That's their right. You get some catches back and forth, but the Trento mine exists. The Trento mine deal is in negotiation. And that's about all I can say, other than the things I've already said. Ham talking to Rum CEO. Yeah, he did talk with the Rum CEO. I don't know if that's a lot of volume. Yes, I think the criminals work with private equity, obviously. Look at what happened with CAUD. Those two hedge funds, Polar is an 8 billion, I think 8 billion, it might be $8 trillion hedge fund. Private equity. They do work together. That's how they get the outsized returns. I love that, Mark. I bought some GDC, but I paid over $3 for it. I think GTII, if you understand what you're doing, you're accumulating. It's a far better risk reward, GTII, right now at 25 cents than it was at $2. You're risking 25 cents for the potential of an explosive upside, which could come without Trento Mines, by the way. But our emotions always lead us the wrong way. Oh my God, it's down. I better sell. That's the wrong way to look at it. I would rather look at it, oh my gosh, it's down. Why don't I consider buying? And then, of course, when it's up, this was me, it's at $8, $7. It's up. I took screenshots. I didn't sell. We're all the same. We're all human. Sean, the finger shares will never be honored by finger. The fake shares, the fake finger shares, never be honored by finger. It's not finger's obligation to honor them. But if they're bought back, it's the same argument, by the way. Ham thinks there's 200 million shares short of finger. And Tom Ronk did publish, I think, up to 160 million of those. The gentleman from Amex says there's nothing short in that stock, or very, very little. Very, very little. The gentleman at Amex who knows the company thinks maybe it's worth $5 a share. Maybe it goes to 7. A CEO that knows the company thinks that if there's a deal, maybe it goes to $15 to $25. Ham thinks that when it moves, the buy-ins will occur and the price will be up a big number, a big, big number. Now, Finger does not have to honor those shares. Wall Street clearly doesn't care that they're all counterfeit in your account, Sean. There's 52 million shares of Finger that exist, Sean. 52 million. I'm just using 50 million here. Ham thinks there's 210 million short. There used to be, and it's probably still exists, but it's not used, in your account, type 1 and type 2. Type 1 and type 2. Merrill Lynch came up with the CMA account, cash management account. And they blurred the distinction between these two, because if you opened a cash management account, you automatically had to put everything in type 2. But it wasn't a rule. It was just a preference that you had to take. Type 1, your shares were held in safekeeping. They were held in your name, Sean Smith, in safekeeping. And that's why you needed 5 days to settle trades, because you'd have to bite the physical certificates from manufacturers Hanover to just trying to think of names. It's been so long, the names of the settlement companies. Anyway, to over to another custodial, you would have to cross it, but the shares would be in type 1, they'd be in your name. And so it was a known quantity. The other, type 2, was in street name, in the name of Merrill Lynch, for example. So let's use Sean Smith. So let's just say you're a rich man or woman, Sean. I guess I'm assuming you're a man. You have 40 million shares of Finger in your name at whatever firm, and Merrill Lynch has 10 million in street name. It's not much manipulation that the criminals can do. And remember, the 10 million in street name at Merrill Lynch can instantaneously be transferred to your name. At any time, you could ask, I want to move those shares into my name. Move my shares from type 2 to type 1. Take them off margin. Okay. Sometime around Reg Show, sometime around 2008, 2010, brokerage firms required you to keep all of your shares in type 2, all of them, if you were going to maintain an account. They took away safekeeping. They would send your certificates back to you. Send it back to you. So to put it in other words, all shares were required to be electronic form in the system. All shares. If you wanted your shares at Merrill Lynch, they had to be an electronic system. Now, what did that involve? I'll just use a big firm. It's different in the case of Finger. I think it's, I just can't remember. But you would have to, and it's all done automatically by the firm, but your shares might be registered at CompuServe. Now, you could ask Merrill, I want mine in physical form. Merrill's going to charge you money now. It's not going to be for free like it used to. They might charge you $500 or less. Then they're going to send it. They're going to send your shares to CompuServe. It's going to take time. And then CompuServe is going to send them to your house in your name. Now that could take weeks. CompuServe might hold those shares. Sean, I'm going to take a break quickly because I need to pee. Sorry about that, Sean. So CompuServe would charge you money. Merrill Lynch should charge money, and you'll get your certificates at home. Now, in 6 months, you decide I want to sell my shares, or you could leave that physical position at the transfer agent. But that's not the example I want to give right now. When you get your certificates at home, in order to get it back in the system, you've got to go through hell. You've probably got to pay $1,000 or $2,000 or more. You've got to find a broker dealer, and there's one in California that will charge you a lot of money. Then they'll take 2 months to do the due diligence to see that you actually own the shares. And then they'll require you to deliver the shares to their account that they put up in your name. And you may even be required to sell the stock through their name. You're going to be fleeced. So what does it do, Sean? You leave by inertia. And because you want to have the ability to sell your shares, and you don't want all these fees, you leave the stock in the electronic system. So everything is type 2. Everything is street name. Now, Sean, when it was physical or the threat of physical, because you would have it in type 1, the reason you'd put it in type 2 is to put it on margin. It's the only reason. Or the CMA account, which was margin, because you write a check, you could get it against your stock. That type 2, back for 2 decades, that type 2 could be instantaneously moved to type 1. So when there was always physical shares or the threat that immediately the shares would go from margin, from street name to your name, there's 50 million shares of Finger. That's it. So if a short seller came in, they had to borrow it, own it, or lie when they sold. So let's say they borrowed if they borrowed 25 million from this, I'm not saying that, I'm using the example when it was physical. Let me just write that up there for clarity. When in a world where the shares were physical, where they were type 1, type 2, if it was in type 2, you could immediately move it to type 1. They could borrow it, they could own it, and they could lie on their tickets or sell what they didn't own, but they could be caught out. And in this scenario, if the stock went up, there'd be 25 million shares to buy, and there'd be compliance officers, and there would be a buy-in. Well, now, when they moved everything to electronic, when they moved everything to street name, and you went along with it because you had no choice, I have no choice. When everything's street name, it didn't take long for the street to realize the stock was sitting in your accounts. You weren't asking for delivery. It didn't take long for the street and criminals to realize no one's watching the hen house. This is a lot like we could make this like the fractional reserve banking system. Let's lend it out. So, Sean, if I use a number of $2 a share, that's $100 million. Now, Wall Street now, except in the online firms, but if you go to, let's just say Merrill Lynch or Morgan Stanley, most places you go, they're going to charge you to have your account under management. It goes up to 3%. I'm going to use 3%. So let's assume those shares are held at Morgan Stanley and that your broker is charging 3%. That's $3 million a year in revenue to Morgan Stanley in this example. Now, the reason I'm going high, I'm going to leave out commissions. I'm going to leave out margin interest, free credit balances, trades where they put you in syndicate and out, or if they do life insurance. I'm going to leave all that out. So I'm going to go to the high end, but they are going to sting you for more commission out of that 100 million. That 100 million sitting in your account there is probably going to generate 10 million to the broker. But let's just use 3 million. So that's 3 million. So that's the status. I'm not talking about trading, Sean Smith. I'm just talking about the account that it's in. So let's call it what it is. It's assets under management. Assets under management. And this is at your retail broker. She's charging you 3%. She's grossing $3 million a year. The house takes 40%. So she makes 1.8 million off of this position. Sounds like a lot of money, right? The other way assets under management works is at hedge funds. And I'm not talking about trading, not talking about anything made with trading, just talking about assets under management. Okay. In a mutual fund or private equity or an asset manager, and this can be in addition, by the way, to what you're paying at Morgan Stanley. But anyway, usually they'll negotiate with you. But if there's 50 million shares at $2 and they have it in the, the BlackRock manage your money for the rest of your life private equity fund, you'll have at $2, it's $100 million. They'll charge you 2% per annum, $2 million, just for all their hard work. And then 20% of the profits in a year. Now, those profits don't have to be realized. Those profits can be marked to market at the end of the year. So assume that went to 150 million. I mean, it happens during the year, but let's just be static. And in the second year, it goes to 150 million. Well, the profit is 50 million. 20% of that is $10 million. So they're going to make $12 million over the first 1 to 2 years of that, more than that, because it happens every year. But let's just say at the end of 12 months, they charge you 10 million because this is 150, and they charge you 2 million all along. They make $12 million on 100 million. So those are the two scenarios. Often they're combined, the brokerage house and then the private equity women. Okay, so Sean, it's not about Finger issuing these shares, and Finger doesn't have to honor them. But because of the inertia I described to you, because you are not going to ask for your physical shares the same time I am, if ever. You've been trained to put it in your IRA. You've been trained to hold it forever, or you can sell, but that selling is electronic and the settlement is electronic. There doesn't have to be physical swapping of shares. No one has to bike the physical certificate from Casanova over to Manufacturers Hanover anymore. Doesn't have to happen. It's just electronic. So not in a wink. We are delivering real shares to you. And if we don't, we'll take care of it down the road. And the client that's buying is putting up real cash. So let's settle it up. All right. So Sean, in this example of the entire flow to Finger, I just showed you $100 million at $2 a share. So what did Wall Street figure out? And let's just do it on the example. Well, I'll do it both ways. We'll do it both ways. Now, I'm ignoring the criminal activity. I'm ignoring the, well, not 100%, but I'm ignoring the money the counterfeit sellers are making for the time being. I'm just looking at the brokerage firm, the broker dealer. Without doing any extra work, without prospecting, without having to bring in new clients, if the broker dealer looks the other way and lets sales of finger occur without delivery, without buy-ins, without location, and they just accept from the prime broker, oh, we'll take care of it. They turn the 50 million shares into 200 million shares. Well, at $2 and 3% payout to the broker in a regular, like a Merrill Lynch or a Morgan Stanley, they've changed $3 million in gross annually into, can you do that math? They've changed it into 12 million annually. They haven't changed anything. The same amount of shares, which are real, the same amount of shares which Finger has issued, it's 52, but I'm using 50, are the same amount of shares. In the first honest case, that was worth 50 million shares to the system. Now the brokerage firms have 200 million shares at $2 value, I'm assuming flat. So they charge 3%. It's 12 million. They take the assets under management from, at $2, from 100 million to 400 million without doing any work. No work. And you're saying, well, wait a minute, that must be real. No. It's just an entry on your account, a black and white entry on your account. And then it's the matter of the back office looking the other way when Goldman Sachs Prime Brokerage says, we'll deliver it later. Now, let's just quickly look at what happens with private equity. So with private equity, if you start in the honest case with $100 million, 100 million shares at $2, it's 200 million. But if they expand it, like we just showed, it's 800 million. Well, you go from 2% per annum somewhere in here. I'm losing my no, it's supposed to be 50 million, isn't it? That's what I lost. It's 50 million. So let me just start over again a little bit just to compare it up. So in the honest case, times 4, it's now 400 million. I mean, it gets really big. If you assume there's just one private equity firm in the world, in the honest case, at $2, 100 million, they charge you 2%, 2 million per year. And let's say it goes up 50%, they charge you 20% of that. That's 10 million. But with just a sleight of hand, without enforcing delivery, they increase this to 400 million. They get 8 million a year and 40 million in profit sharing. It's called assets under management, AUM. You've heard me call it Mrs. O'Leary's 1,000 shares of Exxon. So our system, Sean, has become real assets. It's an upside down pyramid where there's trillions, probably 100 trillion fake assets. The difference to Wall Street is massive because under the real assets, they'd make this much in fees. Under this, they're making massive fees. Now, the risk to me, if you go into an environment where the Fed isn't under Obama, Bush, Trump less so, Biden, just printing trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, this can't continue. This can't continue. A run against these trillions of dollars gets eaten up very quickly. If the real assets are only 5% of the trillions of fake assets, they can't let the stock market come down very much because the whole thing goes on upside down. Now that's on the assets under management side. And it's it's not off your topic, but your question is, what does the company have? The company has nothing to do with it. This house of mirrors is all Wall Street. The company just has 50 million shares. But that's the magnitude of the issue on the income side. But the other side is the criminal side. On 50 million shares, On 50 million shares at $7, they drive it down to $2. In my opinion, the reason they walk it down slowly, they're moving it around, but they're also participating in as much of that $5 as they can. But let's just say they got it all. That's $250 million that these criminals are able to take for free. So on the one side, it's assets under management. And you're going to ask me, well, if it's going down, then the assets under management don't give that big fee. That's true. But it's the same players. So if they're making it over here, they don't care that their percentage of profits part isn't working as well. But that's their hedge against the stock going up. They're all in collude. They win every which way. Every which way. And when you have, in this case, 250 million more than once, or you have it on the bullish side, tens, 20s of millions of dollars, there's a lot of baksheesh to give to Gary Gensler. And there's a hell of a lot of salary to give to a woman who gets promoted to CEO because she's a woman. And she gets 28 million. She says, wow, I deserve it. It's been a patriarchy forever. I'm so skilled, I deserve it. But she doesn't see this. And in fairness to her, in fairness to Gary Gensler, they're paid to protect this massive amount of money. They're not paid to protect us. I don't have to show you all the names, do I? As I'm writing this, I might be wrong, but it doesn't matter if I'm wrong. The magnitude is what matters. I think Carter's deficit was under $1 billion. That's deficit. That's not his debt. Let me see what his debt was. Jimmy Carter. My name is Jimmy Carter. I want a government as good and as honest as the American people. Jimmy Carter had a debt of, yeah, I was right, I guess, $208 billion. $208 billion. Yeah, all right, so let's take Carter out of there. And let's just go with Reagan. Well, there you go again. So we'll just say that Reagan is where it started at 1 trillion. And we're now at 34 trillion. Well, Wall Street doesn't need to take much of that in these mechanisms I've just described to make Wall Street fabulously rich. The key is you've got to keep expanding the money supply and the debt. And anyway, the last thing I want to say to you, it's not that Finger has to honor those shares. They're all counterfeit. Finger only still has to honor the 50,000. But this data may be, damn it, nothing is ever easy to get because they're marketing. Everybody has to market. Let's get, all right, here it is. That's what I remembered, but it's a weird number. The United States supposedly has 8,000 tons of gold. But guess what? This manipulation happens in the gold market. It happens in the silver market, and it happens in the bond market. So when you start thinking about it, and the reason I get so upset is fear as well, because they're doing this to us, they're doing it in all markets. The bankers are banksters, and they're putting your entire life at threat. And so when dickheads like Bob Nightingale come on, making fun of me and all that, they're just supporting the destruction of the United States. All right, I'm going to stop on that answer. Let's see what else. Let's see what else is going on. Is ZJYL stopped? I think it's still trading. 111. But Phil, it's a good, I'm glad you brought that up because like I say, I have 17 shares. When it works, I'm going to come back depending on when it works, and I intend to buy Finger and GTII. And if Logic hasn't moved, I'll probably buy some more Logic. And HNRC, which is giving 2 dividends, I'll probably buy more of that. Although there's some risk there that I see because his number of shares expanded and he's doing a $10 million financing. If that financing is done with a criminal, all bets are off, but I don't know. No. Why would, I'm sure Fresh, you're not a real person, but why would GTII declare bankruptcy? Why? They don't have a burn rate. They have a minor burn rate, and the CEO and the executives gave themselves a huge amount of shares so they can sell some of those shares every month, 1% or something, so they can have some cash. But why would it go bankrupt? There's no word on the streets. That's FUD, it's lies, and it's for the shorts to continue to steal from you. GTII does not need money. GTII is not in debt. GTII doesn't have a claim against its assets. There's no reason for GTII to go bankrupt. Zero. GTII is not going bankrupt under the current circumstances. Yeah, they can cancel your orders, and it's probably not TD Ameritrade. It might be the market maker. I don't believe TD Ameritrade is a market maker or is a trading desk anymore. So they funneled that down, at least it used to be this way, to a market maker or to a specialist. There are no specialists anymore. It may be coming backwards from the system through TD Ameritrade, and they have every right to cancel your order unless the stock price went through it before they canceled your order, and at that point they don't. You can always ask for time and sales, but to my knowledge, Finger didn't go higher than $59, so they have every right to cancel it. Every right. You can re-enter your order as a day order, you can re-enter it at a different price, or you can move your account to a different firm. Counting the shares is very important, but unless there's enforcement, it's not going to do anything. But counting the shares, we could go show Jim Cramer, we could go show Professor Angel, we could go show the Oversight Committee in Congress. Hey, look, we're not lying. Forbes is lying. Bob Nexbridge is lying. But it won't in and of itself cause the short squeeze. Enforcement of the rules of settlement will. I don't think you see any action on law enforcement soon. That's my gut reaction. You asked for it. Mark Bazile is a pit bull, but you know, I have a pit bull, and pit bulls are not aggressive or mean, as a general rule. So I don't like that term. But he is, look, Mark Bazile settled for Venu and settled for HPIL. In both cases, shareholders were completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. But he did that settlement. So he's a lawyer and he's out for getting paid. But I agree, I happen to agree with you that Mark has a warrior's approach to going after the shorts. I totally agree with you. But remember, at the end of the day, settlement is decided between the CEO and the criminal. And CEOs buy the bullshit. Well, you need to be on NASDAQ. No, you don't. NASDAQ's just a different kind of abattoir. It just slaughters without all the mud spots, but it still slaughters. And your point is? I'm not going to talk about the GTII dividend. I don't give a shit if you're able to sell your dividend or you ever receive it. Could I be more clear? Who cares? The whole reason they issued a 10% dividend via the transfer agent, via physical shares, is to trap the system. That's what I'd like to see. But if you're worried about your 10%, you don't belong here. I can't sell mine. I'm on E-Trade. I can't sell them. I don't care. I want the system to be caught out. I don't care about the 10% shares. And I'm not going to answer the question anymore. Ham has a friend who has a broker dealer. I have friends who have broker dealers. Ham's idea is to give the broker dealer more business than he can say grace over, and we'll take a small percentage of that company. There's all sorts of legal hoops. There's insurance. There's protections, and it's moving forward. The guy wants to fight short sellers. The guy wants to get rich, and he's an honest guy. It's moving forward. But in this day and age, you can't order a broker dealer from Amazon and have it delivered before 10 a.m. tomorrow. It's going to take time, but it's moving forward. It's moving forward. Haley, look, everyone here. I don't mind the criticisms. What I mind is the fudsters and the liars and the permanent negativity. I don't come here. If you're pissed off the stocks go down, don't come here. Every frickin' stock goes down. Turn your anger somewhere else. Don't invest in the markets. I don't know what else to say. But if one of them goes up, don't come to me and tell me that I told you to sell either. Yeah, Kodak. Who is it here that talks about Kodak? Ham thinks Kodak could have a squeeze. Yeah, Berna, apparently you do. I didn't realize that. Pam confirmed you need a passport. I don't know what she means, Dr. Trimbath. I don't know if you need a passport to go open the account in Korea. Maybe it's just that your assets are over there, and that needs to be how the United States tracks your assets. I don't know, but apparently you do. Moon Market, Blue Horseshoe loves MMAT. I don't care about the dividend. I really don't care. I'm not going to answer any more questions. It's the questions on the dividend I find extremely mind numbing. What is the number for AST? I don't know for sure. Last time I heard, which was about 2 months ago, I heard it was around 135 million. But what I don't know, Miguel, is that 135 versus 260 million, which are out? Or is it just versus the 164,477,310 shares that should be available? Don't know. But if you want to be conservative, the buffer is less than $20 million. If you want to believe 20 million shares, if you want to believe the bigger number, it's bigger. But my guess is more shares have been delivered. So if I had to just make a wild ass guess, I would say the difference between seats available on the airplane, so to speak, and passengers that want to get in is maybe 10 million. So it's not very much. If we as a collective audience, I don't know why I used that, decided to all rush in at once, I don't think everybody could get in. It is my strongest recommendation. I still have some shares in my IRA and I've left them there. But every time I talk to you, I think to myself, I should move them. But the two reasons I've left them so far. One is I want to participate in it with you. Two is that settlement, if it comes, could be cash, and it could be sooner than NextBridge ever has a liquid exit. And I guess the third reason, it would all be in the umbrella of my IRA. But the reasons to not leave it in MMTLP is the system is going to do everything to call you a speculator, to call you an uneducated retail trader, to tell Congress that you had time to move it, so screw you, you don't get your shares. That's what the other side is going to try to do. Our side is going to argue, wait a minute, fraud. We're going to put these people in jail. It's $1,000, $2,000 a share. And in the middle, they're going to meet. Is it 0, 2,000, 1,000? Nobody knows. I have no idea with fun. Brian Finnegan. E-Trade is now part of Morgan Stanley. So the rules are different. E-Trade, Ameritrade, Fidelity, and apparently Ameritrade was a big violator, were all firms that were rumored. And in the case of Ameritrade, pretty much proven by the work that was done behind the scenes to have massive counterfeit share positions in your accounts. I trade with E-Trade. So about a year and a half ago, GTII issued a warrant as a special dividend, and Frank Benedetto, the CEO of COSM, George something or other, and Lou Bravo came into our momentum and said, we got to get out. COSM has 2,000% short. They're going to change their name. This is Frank said this. They're going to change their QSIP number and we're going to have a squeeze. I think legitimately Frank got very upset, and we're going to go on upstream, and we're not going to do a reverse split. I think legitimately Frank was really angry when the CEO sold him out. I believe that's what happened, but who knows? I'm not trying to ascribe any motives. Those three guys came over to GTII and said, sell, come over to COSM. So the squeeze that was happening as a result of a special dividend, which was a warrant being issued, stopped. And the sellers came in, and in the space of just a matter of weeks, I saw 100 million shares trade that I think were short. So the squeeze stopped because of those three guys. Hey, we didn't know, it wasn't us. Hey, they may look. COSM took 35 million out of the market on top of whatever he was paid. So he got his recompense. Benedetto was paid by COSM. I think it's fair. I don't know if Lou got a kickback or not. But my point is that special dividend was causing a squeeze. Why? It was causing a reckoning in the back offices of shares that were sold with a failure to locate and a promise from the prime broker, we'll take care of it every few days, every month. Hey, did you get that? We'll get it to you. All right, click. Hey, did you get, we're still waiting for it now. We're still waiting for it. No, don't worry. We'll get, okay, fine. No one ever, why? Because all the back offices are 12, the people are 12 years old. There's computer systems that hum along. The documents were filled out by crooked lawyers in the beginning. And it just hums. And they fall asleep like they're sitting in a airplane window seat with their head against it, and it's just humming. They all fall asleep. So Brian, sort of October range, Thanksgiving range, that dividend, that warrant as a special dividend, was forcing the back offices at Fidelity to recognize that they had a huge problem. And in the case of Ameritrade, I heard it was 60 million shares oversold, huge problem, and E-Trade and Wells Fargo. At that time, Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares. 1,000%. You don't think the Kramers were down $1 billion? You don't think there was some money to sprinkle around to get people to come in front of us to get us to sell? Anyway, you make up your own mind. I'm sure all the motives were good. The Wells Fargo took away the buy button. Now, I'm not aware of any steps Ameritrade took or E-Trade took specifically. All I know, both were slow walking the exercise of the warrants. Why? They couldn't find physical shares. It had to go through the transfer agent. Okay, this is America, and only assholes like me focus on the past. In America, it's okay, that happened. What are we going to do today? Let's play some football. Let's play ball. That happened yesterday. Let's give it 110%. Let's move forward. What are we going to do today? What's our plan today? So Brian, GTI decided in April range, I don't know when the effective date, May, something like that. They decided they were going to try again. They decided to issue 1 share restricted for every 10 share of common that you had. They made it go through the transfer agent, and they made it, I don't have the wording, but they made it so that the only way you could earn your 1 share was is it basically if you had physical shares. What's the difference? The difference is the first time Fidelity, E-Trade, Ameritrade could say to, if it ever went to court or if a regulator ever cared, we didn't know about this. We were surprised. Our systems didn't point out that there was a problem. All of our back office, our young length of service, they've only been here a couple of years. And, you know, Your Honor, we were just surprised as we could be that there was an issue here. Well, what did you do? Well, we went out to borrow shares to try to fix it. We tried to locate shares to settle up. Why'd you stop? Well, all of a sudden, there was a lot of selling in GTII, and it brought the price of the stock below the exercise price. And in fact, it brought it lower, and we didn't have the same problem. No one was requesting the exercise anymore, and we had enough money in our accounts, or the prime brokers did, so there was no risk to the system. It just went away, Your Honor. Well, did you do anything to improve your ability to track this issue? No, we didn't, Your Honor. It went away. Well, now, Mr. Broker Dealer, I noticed that you are short those same shares, and there's a dividend for 10%. And why the F do I have to keep talking about this dividend? There's a dividend that's restricted that has to be delivered in physical form, and you haven't performed this, Mr. Broker Dealer. Why haven't you done this? Well, Your Honor, this was a new situation. It also has to go through the physical delivery. Well, what are you doing this time? Well, we're trying to close out those failed delivers. It was Goldman Sachs prime broker just promising us, but we're trying to get delivery. Well, why haven't you gotten delivery? Well, they haven't given us the shares. Well, why haven't you bought in the trades? Well, we bought in some of them, but now the stock price is down. Well, why is that? Well, there's a lot of selling. The stock price is down, so there isn't the pressure. Are you delivering the shares to investors? Yes, ma'am, we are. But we're not doing it all at once. We have to go out one by one and close out those positions and then deliver to the transfer agent and come back. Well, why don't you do it all at once? Because it'll cause a short squeeze and massive losses. Well, Your Honor, we are shorthanded. Our computers are behind times, and so we're doing the best we can. All right, I'm busy. I'll see another case. But the difference is, Brian, E-Trade and Fidelity cannot lie to the judge. They can't lie to the regulators this time. They could lie about it last time. They can't lie about it this time. So why do you think what's up with the effing dividend at E-Trade? They don't have the shares, Brian. They don't have the shares. Oh, you can't prove that. Well, then why aren't they giving you the dividend? It's just a mechanical thing to do. You don't have the shares. It proves the shares in your account are fake. Why? What's up with the dividend? Your brokerage firm, my brokerage firm are protecting themselves and the criminals. They're not delivering the shares that you deserve to have. And Brian, what is the difference that GTII did? If they had just delivered one share common stock for every 10 shares without the restriction and without the requirement of having to go to Liberty Stock through Liberty Stock Transfer, E-Trade would just give you one more fake entry in your account and it wouldn't catch it out. So what's up with GTI and E-Trade? My opinion, it's catching the system out. Why is the stock down? I think the criminals are trying to show their back offices, we don't have a problem here. Keep walking, keep going the other way. And we are looking, well, what's going on with Trento? What's going on with this? Why didn't the law firm go? William is just a bag holder he's a pump and dumper. What's going on is the back offices of these criminals don't want to buy in. What's going on with the dividend in E-Trade? E-Trade can't locate real shares. What's going on with the dividend in E-Trade? I want it now. I want it now. I want it now. The dividend that GTII issued as a restricted share, which must be delivered as physical shares to the transfer agent in order to receive one share, is catching out the system. It's not having an effect on the price, but it is making a record in each of these brokerage accounts. There is a problem. The prime broker hasn't delivered, hasn't settled, and just moving it forward isn't the solution. And there's a record which West Christian can subpoena, which will be there in the future. Or maybe one of these brokerage firms will start buying in. That's what the dividend's about. And I'm not going to be sarcastic and tell you, I'll call GTII and ask them to waive the requirement of going through Liberty Stock Transfer so that you can sell your shares for 24 cents. I won't be sarcastic about that. But I will point out that this mechanism seems to be working. It seems to be working. I think the fact that it hasn't caused a squeeze is attributable to further counterfeiting of stock, selling it down. And then we all sit here like, oh, what's going on? I also have expressed that I think the CEO and the whales are in a bit of a contretemps, which always happens. CEOs, it's their baby. So we just have to ride that out. But what's going on with the dividend? E-Trade can't deliver it to you. So they're staggering it. I'm not sure the mechanism, if they deliver shares to you, can they then come and do mine 2 weeks later. Maybe there's a way they can slowly stagger through the system. That's possible. I don't know. I'm sure they have all sorts of trickery. But what's undeniable, 2 times now, last year, this year, it's on the records of these brokerage firms that they put in your account shares that they did not settle, that they accepted the word of prime brokers that the prime broker would deliver, never delivered. Now, the fact that everyone looks the other way, I can't do anything about it. But this is now evidence. What do lawyers need? Evidence. Lawyers can't think about anything unless it's on paper in black and white. They can't even talk about it. I'm surprised any of them believe in God. That's what's going on with the E-Trade dividend. And I'm at E-Trade. I can't trade mine. They're all there too. My computer is not clicking on anything, so I'll read it. Giannis, I don't know if the Secret Service needs to move soon. Secret Service will move at their own time. I think if you're worried about GTII, my experience in the market, when you're worried a stock is going to go down and you're scared and you're watching it every day, guess what that stock does? That's been my experience. I don't have a GTII chart here. I thought I did. I thought I did. I showed it to you last week. I really need a secretary. Look, let me just see if I can find that GTII chart that I showed you last week or 2 weeks ago. And if I can't find it, I'm just going to tell you. There's the document the criminals had GTII sign. I've done videos on it, but remember, I'm just here to bag you. I'm just here to pump and dump. I'm just here to steal from you. I'm just here to take advantage of you. Fucking prick, Bob Nexbridge. I don't have the chart of GTII, but GTII broke below 40 cents. You can look at a chart and say, oh my gosh, it looks like it's going lower. So let me see if I can click on down. Oh, I can now. So the Secret Service moving soon. I'll try to get a chart of GTII for the next session. But if you're worried about it going down, it will go down. So again, you have sort of 3 choices. If you want to call them 4, you can sell your entire position. You can sell half of or some percentage of your position. You can just hold it, or you can buy more. So that's your choices. And it's hard to sell. I'm not telling you to sell GTII, but I think it can go lower. JM, we didn't discuss that specific point, but we did in general. I asked him, because we talked about it 2 or 3 times before we went live, twice. I pointed out to him that there was only really about 5,000 shares in volume since mid-morning. Let me see when you say it. 12:30. Maybe that same time frame. But I said it's only about 5,000 shares of ZJYL which have traded. Why do you think that is? And Ham's answer was, those shorts are in trouble. Those shorts are in trouble. He takes that as a sign of massive risk for the shorts. Why? I'm going to make an assumption. I'm not speaking for him, but if they thought they could win, they would sell it lower. No, these shorts. The thing about ZJYL, you don't have one short. You don't have one concentrated position that needs to be defended. You probably have a series of shorts, opportunistic shorts. They may not be working together. They may just be working off of the computers. So all of a sudden, the stock, I showed everybody this before, but the stock came down and hit this trend line, which I drew, which I'm not a chartist. But more importantly, it hit the 50-day moving average. But it had gone to 550, pulled back, ran up, and now they pressed it down, down, down. But all of a sudden, this stock is going up, and it has gone up now all day today. Right now, it's at 110. It went as high as 115 today. So I think what Ham is saying is that they're finding that their buddies don't want to keep shorting it down. They have all this risk up to 550, and they have the risk a lot higher. So anyway, JM, in the shortest summary of what Ham said, he said to him, it shows that the shorts are FUCKED. And that's almost an exact quote. Ryan, why would GTII do a reverse split? There's absolutely no need to do it. They don't need to stay on the, I don't even know which over-the-counter market they're on. They don't need financing. They're not talking with the liars on Wall Street. So, I can't say that there wouldn't be a scenario where they wouldn't do a reverse split. But there's no need. If they basically have 360 million shares out, issued and outstanding, or authorized. I don't know. The authorized is higher, but issued and outstanding is 360. Let's just make something up. Let's say they bought the Trento mine for 100 million shares. Well, that's only 460 million shares outstanding. It wouldn't be a necessity to reverse split those shares. But, Ryan, I could see a scenario where after the purchase, after the issuance of shares, after or simultaneously with an uplisting, let's say, to the New York Stock Exchange, you could do a reverse split then. Why? Because you could have a $50 stock, $60 stock, $70 stock on the New York Stock Exchange with institutional buyers then who would counteract any short selling. But there's no reason other than that to do a reverse split. There's no discussion of a reverse split to my knowledge. I'm not privy to every discussion. But no, I think they're still fighting with us, but I think there's internal fighting too. So it's life. That's a good idea. I don't know how we would get a twin brother to do that to a twin brother. Kyle, just because you and two people now have said the Secret Service has to act soon, I'm going to predict they, not because of you, but I'm just going to predict they don't. You got to get ready that it takes time. You know why, Kyle? You ever watch those movies with Clint Eastwood? Callahan, I don't want any more of that trouble we had up in the Fillmore district. Well, I shot him because he was going to rape a woman. How could you tell he was going to rape her? When you see a man running naked after chasing a woman with a knife in his hand and a heart on, I think he's going to rape her. I forget the quote. I think he has a point. You're right about that. But, God, I don't know the torture of this. To win a case, you've got to build the case. You've got to get evidence entered in properly. It's got to be in these notebooks, Exhibit 1, Exhibit 1A, Exhibit 2, Exhibit 3, and it's all got to be time-stamped, and it's got to be notarized, and it's got to be triplicated, and it's got to have witnesses, and it's got to be verifiable. It all takes time. So I'm going to predict the Secret Service doesn't move quickly. There's no fraud. Thank you, Jay Roach. Thank you. There's no fraud. There's no fraud, Jay, or the crooks would be in jail. I don't know what to say to that. I guess you still believe in the system. Don, TDA may not have been the canceller of your order. It may have been the market maker. But yes, you got notice. You got notice in time to re-enter your order as a day order. It's completely legal for them to cancel that trade. What fraud? Okay, there's no fraud. You know what? This has been a big scheme on my part to leave you as bag holders. There's no fraud in the system. This system where it works brilliantly, and the sellers are just in company after company after company are just cleansing the market of criminal CEOs with bad business plans. I mean, even with Finger, Philip Vallier and Jeff Easton were thrilled to invest, if you read their press releases, in Finger at this time in its growth. But they were wrong. Their judgment was wrong. The sellers come in to protect us and just cleanse the system of all this greed by CEOs, of all the hard work of people that's misguided, of the vision that engineers and doctors and scientists have that are all wrong. The sellers, in their sole discretion of excellence and genius, are protecting you, Hamid and Jay Roach. My gut feeling on law enforcement is it's going to take more time. If it ever happens, it may not happen. Moo is a fraudulent firm. Moo, Robinhood, Webull, all these kind of companies, they say it in their business plans. They deal in fractional shares. They deal in shares which don't exist. My opinion, Moo exists as a pressure valve to let the steam off on trap shorts in the regular market. So I'm not surprised. GTII was down 20%, now down 13%. It'll go back down 20%. They're going to keep it on pressure. You don't think they listen in here? You don't think they hear all the fear and anxiety that we have? You don't think they notice that there isn't a risk of an overnight Shazam that makes the stock go up? The whales right now are focused on a couple of other trades. When one of those trades works, it'll come back to GTII. When we can create overnight per share value, it could happen. When Alpine gets shut down and there is a mandatory buy-in, if they haven't moved all of those, if the system hasn't allowed Alpine to move those trades around. But yeah, Abundant Universe, they're going to keep the pressure on. You cannot push against a string. I can't change what they're doing. Do you want to know what they do? They get their CEO to sign a toxic convertible note, which gives the illusion of upside risk protection to the prime brokers. They get a shady as FUCK attorney to provide a copy of that with a letter to multiple prime brokers. They then get their clients to start selling stock in massive quantities, either before, during, and after, that don't exist. If there's a run up, they call their piranha cowardly friends to come in and short it down. They issue fake reports. They create FUD. They call into the regulators to say, hey, this stock shouldn't be trading. And their motive, their drive is down, down, down. Dive, dive, dive. And if shares bounce back up, like you're pointing out today, they'll sell it off tomorrow. There's no buying in GTII. Who's buying? We are. We are. But is our buying going to offset the dive, 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 dive? I doubt it. And they're doing it in an orderly way. I think they do it in an orderly way to collect as much of the market cap as they can. And they're moving trades around. And any one LLC takes a small loss as they're padding the profits for the others. But I expect GTII will be down tomorrow. Collectively, we will worry it down. We will worry it down. And they'll feel happy. But the thing is, I don't believe GTII is ever going to be seller boxed. I don't believe we're ever going to give up. And I believe Reichman will retire or die. And I believe that the company is going to be able to bring the whales back into play. And we're going to have another run up. But is it going to be tomorrow? No. No, it's not. Is it going to be this month? I doubt it. Is it going to be next month? I doubt it. I think you need Finger to run first or one of these others so money starts coming in. We need capital to buy the shares the criminals are selling. It's my opinion, Abundant Universe. It'll be down back to that 20% tomorrow. Well, can it stop at any time? Absolutely. They used to call it a capitulation volume. You need a massive volume day. You need it to spike down and then snap back up, and it's over. And then we're headed back up. But we're going to worry it down. What's going on with GTII? What's going on with GTII's dividend? Hey, they canceled we're going to worry it down. So expect it to go down. But again, you have a choice. Do I sell? Do I hold? Do I buy more? In my opinion, is there's better stocks to buy right now. I think Logic is a better stock to buy. ZJYL, I think, is a better stock to buy. Finger, I think, is a better stock to buy. I even think HNRC is a better stock to buy right now. In a week, that could be a change. But I'm talking about a trade. I'm talking about a trade. If you're accumulating GTII for the potential of a squeeze, for potential of run up, it makes sense. It makes sense to buy it. But I don't know I can't give financial advice. GTII is 24.244295. The chart on GTII looks like shite. It looks like absolute shite. The longer term chart on GTII looks like shite. And the place to have sold would have been somewhere around 45 to 50 cents when it broke down there. Now, is there any kind of wedge or anything going on? I mean, I see a declining wedge, which is bullish, but I think it already broke it to the downside. It's hitting lower lows, lower highs. The volume was decent in terms of a potential capitulation volume. It was decent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading sessions ago. Today's volume is, I mean, it's not capitulation volume. I think GTII is going to go lower in the short run. Does that mean sell? I don't know. If you're a good trader, I think it'd be hard to sell and buy back in. There's a lot of people in this stock. There's a lot of really big people in this stock. There's a massive short position, in my judgment. If you talk to this gentleman from Amex, there's no short. It's all a lie. And it's been a lie for 3 years. I don't know. I can't really prove one way or the other, but I do know that in my watching GTII over the last 2.5 years, I haven't seen any buying from buying in from the criminal side. I haven't seen it. So I believe there's a huge buy-in coming at some point. And does it matter if they buy in from 24 cents or from 70 cents? Not really. But I'd have to say that GTII looks like it's going to go lower in the short run. HNRC has had a nice rally above the 50-day moving average, but now for 2 days straight, it's under it. It's under it. However, there's enough of an argument made in the pattern of the chart, in my judgment, that that's just a pullback, and that's just a test of kind of where it broke out. So I expect HNRC to go up. Let me see if I can find some sort of target zone. I have a chart here. Oh, here it is. This is a short run chart. I think 9 cents is right there. And I think that is a target. I don't know if I have the longer run chart. Yeah, here, a little bit longer run. No, that's still the same time frame. Yeah, here's the longer run chart, longer duration chart of HNRC. This is where we are, and that's a shitty looking chart, isn't it? But look at this spike and this spike before the last 2 dividends, and then this area here. I think if it breaks these two, this becomes kind of the resistance. And when you take it over, that's $1.25, $1.30 a share. I think that could happen with HNRC. I've told you the risks. Now, the thing about HNRC, which got me interested recently, higher highs, higher lows, and it broke through. Now it's kind of closed below the 50-day moving average. However, it's closed above where there was a breakout. So I'm not the greatest chartist, but to me, this is a normal retracement, and you're going to see a resumption to the upside on HNRC. I'd rather that risk reward right now. Logic. That one, that had higher highs. I even think it had a double bottom, and it has a gap up around 16, 17 cents. I think they sold it off in conjunction with the D-SPAC. And right now it closed at 5 cents, right on the 50-day moving average. I think, again, it kind of has pulled back to where it broke out. It just depends on how you read the chart. But it made a run up through. Anyway, it's made one run up, basically. And it's formed kind of a pennant formation. It's broken down from that pennant formation, which was very small anyway. And it's trying to come down to where it broke out. It's making lower lows during that, but the close, it has not broken the 50-day trend line, even though it's going downward. So I still think that is a positive price range. It could go lower, though. Logic could go lower. But Logic, let me see where it closed. Yeah, closed at 5 cents. Well, no, it's where it's trading now. Logic, at some point, Logic is going to have to update us on the status of the company who is reverse mergering. That's not reverse splitting, reverse mergering, acquiring the shell. So I expect to move up once that happens in Logic as a trade. CAUD looks like shit. I wouldn't buy it right now. HNRA, that's the D-SPAC spec. That's intriguing to me. The chart's kind of hanging with its rear end out the window, so that's a little nerve-wracking. But I'll try to do a video on this. There is a trend line. There is a pennant being formed. My guess is HNRA moves from $1.90 to $3.50 very quickly, and could even go all the way back up to $9 very quickly. So, and they have an asset. They got crushed by the criminals, but they have a real asset, which is cash flowing. And then there's one other stock that we talk about. Finger. Well, we already talked about Finger. Oh, ZJYL. I think that it's speculative, but I think that looks great. I think ZJYL looks great. I think it could open at 150 tomorrow. And it'll be volatile, but it could run to 300 very quickly. That's what I think. And it's already tested 300 twice, but if you require 4 times, maybe it goes to 300 and pulls back and then tests it again. And then, anyway, that's all speculative, very speculative, but that stock looks like it's pretty exciting. And then I guess I'll look at GDC. Looks like crap. Looks like total crap. But low volume, very low volume. So it's making basically a new low, except back in December on low volume. That can be a sign that the sell-off is over. But that stock, it doesn't show the number. I think it could go lower one more time. And I don't see any push to make it go up right now. But once it starts going up, which could be, this is a short squeeze play. It could be at any time. The move could be really dramatic. And I'm talking about, let's say it goes under, let's see where it closed. Yeah, closed at 210. I think the risk on the downside maybe is, I can't tell the number, but something like 190 or $2. You could ask Avid or Arca, maybe in a spike, maybe. I'm not saying it's going to stay there very long, but I think if it hits down there, it might bounce a little bit like a trampoline. But then the upward motion, I think 250, 290. Maybe 350 causes a pause, because that would be, in the short run, the third time it would try to get through that. But I don't see that as much of a stop. So then I think $5. And at $5, if it breaks through sort of I don't know, I can't tell, 520 range, 525. I don't see much resistance after that. Maybe 10, maybe. But I think that stock, if it can break, for safety reasons, let's say 550. Next stop, $10. But I think the next stop is $45 a share in GDC. So those two stocks give me some excitement. Let me just look at Vocal, which I think is a disaster and it should be avoided at all costs. If you get invited into a private placement, maybe that's different. Yeah. No reason to buy Vocal. That'll make new lows. That'll make new lows and it'll be forever. I'm not ham, but Eric, I think HNRC is going to make a dividend in cash soon, which what could have been 15 cents a share, but they issued more shares. So if it's cash and they distribute the full amount, it'll be more like 11 or 12 cents a share. And I think that'll be announced shortly. However, he also said that they hadn't fully decided. It might be a stock dividend, and that won't do much. That won't be, but it could be 10 cents a share. I don't think it'll do much in terms of excitement. I think it'll be a cash dividend. But if you want to be conservative, maybe it's 5 cents a share. Stock's trading at 3 cents. So that could make you rich. The other thing, HNRC is going to distribute its ownership of HNRA, which is the Pogo producing properties in New Mexico, worth by third party, worth well over $400 million. And they have a plan in place, all conservative. They have the money. They don't need to raise money, although they did put out a S1, which I don't understand why. That's the problem. CEOs listen to the effing bankers. But anyway, there's going to be dilution there that I didn't see. But when I did my calculation, it translated to $58 a share from here without anything. But I discounted it by 75%. So I came up with a number of $12 or $13 a share. Well, when I do the arithmetic on the S1 they just filed, they're diluting themselves already to $15 a share. But that's their choice. For the end of time, CEOs are going to accept the easy money from the criminals. But anyway, I think you're looking at an upside of $12 to $15 a share in HNRA. That ownership is going to be distributed to us as shareholders of HNRC. I don't know how much it works out to on a per share basis. It's only 7% of the company. And then they filed the S1. All my arithmetic is screwed up by that filing. So I have to get back to you on that. But it's definitely over 3 cents a share. So maybe those will get you rich. Macker, no one asked about it, but my opinion of the man with 3 first names is he came in like a drum major. You can go listen to my videos. And he came in front. He took all the credit. Me. My fight against the shorts. But at the end of the day, his stock got destroyed. He took a deal. He settled with the criminals. And then he faced a choice. Do I continue to fight this fight, or do I want my retirement account? Do I want my first class travel? Do I want my hair to be dyed odd colors? Do I want to be able to afford to go to the hairdresser? Do I want to be able to get up and talk to people? Do I want to not have to work the rest of my life? And he took a deal. That's my opinion. He took a deal. And he'll be a rich man, but you won't. I wouldn't touch GNS. But I always felt that way. Yes, Dos Equis, a stock buyback can definitely expose the shorts. If you might be talking about Vocal. I don't know. They'd have to have a massive buyback. But yes. But if you talk about MULN or CLNV or an oil company, the reason the criminals pay attention is, for example, with an oil company, you could drill one well and it could cash flow like a son of a bitch, and then you could start buying back shares, and the criminals are screwed. That's why they pay a very close attention. But yes, stock buybacks in size and sustainably, and you don't need to go back to the market for money. You're not just doing it as a gimmick. Yes, it could expose the short. Ignore the morons. I'd have to ignore myself. I often ignore myself. I mumble around and ignore everything I say. Yeah, it doesn't seem like these dividends do anything. Didn't seem to work for GTII and probably wouldn't work for Finger either. Kyle, I'm going to say it again. The warrant as a special dividend was working until Frank Benedetto, Lou Bravo, and whoever the effing CEO of COSM came in and popped the bubble. That's my opinion, and you can't change it. Who benefited? COSM. Benedetto got paid out. I think his anger was legitimate, so he might have been caught unaware. And I don't know who else benefited. But that dividend was working. Do not blame the concept of the dividend not working on the fact that as a group, we all raced over to COSM. We couldn't sell our GTII fast enough, and there wasn't any price that was too high to buy COSM. And we had to do it all at once. And that's what we did. So, Kyle, dividends can work. Now, they don't do anything. How do you know that? That dividend caught out Fidelity, and it made a regional manager, a higher compliance officer, and maybe a national manager notice that their systems were screwed up. Notice that they were breaking the law. I know, Kyle, in this instant world, I want it now. I worked out for 3 months and I want abs of steel. I ordered my Apple phone. I want it delivered it by 5 p.m. I want to get laid. I want to swipe whichever direction on Tinder. And if you don't sleep with me after I buy dinner, I'm going on to the next one. Everything now, 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 now. Do you think, Kyle, that trying to catch out the system that's been flooding the market with counterfeits, at least since Reg Show 2006, 2008, it can change just like that? How do you know it's not doing anything? It's putting on the record, which cannot be destroyed without fraud, without having to go to jail, for Wes Christian and other lawyers to subpoena and see. How do you know the dividend's not working when they can't give you the stock? How do you know? Yeah, it probably won't work, Kyle. Probably won't work for Finger. Probably won't work. You already know what they're going to distribute. I give you credit for knowing what they're going to distribute. It's not going to work. I don't think they're going to distribute their SMS, their texting business, SMS, MMS. But what if they did as a separate company? I'm not saying they're doing that, but you can't make the blanket statement, oh, it's probably not going to work either. I think you should get out of the stock market. Do you think Don from Rum will join? No, I don't. I don't. Not yet, anyway. I think he needs to be explained to by his lawyers that Ham is crazy, and his lawyers will very solemnly say it's in the best interest of shareholders to accept this financing. The board will vote aye. They'll accept money and the stock will get destroyed. No, I don't think they're going to join the Fed. It does seem hopeless, Nakeed. It does seem hopeless. It really does. But the funny thing about it is usually when you finally give up in a trade or in a stock or in a theme, that's when it turns. My best example recently is oil and gas. I flew to London to try to get a deal done. And it's the best deal I'd ever seen. You could buy for just a few millions. I don't remember the number now, 1 or 2 or 3 million. You could buy over 100 million in oil and gas properties at PV 25, as I recall. Might have been PV 30. They were cash flowing. The rest is bank debt. And it was all based on the value of the proved producing properties. And oil was trading at $27. Oh, no, Bill, oil's going lower. No, it doesn't. No, I'm not interested. Oil's going to go, it could go lower. Well, I didn't get it done. The buyer of that property, who didn't have the sense of hopelessness, didn't have the prejudice against oil and gas, didn't have, oh, oil's going lower, recognized the value, put up the 1 or 2 million, bought the property that was cash flowing. You could pay the bank debt out of cash flow, sat on it. You know how long he sat, Naked? Less than 9 months later, he sold 10% of his project for more than the entire purchase price. He sold 10% for more than the 100 million, 110 million purchase price. He was able to pay off his loan in entirety and himself with a return and keep 90% of that project that's growing. And I'm sure it's worth 500-600 million now. I couldn't get anybody to look at it. Oh, doom, gloom, it's not going to happen. But that's what happens, Nakeed. When everything seems hopeless, it turns. But yeah, and I'm not helping, obviously, because I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture about what we're up against. But, and I like what Ham said today, you can't make it all necessarily in one trade. I've put this out. Right now, my favorite trade is Logic, because I think the shell is going to be purchased for a value that's maybe 40, 50, 60 cents a share. The stock's 5 cents. Now, will it trade all the way up there? Maybe. Does it trade just partly there? Maybe. Is there a bit of a short squeeze and it goes to $1 something? Yeah, maybe. But the point is, it's a trade. Wherever you get out, you buy more of one of these others. And there might be other stocks, by the way. I'm learning more and more from you guys. I like this Northwest Bio. I don't like it for a trade, though. I don't like it for a trade. I like it as a stock you buy and you wait until a bigger pharmaceutical company buys the whole thing out. Then the shorts are rendered helpless. And anyway, rather than go through the other stocks all over again, I don't think it's entirely hopeless, but when regulators do nothing, when your own broker dealers do nothing, and when the criminals can just keep hitting the sell button, this is what happens. But they can't do it forever. The system can't sustain it forever. So at some point, it's going to snap back. I don't know when that is. I'm sure it's going to be the day after I sell out, you know? That's what always happens. But things change very quickly, Nakid. And you could. Wow, I guess I'm way behind. Studio 54. I went there with a beautiful woman in the Merrill Lynch trading class. I lost track of her, but she and I used to go, and um, I would get in just because I was standing next to her. I think she was from Australia. I think I'm way behind. I'm going to try to, or I'm just starting. I've seen these. There's going to be a big plummet in finger before the end of the day. Well, I didn't think so. Let me see where it closed. 3, and it's up. It's up after market. I don't think you're going to see big plummet in finger at all. You might see it slowly move downward, but I think finger, Kyle, of course, you got short term. Everything now. Bombing Gaza? Oh, no. Bombing Ukraine? No. Let's move on. Oh, Taylor Swift. Move on. Wait a minute. They're just the mentality. You don't even realize what we're doing to ourselves. Anyway, Finger has the shelf registration is still out there, and it's going to happen. Hello. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh, everybody makes that mistake. Everybody. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. And they're all in a boiler room. Yeah. Yeah. I know that. I know that. People tell me they sold. Yeah. 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 All right. All right. Sounds good, man. Well, Ham told me by answering all your questions, I look like a moron. Holly, are you rich? Well, all I can tell you, I wish I had a dime for every dime I have. I'm a trader? I don't think so. Do you think Finger will go higher than GTII? Yep, I do. But I'm not sure. Eric, advice has to change over time. And the longer the criminals have time, the more control they put on each situation. But Finger's a tremendous fundamental story. So risk reward, you pay $3 and it goes to 6, or it goes to 15, or it goes to 20. I think that's your downside in Finger. Your downside in Finger, if you wait, is up. That's your downside. Your upside is it gets out of controlled silly on the upside in a squeeze. I think Finger is a good, I think I need to do a video on that. GTII right now, I also feel like it's good risk reward. All you can lose is 24 cents. But do I think GTII could go lower? Sure. But looking at the charts is silly. That all you need is a buy-in, boom, it's up. All you need is legal action, boom, it's up. So as soon as you're out of the stock, it'll run, and then you'll be frozen. Wow, I'm way behind. Fairness. I think I banned Fairness. I didn't notice there's no trades coda guy. That really means the shorts are in trouble. No, Mark, MMAT has agreed to pay a fine. Pay a fine. I don't think they should. I think I banned Fairness. That's a good idea. Jeffries, I don't know where Red Bank is. That's a good idea. I don't know if Ham thinks it'll go first, but he, for, I don't know, I would say months, has said that Finger will go first. Look, I think just reading the tea leaves on Finger, the earnings, yeah, they disappointed because they weren't gangbusters. But the earnings aren't lost; they're just delayed into the next quarter. There's the $300 million shelf registration. That's still out there. That's not out there for shits and giggles. That's out there for real. That's out there for something. And I would have to say, logically, the beginning of the year is when you get that deal, whatever that deal done is. Is it a raise? Is it a merger? Is it an acquisition? Is it a spinoff? Who knows? But I think that's going to come. Now, if that has made the company enter a quiet period, well, that means there might be some news building up too, right? And then we know the CEO is going to a small cap conference at the end of the month. Just putting things together, if he's going to a conference, he's going to be able to talk. So maybe the quiet period ends. How would a quiet period end? If finally corporate action is announced. I don't know. I think there's good news coming for Finger. So I would guess Finger is going to go first. I answered that question. My blood pressure is showing. Ham's all rested up. I can't wait when it's spring. We'll all gather around and we'll have 2 cheering sections and I'll sit over in KYP's cheering section. I spoke about Trento Mine. There, either on the website or in the public news, there's a button you can click where you can have access to this report. I saw the report, which I'd never seen before. So it's out there publicly. The mine, and it doesn't change anything from what has been announced and discussed before publicly. But at a minimum, it looks like this mine has resources of 3 to 6 billion at a minimum range. I'm not going to give you the higher ranges. They were so high, but you've heard them before. There's 2 gentlemen that I'm really impressed with, and I'm really glad to work with, who have energy, drive, vision, and capability to get a project off the ground. Negotiations with GTII are ongoing. I don't know how long that would take. If you're looking for a sudden miracle, my advice to them, don't move quickly. Move as quickly as possible, but don't make any mistakes. Because if you do finally strike a deal, the shorts will find the flaw in it. No flaws, airtight. And I think it can blow the shorts out of the water. I like the upside of that deal, but for me, there's still a little bit more work to do. But I'm going to move as quickly as possible to the extent they've asked for my input. And I think the Trento mine is very exciting. But GTII right now, the whales are focused on a couple other things. I think the CEO has decided that he wants to throw his weight around, when before I think he was delegating a little bit. And hey, it's his company. He can do whatever the way he wants. But I think his involvement hasn't done anything to help the stock price, his day-to-day involvement. And in my opinion, I think he has to retire or die and keep his ownership, or somehow organize his ownership, but let the plans move forward, and let's try to see if we can catch the shorts out. But anyway, there's a bit of a back and forth. I don't think that back and forth will last long because there's so much money involved here. So much money. You know the story with ZJYL. Small float, a small group of guys own the float, insiders own the float, and they're going to ask for 500,000 shares out, leaving a float of maybe 600,000, and they're going to do a forward split. It's going to catch the shorts are in trouble. I've talked about GTII. I think I've probably bored everyone. To me, GTII is a company with 3 assets. 1, they got some cash so that they don't need cash. 2, they have a massive short position, if you believe it. I believe it. Others don't. And 3, they've got management that won't do a deal with the criminals. Those are the assets. The potential asset, one of them is Trento Mines, but there's others out there. On the bad side, on the negative side, the criminals keep selling it off while Alpine is at court, while the regulators are also in court, while nothing can be done, they keep selling it down, down, down. That's the negative. The company doesn't have anything particularly valuable, but that comes with a positive. They don't have a burn rate. They don't have to go to the market. But if they get a transaction done, everything can change overnight. It's a short squeeze play, and right now the sellers are winning. That's my summary. Why Ham doesn't reply to Investor Garan Knight on his post? Why does he naked short selling does not occur? I don't believe you. I'm sure if he saw that post, he's not going to waste his time. That's nice, D-Man. I'm not leaving these stocks. My father said, don't go off what a man says, but what he does. I agree with that. I don't know. I mean, we can't flip a switch. I will tell you, Ham has never backed away. He's here every day. Every day. Do you think Torrent Mine closed for GTII this year? I don't know the Torrent Mine. It was about GTII. I'll ask him about it, DBM, but I think if you're following someone on Twitter that's saying that naked shorting doesn't happen in these stocks, I think that statement is verifiably false. On the other hand, maybe we can argue about the definition of naked shorting. But if you define naked shorting as selling stock you haven't located, you haven't borrowed, or selling it wrong, it happens every single day in every single one of these stocks. If they're calling the toxic convertible note a hedge against the naked short, I don't want to bring it out. Do I have to bring it out? The filing against Hal Mintz says that's wrong. You have to locate the stock in writing before the trade. You can't locate it 6 months later. Talking about finger for an hour, talk about GTII. I personally think GTII could go lower, but at least 4 times from this price level, GTI turned around and ran like a son of a bitch up. And there was no visible reason why. So you're asking me to read tea leaves. Risk reward, you got 24 cents downside risk. You've got huge upside potential. But I don't know what else. I've talked about GTI. I don't know what else to say. I didn't talk with Trento Mines directly, but I'm talking with 2 highly talented, intelligent, hardworking people that are part of it. But I haven't been down to South America, if that's what you mean. Oh God, Dan. I don't know how it's possible, Dan. I don't know. How was it possible for GME to go, or how was it possible for this stock ZJYL to go? How did this stock, Dan A, how did this stock go from $4 to $600. How did that go? How was it possible? Dan, I'll give you a chance to read that chart. In November, I know it's bleary. November it was $4. In December, it hit $550 a share approximately. How was that possible? How was that possible, Dan? How is it possible, Dan? Buy-ins, shorts covering. That's how it's possible. And I happen to think Ace could be 100% right. If a short, I've always said it, if a short squeeze occurs, that could be a low price. If a short squeeze occurs. There's Inter Alia. Some of them were negative. I banned one of them, were regulars, but I think they're here probably to upset me, or as Ham said, to make me look stupid, which isn't difficult, as you know. It's pretty easy to make me look like an idiot. But you can come to South Korea, but you have to buy 2 seats. I was trying to trigger Ham. But Ham has he's very quick. Holy shit, give it a break. I'm sorry, Mark. Please chat about GTII with Ham, Bill. Thanks. Ben, GTII is down about, I don't know, $2 in the last 6 months. GTII is subject to aggressive short selling, first by the Kramers and their clients, and now by John Hurry, Alpine, and their clients. That selling hasn't stopped. According to him, there's 440 million shares naked short, counterfeited. According to a gentleman from Amex, bullshit. So you pick your side on that. GTII has tried everything from issuing coins, buying beyond Bitcoin, issuing that dog coin, Shiba Inu, doing special dividends, doing a share count, going on upstream. One other thing that got, all of it's been declined by FINRA and the system. They tried to merge with a law firm, which ended up not happening. And you can question whether or not it ever was real, but it's lawyers. They can't lie, but it didn't happen. The one last thing out there is Trento Mine. That went through international bonds, 250, 300 million. There was an interest rate crisis internationally. There's all sorts of back and forth. There was an ambassador involved. There's all sorts of different bureaucrats involved. Takes a long time, never come to fruition, but it's not dead. There was selling of GTII into a retail branch of PacWest in California, cost that firm $4 million. The FBI is investigating that. The company hired Wes Christian. As last I remember, he filed something like 42 or 52 subpoenas to get information on spoofing. It's still out there. Still out there. Alpine was picked out of FINRA by FINRA, but Alpine is arguing FINRA doesn't have a right to exist, and a couple of other things. It's been delayed. The selling continues. GTI has 2 officers and I think a board member. and an accountant or lawyer. 4 people. They have cash in the bank. They don't need to raise money, and they're fighting on our behalf. What else do you want to know about GTII? I like this idea. I like that, and I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. It looks like the plummeted finger is starting. Great, just great. I don't agree with you, but if you believe that, Kyle, you should sell your stock or buy puts. There are puts on finger. So if you believe that, make money off of your belief. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're right. It doesn't mean I'm right. It could go down. Happy as a pig in mud. Well, I could be happier. Oh, it could be a U3. I don't think so. It's trading now. ZJYL is trading now. 111. Inter alia. Yeah, I'm sick of it all, Kyle. I'm sick of it. I wish I hadn't wasted the last 2 years of my life. And you know, the more I'm doing this, the more I'm thinking it's time for me to go do something else. I don't make money on this. I don't know how to get monetized. It doesn't monetize. I don't know how to link it to Rumble. And all I get is that I'm a pump and dumper. It's not fun. If I wanted to be a retail broker, I could go work for Sears at Dean Whittier. But I keep going because there are good people and not everyone's negative. But I also keep not going because I think if you keep pressing, the dam will break at some point. And I also think the pursuit of truth is aided from above. So I'm not going to quit on above, but is this really fruitful? I don't know. Dan, GTII is a stock which took money from the Kramers in a toxic convertible note. David Reichman bought it back. There were 50 million shares that the Kramers shorted, and they wanted to drive it back down. Their henchman, Charlie Mayo, called into the company and said, hey, basically, we've got money. We'll buy stock from you. Reichman said no. Since then, the shorts have tried to buy in, call into Reichman over and over and over again. I believe we caught the shorts out by a special dividend a year ago. For some reason, everyone moved out of the stock. It didn't go high enough, I guess. It was at 9. And it was putting all kinds of pressure on the street. But for some reason. Since then, the company has tried to make other moves. They tried to buy. Anyway. The whales are still there, but there's other stocks. Whales get distracted, and I think over the last year, Finger has been the place to be. However, Finger pulled back, and I've eased off on Finger over the last. I don't know. It's been 4 months, 5 months. But I think Finger has some good things coming. And my opinion, Dan A, is that when the whales make money in Finger, they'll come back to GTII. I also think as the stock price in GTII goes down, I think the CEO will be less obdurate. Well, maybe Trump will go. I don't think Trump is going to be president, so I'm not gonna get baited into that. And I wish you, Billy Mack, I wish you all the luck with either Kamala Harris or Hillary or newbie Newsom. That is awesome, Michelle. I want to read that article. It's all money laundering. Ham's no longer on the phone, Dan A. I did ask Ham several times about GTII. I heard him answer it. So if you weren't listening, you can rewind. But since this question asks me to talk about GTI with Ham, I can't do that, so I'm going to move on. I don't think it's been halted forever, Nick, because it's up. As of 7/17, it's trading at $111. Did ZJYL just become another MMTLP? No. MMTLP, number one, it was created fraudulently. Number two, it was trading. And number three, it was going to be exchanged into a private company. And as far as I can tell, it started trading in the thousands of dollars pre-market. And Jessica Hopper, I believe, halted trading on an obscure ruling U3. It's totally different. This is ZJYL is a publicly traded company, who is going to do a forward split, and the shorts are trapped. So Kyle, if you're working for the shorts, I think pick a different stock because they're going to get crushed in ZJYL. I can't click on your Mexican. I can't click on your, it won't go. Yeah, I did that one already. There's news on the Finger Report. I'm going to skip it because I don't have time. Who's going to prison first, Kramer's or Lynn Partners? I think one of the members of the Kramer's boiler room, including Charlie Mayo, or maybe below him, Kramer's, somebody at Kramer's first. Momentum all by itself, if we create it's not enough because we'll run out. Momentum joined by the whales and then joined by the buy-ins, all we need. Accumulating is fine. Just know what you're doing. No one is going into prison. If they were, half of Congress would already be there. Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of brown-skinned people that go to prison every day. I do not think Don will join the fight, at least not yet. He needs to be proven that Ham's correct and that his lawyers are wrong. If you're freaking out, I'm overextended. Well, I might be. Satvik, it's because I believe none of us are selling Finger or GTII. I think it's all just jerks trading with jerks, criminals trading with criminals. So every order, I mean, how does, I don't know the sizes, I wasn't watching, but how do many traders with 50,000 to sell suddenly find in a legitimate market 50,000 in buyers, and foomp, it's all done without changing the price? It's all criminal. It's all criminal. And it's sanctioned by Gary Gensler, who I think has to be the biggest dweeb I've ever watched in action. Why finger keeps increasing each year? Are they dicutating? They might be dicutating, but they're look, come out 7. You're I don't know if that's a serious question. If you're trying to build a company and you're a public company, you try to raise money, capital, you need to issue shares. If you're trying to acquire companies, you sometimes need to issue shares. If you are hiring people, you issue shares. That's not dilutive necessarily. If you sign a deal with the Lynn Partners, you're about to experience dilution. They did sign a deal with Lynn Partners. They had made enough money to buy it back and pay all the penalties, and Lynn Partners said no. They had to hire Wes Christian to get that affected. But no, they issuing more shares is a sign of a healthy company when done properly. Yeah, I think you're right, Pharaoh. Yeah, sorry I'm yelling at you. I'm sorry I yelled. It's mind-numbing. It's my fault. I apologize, Rosie. Why does Finger's share count increase every year? They did a financing with Lynn Partners, which increased the number of shares, but it also gave them cash, which allowed them to grow their revenue substantially in a safe way by buying discounted minutes from the 3 biggest telecoms, or among the 3 biggest telecoms in China. That's the only source of additional shares that I've seen. They may have issued shares for employee benefit. That may be. They also did a number of private placements over the years. And as those private placements are converted into shares, that may be increasing the shares that you see. But that doesn't necessarily increase the fully diluted numbers of shares, because I don't know what you're talking about. I can't tell you. The amount of shares in Finger is going to go up. You can mark my word on that. It's going to go up. Is it dilutive? What if they buy a company? What if they buy a company? What if they buy a company that's doing tens of millions in revenue? I don't know. Is that dilutive or accretive? My answer to you, why is the share count increase every year? Because it's a growing company. It's a beautiful business model. It's a growing company. That's why it's going up every year. I have no idea what PHUN is. I'm not telling you not to invest in it. I just don't know anything about it. So Cooper's Human, that might be a brilliant idea. I just don't know anything about PHUN, and I'm too tired to learn about it right now. Oh, I misspoke then. It was a reverse split on GNE. Yeah. Yeah, that guy was in it for himself. How long did you have to listen to him? He always talked about himself. I imagine he's a Leo or a bad Gemini. I don't know what the torrent did think. Torrent mine closed for GTI this year. I have no idea what that question means. If you're asking me, do I think there's a chance of getting a deal done on the Trento mine this year, this month, this quarter? Sure. Sure. But I'm not promising anything. Don't, many a slip between cup and lip. Oh, GME was a stock issue dividend. Okay. Fun is up 450%. I'll look at it. Oh God, guys, who cares? The high in the week, the high in the year is 115 pennies, $1.15. The low is 7 cents, and now it's 14 cents. They priced. Do you really want me to waste my time on this? They priced an offering, 7 million, a registered direct offering of 90 million shares at 8 cents apiece with Roth Capital Partners. Am I talking to myself because nobody's home? Roth Capital Partners. Is this today? Oh, well, maybe Roth Capital Partners is legit. Let me look. We commit to great relationships. Team. An experienced team. Byron Roth, Sager Smith, Aaron Gurwitz, Gordon Roth, Ted Roth, Nazan Akaderitz, Matthew Kassar Nasima, Jeff Martin, Patrick Kearns. Well, they certainly have a little more depth. This says 42 cents. Did they do a split of some kind? An update on Donald Trump's presidential election has the stock up. Software platform company. $72 million shares changing hands. I don't know. I don't see anything that excites me. I like that. JM, I like that. ZJYL is suspiciously quiet with zero price movement for 3 hours like a tranquil volcano right before it erupts. I like that. Toupee. That'd be fun to watch Ham wear a toupee in a pickleball game as he started sweating. Yeah, the fraud is totally in your face, Skinny Whale. Buy fun. All right. I can't, I'm not saying buy fun, but you can say it. You had you got the audience. Is it possible hedge funds could have called up SEC to have them cancel ZJYL stock because it was about to squeeze? No, I think it's more likely there was an order imbalance. I can't think of another reason. Finger could move to T0, but I don't think they need to. And I'm also not sure they would. They're very conservative. I don't think they'd be the leader on that. But yes, they could. GTII could. When is the special dividend, Gabriel? I think it's within the fortnight. Within the fortnight. Yeah, both charts look horrible, but fund has some action. That's true. That's volume into an offering. My guess is whoever did that offering is selling their stock, keeping the warrants. I'm guessing. That's interesting, Social Watch. Maybe I'll take the train up. Someone owes him a toupee. Pharaoh. There's no guarantees on the Trento mine. And I don't think it's necessarily close. I don't think it's necessarily far. It's just too soon to be able. I'm not privy to anything that's going on that's material information anyway. Yeah, I know, Sam. I guess. I'm going to say no, Farrell. I don't think it's close. I don't know what you mean by close. Could it be less than a year? Yes. I want to see that article. And it's starring Adina Friedman. Yay! Yeah, sorry that I noticed that, BBJ. I did cut him off quite a bit. I guess partly right now I can't hear very well out of this ear, and the speaker's right there. But partly, so I didn't know when he was stopped. But partly I just talked over him, and you're right. I shouldn't have done that. So I apologize, BBJ. Finger Perdition GME 2.0. I don't think they're really related at all. The only thing that would be close is if the criminals have started to get control of Finger, but I don't think any other criminals other than the clients that Jeffrey Easton placed that stock with would ever join in. It's not very good risk reward to short Finger. Yeah, and that's, to me, the 1.3 billion is not a positive in FHUN. No, Farrell, I don't think the Trento mine is going to get done soon. I don't know what you mean by soon. Could it get done before the end of the year? Yes. Could it get done before the end of the spring? Yes. Could it get done sooner? Yeah. I don't speak to the DOJ. I don't know. I don't know that government is totally corrupt. It's just a lot of people that want to keep their job and pay their mortgage and hope their wife doesn't switch to a different man. And it's they look the other way, keep their head down. The corruption is at the top. I don't know what's going on with MMAT. I do know that Pedro Philly really gave a good recommendation, and I trust his judgment. So if I can beg off of that question for a while, I would just suggest to you that you look up Pedro Philly's Twitter account. I don't know why you would invest in marijuana stocks, but I'll ask him that. I don't know what S is. S issued a warrant, dividend 7 trading days. That's great, Rainier. The warrant has risen 5x, and it's already on Reg Show. Is S Sears? I don't know. We got a ton of snow. Oh, Sava. See, it works. Thank you, Rainier. Feel like I'm way behind. Adiana Friedman. Oh, she's at the forum. What a great chick. I shouldn't pick on her for being female, but what a great person. I need a moderator. I think maybe Chris, maybe God, my brain. She does this with her eye. I don't know why I keep addressing them. I try I try to show that I'm not avoiding negative questions, but I don't know. You're right, Two Punch. It's a good picture. Gretchen, I didn't talk directly to GTII, but I really liked the two guys I met with. I think they're terrific. The energy is great. The optimism is sky high, and the can-do-itiveness is off the charts. I feel GTII has to get around I think there's been some juggling in terms of the decision making in the executive suite, and once they resolve that, which I think they will, this all can move forward. I think GTII has an enormous amount of stock being sold, but you can't stretch a rubber band very far before it snaps back. But I think there's a lot riding on the next 2 or 3 decisions that David Reichman makes. I feel that GTII is getting cheaper, so it's getting ever closer to an attractive buying point. I wish I had seen that, Eddie, before. Thank you. That's good advice. That's good advice, Eddie. GTII will be the last stock I ever purchase. Yeah, I don't blame you for that. And I think that mood, if I can call it that, will affect a generation. It'll affect a generation. And it's all attributable to the greed and corruption of a few. Busy brands. I don't know the title, but if you go to Ham's, Berna, if you go to Ham's Twitter, yeah, I'm sure you'll find it there. I would love that, Jennifer. I don't know, why am I so far behind? Anyway, Jennifer, I would love it, and KYP. Pharaoh, I don't think the Toronto mine is close to getting done. Could it get done this year? Yes. D-Man, that would be great. Idiots. Idiots. It's for you. My biggest fear now for GTII is a reverse split. I think I mean, people can make their decisions, right? But I think you can cross that off your list of fears. GTII doesn't need cash. GTII doesn't have a burn rate that's significant. GTII has management and CEO that's never, since the day they bought back the toxic convertible note from Kurt Kramer at Power Up Lending, they've never interacted in a financial way with the criminals. So I think you can take that off your list of worries. Yeah, okay, pilot. I agree with you. I need moderators because I get distracted and I don't know who. I just try to not appear to avoid difficult questions. That's all. But I feel like my computer's going to overheat. And you know, Jennifer, there are obnoxious people today, but I think there's pressure on the criminals. I really think that's why they're here. That's why they're here. I love that, Mark. Thank you. Thank you, Mark. I happen to agree with that, Code Red for Life. Couldn't agree more. I like this, David Smith. I like that. It's a lot of stock, right? It's a lot of stock. Remember when it was $1, $2? It's a lot of stock. I like that trade. Was I being mean to Key? Sorry, Key. I didn't know you. I didn't know. Citadel. Is that right, Skinny? Credit Suisse in China. So they would probably move all the records and trades over to China. Unbelievable. This whole world is corrupt. Is all the money I put into GTII just gone? I don't think so, but it could be. I can't promise it's not. But I don't think so. I don't know your cost basis. I don't know if you bought more, where you paid. But there's a risk that it's gone. Sure, there's a risk. I mean, these are speculative stocks, but that's not a bad trade. You sold CAUD and bought rum. That's not a bad trade from what I'm hearing, Mark. Sounds like William is giving up on GTII. No, Mr. Rumdog, I'm not. Damn it. Why is it on off? Why is it on off? I got decidedly cool on GTII. I don't remember, 70, 80 cents. Should I have been telling you to buy it at 70 and 80? I got really concerned at 50 cents, 49 cents. Should I have been telling you to buy then? When it broke 40. When it broke 40, Mr. Rumdog. It made me concerned that it was going to go to 23 cents. I showed you the chart the other day, last week. Should I have been telling you to buy? Mr. Rumdog, I'm not going to recommend going against my gut feeling. I'm not giving up on GTII, everyone. And I'd appreciate it, Mr. Rumdog, if you didn't speak for me, or if you're going to speak for me, listen. I think GTII can go lower. I think there's enormous whales in GTII. I do not think the solution to GTII is all that difficult. And I intend to do everything I can do to effect a solution that screws the shorts in GTII. Can I be any more clear, Mr. Rumdog? It's awesome. I love that trade. I love that trade at 23 cents. I predicted Finger would hit 2 before 6. What's Ham's real reason for pushing this stock? Peter Joy, it's just to steal money from you. Ham's here to steal money from you. That's what it is, Peter Joy. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. I don't. Did Finger hit $2 before 6, Peter Joy? Did it? I don't know from your prediction. What is Ham's real reason for pushing this stock? Number one, I don't think he's pushing it. He's telling you you can buy it if you want to or not buy it. Ham has followed Finger for 3 or 4 years. He owns Finger. He's also, GTII came to him and he's followed that. I think Ham believes in the story of Finger. And I think Ham also has been watching the trading in Finger, so he knows it cold. You can't know what's happening in GME. Can't know what's happening in rum, for example. Can't know what's happening in PHUN. But Ham knows what's happening in Finger. Could he be wrong? Sure. So what is Ham's real reason for pushing Finger? I think he wants to make money for himself, but I also think he wants the people he's spoken to make money. And Peter Joy, thanks for joining the conversation. I also think Ham has a bigger goal, 23-year campaign of destroying the shorts and calling out the system. That's a different thing. So you have to be able to see, Peter Joy, that sometimes he keeps pushing because he wants to bust these bastards. And is that always in line with making money? Maybe, maybe not. But I think Ham believes that Finger is going to go to up a lot if and when it squeezes. So I think that's his real reason for talking about this stock. I don't think he's pushing it, Peter Joy. But thank you for your vocabulary. I don't choose to agree with your choice of words. I like that, Saber Delta. I think that's right, David. I think something's going on. They're putting a lot of pressure on. I think there's 3 things the shills don't want. They don't want any proof out there that we're right. Secondly, They don't want one stock to make money because then it'll roll to others, right? And of course, thirdly, they're being paid to do what they do. What's the real reason for pushing this stock? It does nothing but fall, and everyone is making excuses. Well, Peter, nothing goes straight up. I'm not making excuses. If you want to hear them that way, you're a rugged guy. You're a go-get-em guy. You never make a mistake. You never have to explain anything. The strong, silent type. Got it. Got it. But sometimes people ask questions. You got to explain what you see. That's not excuses. Peter Joy. Finger in my time frame went from 23 cents to $17. $17. That's not doing nothing. Let me just give you that nothing. It's done nothing. 17 divided by 0.23, 73x. 73x. That's not doing nothing. Not doing nothing at all. And then Peter Joy, at that time there were 6 million shares short. About a year ago, Finger went to $9. I think it might have gone a little higher. But at the same time, everyone ran over to COSM. GTI went down, but so did Finger, because the money was flocking to COSM. I have it in photograph form, but the Lin partners, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, Hai Lee Kim, Sam Chung, John Hancock, and their 2 or 3 investors, and maybe some other friends, in the span of 10 days, 10 trading days, Peter Joy, right when the 3 Musketeers got us to everybody to move to COSM. In 10 trading days, the short volume as reported by FINRA. Oh, you can't just add those up. Whatever. That's what FINRA reports. And until FINRA reports something else, I'll go with it. They shorted 104 million shares in 10 days. And they drove Finger down. Whose fault is that? What is the real reason for the stock going down, Peter Joy? But Finger kept moving forward. They hired Wes Christian. They got out of the toxic contract with Jeffrey Easton and Philip Vallier at the Lin Partners, and it cost them money. They worked through COVID and the Chinese shutdown. Their revenues have continued to rise. They've moved forward on Sapientus, big data, with 2 of the biggest insurance companies in the world. They have a scientific mathematic lab that's in the 2nd stage and very close to monetizing. Big data in the world's largest economy. They've continued to grow the text messaging and et cetera, the SMS, the buying of minutes. They've continued growing that. They are working on the text messaging, but they move over to Rich Communication Services, RCS, and that's growing, and it's booming. They purchased the Netflix of Southeast Asia, 100 million users. They continued to be a toll booth into the online shopping at things like Tmall, collecting revenue on that. They signed up Univest, which seems to back away, but they published on September 11th, $300 million shelf offering. And they're moving forward on whatever it is they have in mind. And I'm forgetting one of their other platforms for making money. Oh, 5G. 5G is rolling out everywhere, province by province in China. And as it rolls out, as people buy 5G phones, Peter Joy, as they buy 5G phones, China mandates that they must buy warranty coverage, nicknamed Apple Care, on each of those phones. That's growing. And if it's 100, which is what I understand, 100 a year approximately, Finger Motion gets 25 of that for just being there in the transaction. Finger Motion is moving forward. It's booming. No excuses, pal. No excuses. None. The stock is under pressure from counterfeit short sellers, Jeff Easton, Philip Vallier, and the people behind the 2 or 3 hedge funds that the short funds they represent. That's why it's down. That's not an excuse. What is the real reason for pushing the stock? Number one, I don't give a fuck if you buy it. I really don't. I wish you would sell it, Peter Joy. Or you probably already are, to hundreds of thousands of, tens of thousands, millions of shares. I don't care if you buy it, Peter Joy. I really couldn't care less. But why do I put it on my list, which I have here of out of a dozen stocks? I put it very near the top. Because if your goal is to buy a stock, Peter Joy, for the long term, I think Finger Motion is a brilliant choice. It's Southeast Asia, it's China, it's young people, it's phones. It's brilliant. It's revenue that will go on and on and on. In the short run, it has, I think, a huge naked short problem. If that gets bought in, that's amazing, Peter Joy. That is amazing. So, how do I see the risk reward in Finger, Peter Joy? I think it's a speculative stock, but I think it is a safer. You can't use that word. It's just it's a more solid speculative stock than most of these others. I think the stock could be $25, $35 on its own in 18 months to 2 years without a short position. More short term, I think it could be $4, $5, $6, $7 without paying any credence to the naked short. Why? There's the potential of merger and acquisition / raising capital / maybe I can't think what else, why they filed that shelf registration. But I think something's coming. There's a quiet period. I think that's coming to an end. Their earnings, Peter Joy, not making any excuses. Why do you call that an excuse? In order to follow accounting rules, they missed the cutoff. They can't put those earnings in the last quarter. They have to put it in the next quarter. That's not an excuse. It's an explanation. to me, you can buy the stock for $3. If you're willing, and you're probably not, but if one is willing to wait somewhere between 6 weeks and 6 months, I think your downside in Finger is making $1, $2, or $3 a share profit. I think the downside in Finger is $5 a share, give or take, over the next weeks, months. There's still risk to that projection. You know, not to make excuses, but there could be an EMP disaster from the sun, a shot from the sun, and all our satellites and electronics go out and phones are worthless. I mean, that's not an excuse, but you could have something out of the blue that ruins that. But ceteris paribus, I think the downside in Finger is up. I think the downside in Finger is a double of your money. Question is, how long do you have to wait for that? That's how I read Finger. The upside in Finger is a short squeeze. And you could get into hundreds of dollars a share. So that's why I don't push the stock. I really don't care if you buy it, Peter. And frankly, I wish you'd sell it. But, and you probably already are selling a ton of it. But that's why I like Finger as a potential risk reward. I think the risk is you make money, and the reward is you make a ton of money. So I think that's why I like Finger. You don't have to buy it. I really don't care. You don't have to buy it. I've got about 4 or 5 stocks at the top of my list. Finger happens to be, if you calculate in risk, Finger's number 1. But if you calculate immediacy and return, Logic's number 1. If you want to get in a stock that has a dividend coming or 2, I think HNRC. And then I like HNRA for its asset value. And I continue to like CAUD, but I think that's going to take time. GTII, I've always said it's a twin sun with Finger. If Finger runs, I think GTII is going to run. What else? I don't have my list in front of me. I like Northwest Biosystems because I think you're going to have more than one pharmaceutical company come in and bid on the stock and buy everybody out of their misery. And there's other stocks out there that I like, and I'll talk about them. Peter Joy, I'll talk about them. And I don't want to focus on one stock. I am not pushing the stock, but I think Finger, if this speculative bubble is where one wants to play, is as exciting a stock to buy as any that is out there. And because your friends have sold it off, it's not excuses, that's opportunity. I think it's an attractive buying price. I think it can go to 5 or 6 or 7 from here without any squeeze. Could it go lower? Sure, Peter Joy. Absolutely. Any stock, anytime can go lower. Anytime. If this shelf registration, is it a bond? Is it stock? What is it? They could do it lower. Or maybe, Peter Joy, people in the know are selling the stock to give that money to the company. Who knows? Maybe they'll surprise you, Peter Joy, and get a financing done above market. Who knows, Peter Joy? I like the company. That's why I talk about it. I think it's a good company. It's down. So you want to project in your intense certainty and knowledge and only know the truth? You want to suggest to people that because the stock doesn't go straight up, there's something wrong with it and it's being pushed? I don't know. You tell me a stock. The only stocks I see are the stocks in this market. They go straight down. They go straight down, but you don't question that. You expect stocks to go straight up. Doesn't happen. Does not happen. There are 7 stocks that the Fed keeps buying, and for I don't know several years they seem to go straight up, but that'll change. That'll change. Is he gloating? I don't know. What's that? Did I sell any GTII? Sure, I've sold GTII. I've sold it and I've bought it. But what you really want to know is if I pumped and dumped you, isn't it? When the stock went to 8 or 9, I didn't sell any. None. Didn't sell a thing. Didn't sell a thing. But at that time, GTII was the only stock I owned. That's not true. I owned CRTD. Only 2 stocks. I had a little bit of finger. So as GTII came down at low prices, I sold some to buy MMTLP. I think it'll work out, but so far that's been a non-productive trade. I sold some GTII to buy CRTD. That was a disaster. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. Absolute disaster. I sold some to buy Finger. I made money, so I bought GTII back. I sold some to buy Finger calls. I made money. I bought more Finger calls, made money. Bought more Finger calls, made money. And then ultimately, while I went down for that movie that day, and where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Get there, get there, get there. I lost a lot of money on that day because I wasn't sitting watching. I was doing an interview. And I sold some to buy Logic to get the CAUD distribution. So yeah, I've sold some. Silver Minecart, my prices are all, well, now they're higher from here, but they were all low prices. And the stock went up sometimes. I'm like, darn it. But it's not really any of your business, but I'll answer you because if you're owning stock and you just hold it all the way down, what are you doing? My decisions weren't good, obviously. But as I've told you, Silver Minecart for I don't know, 8 months, it seemed the market was telling you Finger was moving, and it was moving first. So, but my intention is, I have no idea. I have high hopes for Logic, Silver Minecart. Of course, you're not going to buy it. You're not going to do anything with it. But I have high hopes with Logic that over sometime before the end of the month, that this reverse merger that was announced over a year ago, and then the de-SPAC is finally going to happen. Now, the Silver Minecart. Let me give you a little bit of how I see it. Logic, 5 cents. It's a shell. Has nothing. There's no reason to own it. It's a shell. $147 million shares. They don't need to raise money. I mean, I'll tell you the risk, but they don't need to raise money. 147 million shares. The company that they announced for the reverse merger, a year ago was 250 million. They let that one go because they have a better one. On calls here, Brent has spoken about how many companies he has his choice of companies ranging from 600 million to 800 million. That's my memory. You can go back and listen to the videos. If we take a company worth 650 million, you can adjust this number any way you want. I have to start something somewhere. I heard numbers from 600 million to over 800 million. So I'm picking 650 million. You can pick what you want. What we get as shareholders of Logic is anywhere from 10% of the company, of the reverse merger company, to 15%. It's a negotiation. It'll go higher if there's more than one company interested. I'm going to use an eighth. Use an eighth. Okay. At an eighth, our part of that newly created company is $81 million. You divide it by 147 million shares. $0.55 a share. 55 cents a share. A company with a value of 650 million acquires the Logic shell, the whole thing. We get 80 million of it, of the new company, divided by 150 million shares gives you 50 cents a share. 50 cents a share. Now, what are the risks? The risks are that the valuation is bogus or inflated. Well, since I don't know anything about the valuation, I can't tell you, but we have to look out for that. The other risk is, instead of letting another company buy the shell, maybe he just continues to operate the company, brings in some ragtag additions, and then has to go to the criminals again for money. I don't think that's happening, but it's always a possibility. We have to keep our eye out for that. Those are the two risks. That's it. That's it. Otherwise, that's what's happening. Something like this. Now, could this be lower? Sure. Maybe that's 45 cents. Could it be higher? Yeah. Could be 70 cents. Now, what happens? They're going to simultaneously do a 1-for-50 split. They'll wait till this is done. Then you have a $27 stock that trades on the NYSE, I hope. It'd be uplisted anyway. Could be NASDAQ. But you'll have institutions buying. I hope it's a solid enough a company. This should have revenues. Anyway, silver mine cart. This is how I think about it. There's the story. And this isn't new. I've talked about this for months, these kind of things, particularly in the context of tax loss selling. So, silver mine cart. For logic, it doesn't have to go to that full value. It could go beyond that value because there's a large short position, or it goes partway. But for the argument I'm making for you right now, I want to show you this. Logic goes from 5 cents to 50 cents. I just showed you all the arithmetic for that deal. And let's say it's announced February 15th or sooner, and it goes to 50 cents. Now, I'm going to have a hard time deciding if it only goes to 25 or 30. I'm not saying, and it depends on the announcement. I'm not saying diamond hands, and I'm not saying you have to wait for 50 cents. On the other hand, it might go to $1.25 as there's shortcoming. But here's my logic. I didn't mean that. Didn't mean that. So here's my logic, the silver mine cart. It's just an example. But if I were to sell 1,000 GTI at 50 cents and buy Logic at 5 cents, I could buy 10,000 shares at 5 cents. $500, $500. But I haven't sold my whole position, just sold a little bit. Then if Logic goes to 50 cents, I sell Logic at 50 cents for $5,000. And as it happens, I mean, I can't guarantee this will be it, but if it all somehow happened today, as it happens now, I could buy GTII, I could buy 20,000 shares. So I would, the number that I'm focusing on rather than dollars is increasing my GTII from 1,000 shares to 20,000 shares. By doing this, I I think this price was, and it wasn't very much stock, but I think this price was closer to, I'd have to look it up if it's your business, like 46 or 47 cents. But anyway, this is the idea. And then my 1,000 becomes 2,000 GTII. That's my goal. That's my goal. Now, what's my risk here? My risk is GTI runs. But it short squeezes. Alpine goes out of business and it short squeezes. But to me, the fact that Logic also has a large short position, and I can make maybe 5x to 10x on my Logic trade, maybe 20x in, I think, 30 days, 45 days. That's called trading. And it's called trying to grow your money, grow your asset. So I did it with a little bit. Yeah, I did it with a partial. Will I be right? I have no idea. I sold Finger 1,000 shares. I'm out of good luck. I think you sold at the bottom, but that's your right to sell. It could go lower. And now you have $3,000 that if it goes lower, you can buy your position back or you can do something else. And I'd be tempted with that money to buy 50,000 shares of Logic, or buy 25,000 shares of Logic and buy 25,000 shares of HNRC, or more. You probably buy 50,000 shares of HNRC. What if you had 50,000 shares of HNRC and they pay a 10-cent dividend? I can't promise that because the information given is opaque, but it'll happen soon. If you bought 50,000 shares of HNRC at 3 cents, it cost you $1,500. I think that's right. That sounds awfully, that sounds awfully pounceable. Yeah, $1,500 to buy 50,000 shares of HNRC. Let's say they pay a dividend of 10 cents. You get $5,000 back. I can't promise all that. You have to do your own arithmetic, do your own assumptions. But maybe the dividend's only 2 pennies or 1 penny. All I know, he's announced he intends to make a dividend distribution. It's a little unclear if it'll be cash or stock or partially both. But he did say that he sold non-core assets for 15 cents a share, and he intended to distribute that asset by the end of the year. Anyway, there's risk. I know, JB. I hate it. What I hate is that you even have to be educated about all this crime going on. This is a regulatory job. It's a compliance officer job. And if settlement were enforced to be simplistic, we wouldn't have to deal with any of this. We wouldn't have to deal with any of this. I think bring back the uptick rule, know your customer, know who's selling, get rid of those fictitious market makers. Enforce Reg Show as it relates to locating shares. And I would even go further. I would make it a crime, a felony for CEOs to sign toxic convertible notes and warrants. Any of those documents that have tranches and they cheat the shareholder, I'd make it a felony for CEOs to sign those deals and to be paid by the hedge funds minimum 10 years in prison. And I would put those CEOs in prison where the young men, no longer young, under Bill Clinton and Joe Biden's 3 strikes you're out, drug laws, I'd put them in prison right next to them. I didn't mean to be rude, Jennifer. Didn't mean to be rude. Inter alia. Some people. I will do better, Alia. I'll do better. I promise. Yes. 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 Mexican. I don't have all these charts right at my fingertips. Here. I'll just have to draw it unless I can find it quickly. I've shown you the chart, so I can just draw it. But Aubrey Spack, Mexican. Aubrey Spack traded like that for a year. They got a third-party valuation at 114 million. They struck a deal. Well, that's not where that happened. That happened in the middle of the deal. But at the beginning of the SPAC here, valued at $10, in my opinion, Polar Hedge Fund and the Aubrey SPAC principals and Brownstone Financial and the lawyers all colluded, probably knowingly, but that's my judgment. I can't prove it, to induce Logic to enter into this SPAC here at $10 a share. And for a year, it traded there. They got this deal done. It went up to 12 and it stayed in the $11 range. And then they de-SPACed and the stock went to 38. And somebody Mexican called into the NASDAQ and said, hey, wait a minute, there's not enough shares. They did this, stop trading. So NASDAQ stopped trading. And then when it opened, it plummeted down to $2. And now it's $1. Mexican private equity here, Polar hedge funds, in my opinion, and the Brownstone Financial and the Aubrey SPAC principals and their lawyers. I think they were all in it together. Started a year ago, 14 months ago. They put this money in. Well, they delayed everything with the SEC, Mexican, so that Aubrey SPAC needed more capital here, or the deal would fall through. Guess what? Brownstone advised them to go with Polar Hedge Fund. Polar did a toxic convertible note. They saw no choice but to take it. They left the company with no money, $100,000 in the bank. They paid the lawyers $2.5 million. They paid the investment bankers, the Brownstone, $2.5 million. And then they manipulated the price here, and then it collapsed. They took, in my opinion, they took $150 million out of the market cap, and they paid themselves $2.5 million. And now they're doing some sort of financing down here to take more money out to pay themselves. And they organize this. I'm sure they're getting a kickback. It's all my opinion. But Mexican private equity. Why? Because Polar could put up the money and then they ask for it all back here. They get it all back with a return. They have no money at risk. They get the deal done. They short the crap out of it. Yes, private equity works with the short sellers. I'll go further. It's the only way private equity gets their outstanding rates of return. Only way. No. Dan, I don't know what stock you're talking about. There will not be a reverse split. There's no need for a reverse split in GTII. In Finger, there will be no reverse split. Now, at least in the ceteris paribus, there's not going to be a reverse split. I don't know what other stocks you're talking about. So I'll leave it at that. Hola, Bella. How do you say that? Hola, Bella. Don't shovel snow. Let it melt. Let it melt. Let it melt. Key, I know I wasn't mad at you, by the way, Key. I thought I said that. I'm not mad at you. And I know one thing. I got to stop answering any questions on the dividend. It just gets me. It reminds me of when I worked with clients. I didn't get my dividend. It's so boring. It's to the point of it. Anyway, I apologize to you, Key. I apologize to you, Key. You didn't deserve me to appear to be mad at you. I wasn't mad at you, but I know I raised my voice. And it's okay to be curious. It's okay to ask questions. What I react to are the bullies and the people that are obviously. Look, I also know there's a lot of tension going on. We're all lost money. I mean, if you guys think I'm sitting here and somehow I didn't lose a lot of money and a lot of opportunity crossed, you're crazy. Those guys that make fun of me and laugh at me and threatened me. They got me. They hurt me. They did hurt me. I lost money. So, I'll try to get that out, Mexican. I'll try to get that out. I don't know the answer. You're asking the wrong guy. Are you talking to me? I'm popping earnings expectations like crazy. Now he bitches, how is he supposed to know? That is BS from a guy who acts like he knows everything. What a loser. I don't know. Sarah, I just read to you, moved all these papers around, but I just read to you. You can look it up. I don't need to read it to you again. I just read to you what Martin Shen, the CEO of Finger, announced in the earnings release. And he, just to paraphrase, he said he was far more optimistic on earnings. And he also said that they missed a cutoff. Now, Sarah, you're showing, I don't think you're a loser, but I think you're showing you're not really thinking it through. What Ham said is, how is he supposed to know? He's not an accountant. How is he going to know that they're going to miss the cutoff? Sarah, the earnings occurred. The revenue occurred. Sarah, if you listen to the publicly stated press release from Martin Shen, the earnings occurred, Sarah. The revenue occurred, Sarah. They missed the cutoff for being able to report those earnings in that quarter. Does that mean the earnings didn't occur, Sarah? No, the earnings occurred. So when will it be reported? My guess is the next quarter. And that means that quarter could have a huge bump up in earnings, don't you think? They start out the quarter in the positive, Sarah? I don't think you mean to call him a loser. Sarah, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something, Sarah, if I can find it. If I can find it. It's just taking a second. So I'll try to keep talking. But Sarah, I got this from him after he hung up. I got it from the loser, but it's taking. So I'll just read it to you. I don't think I'm going to be able to show it to you. I'll just read it to you. Crazy Diamond posted on Fingers earnings. He took a snapshot. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm a loser too because my computer is just so effing slow. Maybe I will be able to show it to you. Just have to wait a minute. But when you look, none of us did. We didn't look at the, I didn't have time to look at the SEC filing because I went live. Maybe I could have done it. I didn't do it. So Sarah, this gentleman read the actual filing rather than just a press release. And he sent it to the loser. And the loser sent it to me. And I want to read it to you. If I can find it. Is that it? I think this is it. I think this is it. Everything's so slow. It's so slow. The circles of death. I can't wait till I go buy a new computer. I think this is it. Yeah. Okay, Sarah. This is from the loser. All right, I have to go back to the comments. And I got this, Sarah, from the loser. This comes from the filing with the SEC regarding finger earnings. Our gross profit for the 9 months ended November 30, 2023. Our gross profit, Sarah, was $3,142,000. Sarah, it was an increase of $1,488,000 or 90% compared to the 9 months ended in November 30, 2022. In other words, year over year. The significant increase in gross profit was attributed not only to the enhanced revenue for the period, but also the introduction of new product mix within the telecommunications product and services. So Sarah, that was given to me by the loser. That was given to me by the loser. Unless you meant I'm the loser. In that case, I'm the loser. I got heated with Key. Yeah, I didn't mean to be heated with her. I was heated. I would agree with that. But I really wasn't heated at her or with her. I mean, you're right. What can I say? Hey, Juice. I intend to add a lot of GTII to my portfolio. That's what I intend to do. Exactly, Abundant Universe. I faced that. And I took a deep breath. I didn't want to sell at 50 because you wouldn't want to wait for the 31 days. Exactly. That's the dilemma. But the unique thing, which I tried to explain over it from November, actually starting in October, is we had enough of these other alternatives that could work that you didn't really have to miss everything. But I understand that. Look, there's no right answer. There's no magical answer. And, Abundant Universe, GTII could be $50 tomorrow if Alpine said you had to buy in the stock. Not Alpine, but you know what I mean, Finner. It's not really Finner. It'd be like a receivership. Well, I don't think Ham replies to everything. He gets a lot of posts, a lot of them. And I know he doesn't reply to all of them. I don't begrudge him. He spends a lot of time on Twitter. He's on these calls at least an hour, hour and a half a day. He goes on with Ace. He's on the phone constantly. I don't begrudge him not having time. I'm somebody that doesn't even know how to use DMs. So I don't begrudge him. I think he works his ass off on behalf of everybody. I'm leading the herd to the slaughterhouse. eFresh, I answered a lot of questions of yours before. I'm starting to think you're just here to cause trouble. So I'm not going to answer very long. But it is not my intention to lead the herd to the slaughterhouse at all. And eFresh, if it weren't for your buddies constantly counterfeiting shares, I think there would have been a lot of profits. And there were a lot of profits. People didn't take all of their profits. But it's so easy to see in retrospect. The hardest thing to do in a stock is sell. So eFresh, I highly recommend, if people don't want losses in the stock market, don't invest. I don't mean to lead anyone to the slaughterhouse, but I don't know what to say to you. Finger was up massively. GTI was up massively. Some people sold those stocks and made huge profits. A lot of the stock positions we're in, the story's not over. I'm going to leave it that at eFresh because I think you're trying to be a jerk. That's very funny, DBMMMMMMM. It's very funny comment. Very funny comment. Jennifer, I'll try to look into MMAT. To me, the question on MMAT is, did they do that financing? You know, they had that big financing out there, and then it looks like they didn't do it. But my concern with MMAT is the board and the CEO did not listen to the warnings to not work with these smiling faces on Wall Street. I'll try to find an answer on MMAT. I don't want to. I don't feel good about MMAT because of the financing. It's not the company; it's the mortgage. No, I think Rum. Oh, I'm sorry, Rum Dog. I don't know. I don't have anything bad to say about Rum Dog. So, I don't know what that Jennifer. I forget what that guy's name was. Rum Dog, maybe. Look, if you want me just to paint the rosy picture, we come on and you ask me how I'm doing, never better. If you want me to be that kind of guy, I can do that. Every day I'll say buy GTII, whether it's 5 or 3 or 2 or 1 or 10. I'll just be all smiley. It's going to go up. Of course, it always goes up. Is that what you want? Oh, I want to hear this. Red Pepper Ronnie, stop giving the show a voice. They can't get paid if you ignore them. Ah, okay. Well, try to tell me which ones they are, or you've already done that. You've already done that. Hey, Gina, Rocco, Montemoro. I like, what a name. What a name. I know a good friend of mine married a Rocco, but not a Rocco Montemoro. I love that horse. I'm more afraid of horses now, but that would be a nice horse to say hi to. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. All in. Well, all in, I'm not going to comment on that because I'd love my site to be monetized at some point. I said one thing about one item that others were saying in the news, but I'm not going to say it anymore. Hey, Matt K. Man, I'm way behind. Yeah, we're going to war, Aldo, if you're still here. That's absolutely, Gerald Salente always says, when all else fails, they take you to war. And that's been just, it's been destroying me thinking about we're going to go to war with Iran. And I think it's happening. It's not going to be good. This woman, Victoria Nuland, who I don't think can run I'd be like Clint Eastwood. how fast can you run the mile? You know, I don't think she can, but she doesn't mind sending people to war. It's terrible. And, you know, if you guys think, those of you who follow the mainstream media, you don't have to believe me or not, but on January 1, a a 10 on the Richter scale earthquake hit a peninsula that sticks, I think it's called the Shika nuclear power plant. It hit right under it. It's not in the news. I'm sure the plant survived, aren't you? It moved the land up like 80 feet. I'm sure the plant survived. Nothing to worry about. What did I say that was so funny? It's a little bit funny. This feeling inside. If the Dems could control who wins, why would they have let them win in 2016? Well, I think what happened in 2016, frankly, they did do, you know, the most honest, honorable election in history, just like they did it against Bernie Sanders in the primary. And they had it all organized, honorable, open, unquestionable. And then I think the sheer volume of what came on the other side, they didn't expect. So despite everything being transparent and open and incredible, they didn't do enough incredibleness in 2016. DBMM, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I just don't think they're going to let Trump win. That's all. So why get in the argument? Trump's not a perfect person, but I'm sure if I met you, I would think you have failings just like everyone. I get so disappointed. Everyone has failings except for me. I actually don't think Trump is a jerk. Well, double X, Martin Armstrong in his computer, I think it's around 2032. Who knows? But I think our country's going to break apart. That's what I think. And it'll break into red states and blue states. I don't personally think that, you know, the mainstream media last night was calling Iowa Christian and white, and they had another word, but basically white supremacists. They didn't use that exact word. I think that's a complete misreading of parts of America that Joey or Joy or that Rhodes Scholar, they have never been. They don't hang out. So I think it's a misinterpretation. But why argue? I don't think they're going to let Trump win. But I think it's going to mean our country breaks apart, unfortunately. Feels like the shorts knew some time ago Finger wasn't going to report good earnings due to their, yeah, I think that's entirely possible. They may have gotten word, even though it's illegal. They may have gotten word. They may have a mole. They may they may just have an accountant on their staff that realized they may have helped delay the payment. I don't know. I don't know. You're absolutely right, Jim Heggenstaller. On the other hand, if the earnings had come out brilliantly, I think they still would have shorted the stock. They sold what, 400,000 in a row? I, I, I'm not going to answer that. Oh my gosh, Haley is nightmare. Could you imagine listening to her for 4 years? Ugh. Well, to me, Nikki Haley, although her name is, you know how in India the names just go on and on and on. Rapapura, Shampatrapa, Raparan. She's got some long name like that, but she shortened it, or she got married, I guess. And I say that respectfully. It's just amazing names. If you can hear how they're pronounced, they're beautiful, but to read them, you're like, but anyway, I think, Caucasian, as I understand it, comes from that part of the world. I don't know. It's hard to say she's truly has the same experience of a young woman born in you know the slums of Harlem or something. Harlem doesn't have a slum anymore. Anyway. Well, Brian, the thing about selling GTII now, from the opposite standpoint, the risk reward now is massive. I mean, obviously, whatever your capital is, you can lose 100% of it or 50% of it from any point. But now, if you sell, you're right. Maybe it goes to 10 cents. But you also have all that upside that it could happen at any time. So you just got to be prepared for that. I'm not saying your idea is wrong. I'm just saying you just got it mentally in your head. Once you're out, you might miss what you've been waiting for. It's a tough call. It is a tough call. And I'll try to do a video on that too, so I can organize my thoughts. Oh, there, you already said it. She changed her name from Namrata to Nikki. I like that name, Namrata. It's a nice name. Nikki, don't be a hero. Oh, I'm not a big fan. Lauren Boebert, attention seeker. Attention seeker. Craig, I would like to get full page ads. I think it's great. And Washington Post would be maybe the best. I'll look into that. Jennifer. Lucky's doing great. He's here. He loves the snow. Steve Mertz, I wonder about that lawsuit. I'll look into it. I don't know the answer. What would be a real solution? I think it's a good question. My answer is you've got to cause massive financial losses somewhere to the system, and then they'll fix it. But now it's a free good. Secondly, I think what people like Anna, Queen of Trades, are doing, and then I guess today Don Fizz is doing. He's got a bunch of meetings. But I was in meetings with Anna, Queen of Trades. She was amazing. But what she doesn't know is the night and day difference between those meetings, both her presentation, but the audience responded so much better compared to what, 6 months ago? It's amazing. So the awareness is going to change it. But right now, if you don't enforce the rules and they get away with it, they're going to keep getting away with it. And I think there's an acceleration in our country of the elites stealing from the rest of us before the whole thing goes down. That makes me mad sometimes too. But buying for save, yeah, that was the warrants. Earnings, revenue of 6 million. So C Hunter, we are now in the habit of wanting one magical earnings report to change everything. What used to happen is you had research reports, you had analysts that would guide everyone. The real thing is, what are their earnings going to be next year, this year, and the growth. When I look at that, I can't. It's just one number. What would intrigue me is how much is the revenue growing, but more importantly, what percentage of that revenue is high margin revenue, and is the high margin revenue portion of their revenues growing? Things like that. That's great. One share. Jennifer, if I'm right, not me, sorry. It has nothing to do with me. But if what I heard is correct, what if it went to $25,000? Or something in between, what if it went to $5,000? It would pay for your what? Your new pony. All right, Lucky. I'm gonna go through these quickly. Jennifer, I know, just trying to distract William. He cares so much. I guess I'm not doing a good job. Somebody called and said I'm looking like an idiot because you got it. But Mexican, it's not just that the SEC is criminal. They're trained to go after so-called pump and dumpers. They're trained to go after CEOs because the criminals control them. So they control their training too. You say, well, how's that possible? Well, for example, when CAUD had 50,000 shares in its float briefly because it was de-SPACing and it was almost immediately going to have 12 million, the criminals called into the NASDAQ and said, hey, it can't be trading. It doesn't have enough shares. Well, the idiot that answers the phone doesn't think to read or even check with the other desk, which says there are going to be enough shares on Monday. Stop trading. That gives a chance for the criminals to control. The criminals control everything. Well, I think the border situation even if you're not as much of a racist, misogynist hater as Trump is, I'm not serious. I think reasonable people can question, how can we afford this? You're letting people in. You know, there's diseases like smallpox that don't exist in North America. Might as well let it in. I don't know. I'm not a fan of what's going on, and it's the other thing is I don't think Trump will lose. I just don't think they'll let him run. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's stop guessing. Just let it happen. Yeah, people are in ALT. I don't know much about it. They're in it. Yeah, Big Orange. Mark Bazile could do a class action lawsuit, but I know he wants to get paid for the hard costs at a minimum. Who's going to pay that? Who's going to pay that? Reichman's not going to pay it. We need a breakthrough, you know, and someday there'll be a breakthrough, and then it'll be easy. The brokerage firms have arbitration clauses too. And a lot of what we talk about is covered by the arbitration clauses. And lawyers look at that and say, shit, I can't make any money. I'm going to go somewhere where I can make some money. Sorry for being spicy. I sorry about that. That's good. That's a good, yeah, that's a good advice. You've got to try to be level-headed. It's hard. RW, I'm sick of it. Every single thing goes down. It's like if Ham mentions it or I mention it, it goes down, which I wonder why. Maybe. That's one thing I like, that ZJYL. I don't have any. What, collectively we've bought, what, 100 shares? We're not having any impact, so it might be fun to run. All right, I'm gonna hey, Lion of All Trades is here. That's pretty cool. All right. Sorry, I'll stop answering question on the dividends. What's this one? To be honest, I really feel like that did kill the momentum from GTII and Finger. What? Oh. So you're kind of agreeing with me. Lou and the others made people branch into other stocks. So yeah, I think so. And I hate to say it, but there was so much money at risk. Money flows like wine, like that old song. I agree. It's just my opinion. I happen to agree with you with that Lion of All Trades. And as far as I know, you're the only one that agrees with me. I felt very lonely in that call on my part, but that's what I saw, you know? So I can't say something that of course it's my opinion. What I might do is ask Ace how to do membership, but I don't want to charge people membership, or do super chat, but I don't really want to charge people that either. I don't know. I know you weren't. There was only were only a couple of people that I found to be obviously shills. I could have been wrong. That's the problem, guys. If I get mad at someone that I think's a shill and I find out, oh, it's not a shill. It's like I don't. So I'm. But then I get all frustrated because some of the. I think part of my frustration is boredom. You know, to answer the same question, it's just some of it's boring. And I'm skipping a bunch. I can't go. I'm going to skip a bunch. GTI closed at 24. I agree with you, Robert. Charts are bad. Thank you. I agree with you, Ronnie. And you're right. You can't really chart it. Yeah, I think you can pick times of where you might buy reasonably, but I agree with you. I'm not a good chartist. And I don't buy based on charts. I don't trade that way. I like what Ham says. When they're down, no one's buying. That's when you buy them. When they're up, no one wants to sell. That's when you sell. It's hard to do, though. What word I'm not supposed to say? Rut row. I'm not supposed to say rut row? All right, I'll try to get a different chat program. Rut row. I'm going as quickly as I can. Bastard sold us all ape special dividend. Oh, of course, bother. It's hard to say your name. I gotta bother. It's hard. I mean well. I think, to me, I don't trust very many people in this market right now. There's no consequences for breaking the law. Well, it depends on what your definition of is. I got robbed multiple times. AMC, GME, BBY. Well, I'm hoping Finger recovers for you, Butter. I really do. But Butter, it's tough. Butter. I want to know who in the company was, damn it, selling last month. Well, you can look it up. It's reported. You can go to the SEC. There's one guy who owns a restaurant who's an insider, and he funded a lot of Finger's development, and he got private placements. And I know he's been selling stock, but he owns a restaurant somewhere. He's not really with the company, but you can find it, Kyle. I know I've talked about logic for months. I'll stop talking after the trade works. I still think logic is my single best idea. The two risks are if the valuation's wrong, and then the shorts can convince you of that. And secondly, if he continues it as a company that needs to go to the criminals and they do a financing, those are two risks. Otherwise, logic is going to be reverse merged. It's just a shell. They're going to buy it. It's trading at 5 cents. They buy it at 50 cents. Do you get out at 20, 40, 50, 60, 10? I agree with that. I think, Kyle, that's a reasonable speculation, as you call it. Completely reasonable. Stoney, I'm not at the risk of getting agitated. I'm just going to beg off answering questions on GTII dividend. I frankly don't care if we don't get it. I can't trade mine. And I know that Wes Christian is not going to share with Stony Bones what his strategy is. So I don't know what I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know. And then Reichman, I don't think wants to spend any more money right now. So maybe Wes Christian isn't getting paid. I don't know. I just don't know. But it's not stuff that we're going to learn out on the open mic. Yes, Ham does believe in GDC. What's VOLC? VOLC. Oh, vocal. Yeah, I sold my last slug of it, last week, so I could buy ZJYL. Because I gave up after I saw that, saccharine letter that he absolves Jeffrey Easton of all crime. And I mean, he might as well bring out the knee pads and close the door. You're allowed to speculate. I just the only thing is the bullies and the obvious fudsters. It's dropping, Kyle, because the criminals just keep selling. They just keep selling. They sell when it goes up. They sell when they get stoned. They sell me when they're on the street. They sell me on the way home. They sell it, and everybody must get sold. They just sell. So as it's going up, they're selling. But when finally they don't meet any buying pressure, that's when they put the selling on. It's all fraud, Kyle. There's no reason for it other than counterfeiting of shares. But if you believe others, it's just algorithmic trading. They start in the morning, they sell stock they don't own, and then they buy it back at the end of the day, and they do it. The computers are set for an algorithmic selling program. And then if it crosses a certain strike price, the computers go into a buy program. I think that's all hogwash. It's a theory, though. It's a theory. I think the selling, and I could be wrong. What I say could be hogwash. They're just selling. And there's no reason other than that they're selling. But we're human beings. We always look for reasons. Why? Last quarter's earnings overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, the shorts will always short. You're exactly right. I agree with you, Gladen Ismi. If it's good news, they sell. If it's bad news, they sell. If it misses the mark, they sell. If it's really good news, they say, well, there's no path to profitability. They always sell. Well, I'm not sure. I think property keeps going up, but the price can change. They can't get rid of it, but the price can change. I like that. I'm not going to read it out, but I like it. What happened to CLNV? I think it's a great story, but they took the financing. It's not the house, it's the mortgage. It's not the company, it's the mortgage. It's the financing. They took crap financing. And remember who was the, anyway, I'm not going to finish my sentence. Exactly, Gladenisme. They can't deliver it. Stony Bones, they can't deliver it. But they can delay and lie and all that. They can buy time. Yeah, I own I own, you're right. And if it goes to 15 cents, I like that, RW. But I can understand being burned out. I have at some point, as good as people are, and you like them and trust them and all that, if they have a blind spot and then they sign bad deals always, yeah, even though they see everything, they say they see it, then you wonder, well, wait a minute. So I agree with you, RW. But the difference is, RW, it's not logic anymore. Logic all went over to CAUD. There's nothing in logic. It's a shell. It's just a shell. But it's current in its filing. It's been reporting. It's listed. It's got everything that an acquirer could want. And if there's more than one buyer, you get to drive the price up a bit. And it all depends on the value of the buyer. So it's not logic anymore. It still has the name logic. But I can understand you're burned out. I do see a risk if they decide not to do a reverse merger, but just simply a merge, a sideways merger, and they have to go back to Polar or something, the liars at Polar. I don't know. Somebody lied. Yeah, there was him. I'm skipping a bunch. These are old comments, like ours old. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know they were old. Yeah, same to you, pal. I'm just joking. I wish I could do a proper stream. I wish I had a more powerful computer so I could get a different program. I really didn't know I was this far behind. Is that Arca? Hello. All right, what's this one? JNUG, 3 times small play in gold mines, moves with gold. I'll look at it. I'm interested in that area, but if it's an ETF, it's strictly for trading, not for an emergency. Thank you for your question, Orca. I like you, John Ross. Like you, John Ross. Thank you for your question, Orca, and thank you for the time you took to type it in. Thank you again, Arca Orca, for your question. That you could take the time to type that means a lot to me. Arca Orca, thank you for your question. Yeah, you're a trip, Arca Orca. You are a trip. I wasn't told on that. Of course, I saw that. I read that out. There isn't any real word on CAUD, Brenda, but they filed a. I'm not going to go through it. I put it in here to talk about, but then, I guess I wasted my time. I'll do it tomorrow. But they filed a offering for securities, but it's selling. I think it's just helping the well, in my opinion, someone's a criminal in there, but I could be wrong on that. But the people who put together that disastrous financing, the whole disastrous plan, I mean, it would have been better if Logic had just stayed outside of the spec, because CAUD is now selling for less than what Logic was. But anyway, their next thing to do is to keep it under $1, so it has a hard time on NASDAQ. But the shares being sold are not new shares. They're for these people that need to be paid for their glorious work, and it goes in some sort of I might be confusing it with another thing I read, but I think it's in a little bit of a tranche, milestones. But anyway, there is a warrant in there at $2.19. So if the stock goes up, the company is able to get benefits, proceeds from those warrants at $2.19 and get cash. But otherwise, there's no cash in it for the company. I assume it's tied into some preset sting operation that this whole SPAC disaster and Polar and the recommendations of the lawyers and Brownstone Financial and Chandron. Stay away. If you're a CEO, stay away from all those guys. But anyway, so J Nug, I guess, stands for Junior Nugget, I guess. Thank you, Arca Orca. I think that you've been able to come late in this call and provide such pithy but accurate assessments of situations. I got to tell you, I appreciate it. So Brenda, I think CAUD, the people involved are showing that either the contracts they signed are trapping them in further, because twice now, Brenda, the new CEO did a raise that confirmed that the third party valuation was wrong and the $10 was wrong, and that roughly 16 million valuation is correct. Now this sale is going to confirm maybe 13 million valuation. He's doing that. I think it's, all things being equal, it's idiotic, but maybe it's in the contract that they signed. They have to. I think what has to happen is the team has to get together and say, we're going to go out there. We're going to ignore the stock price because it's fraudulent. The stock price is fraudulent. The stock price is manipulated. Somebody in this group lied to us, or they all set us up. But we know, because we're a team that has been successful in a massive way before, from Elizabeth to Peter to Nardine. We're going to go out, we're going to raise money at a higher price. We're going to bring in these companies, we're going to roll them in at a higher price. We're going to give them a reward. Maybe it's at warrants at a higher price, but more of them. Not in the sense that the criminals can sell against them. You got to do something that and maybe you can't do warrants because you got to protect that the criminals can't use them against you. But they have to come with dramatic ways of increasing the revenues from higher prices. Why? To not dilute it. But there's a way to do it, Brenda. I've never met Peter. He's got to think out of the side of the box. He's got to act and lead. And everything's got to be this price of CAUD has to be ignored. But I don't know if he has the vision to do it, but that's what has to be done. And it's hard. It's a hard task. Thank you, Arca Orca. I haven't ate yet. A couple people came on and said I was looking like an idiot. So I'm trying to redeem myself a little bit. I'm also trying to answer all the questions. Zen Car. I think I can't believe they're doing that. I think that's clearly lawyers' advice. I think it's clearly a group, a CEO and board members that believe the liars that have come to them. And it means to me that MMAT should be sold, not bought. That's my first reaction. I don't know anything really about the CEO, George Papadopoulos. Sorry, but I'm just showing that I vaguely recognize the name in my memory. But I do know John Berta, in my judgment, is an extraordinarily honorable guy. And I don't believe he did anything wrong. But so the argument the lawyers are saying, settle and you'll be able to raise money and we'll put this behind us. You know what goes in there? Both sides agree nothing was done wrong. And then the criminals can go back. Hey, we're being friendly. We're helping you out. Just sign here on this deal. And then they sign the deal. They get some money. And then they're trapped. That board might as well go down and apply at the local 7-Eleven and Arby's and McDonald's for a job. Because after they take financing, if I'm right, and I'm willing to change my mind, they just might as well have a job for the criminals, with the criminals. I'm not pleased, Zankar, and I got to study it, though. I got to study I think it's completely misguided to settle with the SEC on the Wells notices. For $1 million, what did they do wrong? What did they do wrong? But from the SEC side, some hotshot or timid recent graduate gets to open a file, work on it for a few months, close a file, and then she can go over to Haynes Boone and ask for a high-paying job. It's all why is everything in life now just without a moral compass? Ace comes on at 9. All right, well, go ahead. Ace is on. I'll just finish these. And you know what, Kyle? Kyle, see you later. I just blocked him for that comment. I just totally blocked him for that. My dog, by the way, isn't a pit bull, but when I got him, they called him a pit bull terrier mix. I think he's American Staffordshire, but I should do the DNA. But there's about 7 kinds of these bully breeds, and it's all about the owner. All about the owner. Now, it doesn't mean that in his lifetime he hasn't made a couple of mistakes, but I will tell you, I thought I blocked you. I was walking with him, Kyle. I was walking with him, my dog, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And this massive German Shepherd came lunging from the front door across the yard and attacked Lucky. Viciously attacked Lucky. And Lucky didn't respond. He was trying just to get away or didn't understand. This dog is attacking. And I reached down to try to grab the dog by the collar to separate them. And I'm not that strong anyway. That dog then attacked me. The German Shepherd attacked me here. And I had to go to the hospital because but first, what I did is pull Lucky down the street, and Lucky was not responding to the attack, but this dog wouldn't let go. He kept going and going. I pulled my dog with the other dog on him, and my dog wasn't doing anything. I had to pull them 5 or 6 buildings, and I ran out of energy. I'm breathing hard and hard. But then finally, I think it's because I fell down. Lucky finally turned and grabbed the other dog by the neck and tried to pull it down to the ground to stop. I said, Lucky, please let go. Please let go. Please let go. But he was determined, I think, to save me. But he didn't do any damage to the other dog. He just brought him down. But I'm there bleeding massively because I think he hit something. I'm out of breath. My dog's bleeding from that son of a bitch dog. And then the woman starts screaming, running down. Oh, no, no. Oh, no. And she comes. Lucky lets go. And she gets her dog. Oh, Rin Tin Tin. Oh, I said, ma'am, your dog attacked me. Your dog attacked my dog. And he's not on a leash. Oh, I'll pay you. I'll pay you. Oh, so I never reported that other dog. And the reason I didn't report the other dog is because she was flighty. She was moving. And that dog should have been on a leash. It wasn't the dog's fault. He was under stress. But I don't agree with you, Kyle. And I just dismissed you from all comments forever. Mitchell Wong, I like that. Brad, I got to write that down. I don't know that name, but I like that. I've got to write that down. Brad Katsu Ama IEX. Last honest broker. I like that idea, Mitchell Wong, and thank you very much. I didn't notice till just now that you gave $20. I really appreciate it. No, I tell you, Heath, my dog is amazing. Now he's, anyway, when he was younger, he's been attacked. He's been attacked by dogs and doesn't do a thing. He walked down the sidewalk with one of those apple strudel dogs hanging on his mouth. This dog came out of the gate barking and bit my dog, and my dog's wagging its tail walking down half a block. He refused to attack back. The other dog wouldn't let go. I'm telling you, that guy's wrong. That guy's wrong. Now, these dogs are intelligent. They need interaction. And if you trap them in a backyard and they're smelling the same thing over and over again, and they suddenly break out, they have all this energy and they're going to make bad decisions. You got to keep them from that, though, some of those. Well, Immortal, I like this, Immortal, and I'll read it out. While many people are selling GTII and jumping into other plays like ROM and ZJYL, I'm gobbling up your GTI shares. I like that. That's how to think. You got to have your own conviction. And when it's cheap, that's the time to buy. Not when it's going up. So when everything looks the darkest, that's usually when you buy. And I like that. Now I didn't sell any of it to buy ZJYL. I'll be blunt. I sold my vocal. It's a complete write-off. And that guy, I don't know. He's deluded. I like him, but he actually thinks Jeff Easton's going to help him. Thank you very much, Nuts. Trump did win Iowa. Danny, I'd love to hear your idea on who should be his vice president if he does actually get the nomination. I'll take a risk and say what I think. I'd love to see him pick Byron Donalds. I know he's a little young, but there's an opening. There's an opening to attract younger generation of African American men to the Republican Party. I think it would be great. And I don't mean that's just a demographic comment. It doesn't mean anything else. The idea of picking Nikki Haley or one of these, I don't like that. You got to pick somebody that can carry on more of the independent message he has, rather than, I can't quite accept the way traditional Republican message, and I don't like the rhinos either. So I don't know. My friend has a pit bull. It doesn't. No, exactly. I've never met a mean pit bull in my life, ever. They're such great dogs. They are just such great dogs. I hate seeing the stories where I hate seeing the stories where they've attacked a child or something. Is this Preacher Ace is live? Well, sorry. I think I didn't mean to overrun Ace. I really didn't mean to. Please tell him I didn't. I didn't know. Hey, William, feeling positive about GTII, HNRC, Logic Finger, Wolf. Wolf is another one. Wolf is another one. Christopher, thank you. And I love your little boxer. Wolf is another one. Nag. Thank you, Mark. I'll try to rapid fire go down here. I wrote it down, Mitchell Wong. I appreciate that one. That's a great idea. I thought that was funny. GTI. Thank you very much, Heath. I blocked him. I'm not going to take it. That's on behalf of Lucky. Lucky is the best dog I've ever had. Best animal. I've had other animals, but Lucky is just amazing. And he's getting old now. And oh God. All right, John Burra. Yes, I do. ZJYL. Here's my thoughts. I don't want to take away from Ace is the place, but here's my thoughts on the split. Want to hear my thoughts on the split? Here's my thoughts on the split. I'm doing something wrong. That's what I got to do. Is that right? Okay. I hope, John, I'm embarrassed. I'm tired. My arithmetic. I heard one share could go to $25,000 in a squeeze. So 200 shares. I thought it would have to go to 1250. Oh, I know what I'm wrong. It's 20 shares. John, I'm so tired. It's a 20 for 1 split, not 200. It's 20 for 1. I mean, 1 for 20. So you'll have 20 shares. So that's my comment. I think the stock could go to 1250. 1250. But there's, there's no guarantee in that. That's a high projection. But yes, John, I think it's going to catch the shorts out. Imagine they're short 1 share. All of a sudden, they're going to be short 200. They're short 1 million shares. 20. Sorry, 20. They're going to be, if they're short 1 million shares, they're going to be short 20 million shares. I will. Thank you, Joe. That's kind of you. I didn't mean it to be a marathon. And I feel like I came to the end. Vinman. Really? Is Sinner on? Sinner just won? Well, Legia, I like Sinner. And I think Sinner is a true threat to Djokovic. I think the American, I'm forgetting his name right now, cocky guy, with a phone. Why can't I think of his name? I think he's a threat. And of course, Alcaraz is. Tiafoe, I like. Tiafoe's going to go a long way at some point. There's one other one in there that I think is a threat. Oh, these powerful guys, Runa and Hurkacz, they're threats. Medvedev always. I like Medvedev. He's a good guy. But Ladlija, did you watch Dino Prizik? Oh my gosh, what a match. Woo. What a match. If you didn't, go watch the replay. That guy's going to be the next Djokovic. I still haven't grown to like Alcaraz yet. And I think the reason why is I feel like he was number 1 for 54 weeks unfairly because they didn't let the Joker play for 2 years in America, and they didn't let him play in the Australian. So I think it's just the unfairness. Okay, so I got to the end, and it's 10:05. So Lalija, thank you. I'm going to watch some of it, and thank you everybody. I know I got upset. I got flapped. Go over to Ace. He's unflappable, and he's great. Ace is great. So thank you very much. I wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. I continue to say prayers for Jenny Yell. Please say prayers for all the children caught in war zones and all of the families in Japan, where I believe many reactors are in trouble on the west coast of Japan. You know, let's say a prayer for all of that and pray for peace in the world. So well, DB, that is, I don't think that's the point of a forward split, but God bless you if that's correct. Where you might be right is no one really knows what the maintenance requirements are on these short positions for these so-called hedge funds and these good clients. But theoretically, what going from one share short, you require X amount as your maintenance requirement. Maybe it's $250 a share when it's this big price. And then you split it into 20, all of a sudden you got to come up with that amount of money for 20 shares, theoretically. Obviously, realistically, they're going to make adjustments and help out their good customers. But the point is, all of a sudden, like I said, if you have 1 million shares short, all of a sudden you're short 20 million shares. You have a responsibility on 20 million shares, 20 million dividends, 20 million failed to delivers, and a maintenance requirement. But you're absolutely right. If you want to just go to the very narrow definition of a split versus a non-split, all you're doing is changing the arithmetic, changing the number, and you're right. But I think your point is a bit pedantic, but maybe not. You could prove to be 100% correct, because for the forward split to work, there has to be some bite in the requirement that they need to have a maintenance number. So you could be right. All right, I'm going to go. So how should I say my final Auf Wiedersehen? Is that how Nixon said it? Until we meet again. This is not farewell, but Auf Wiedersehen. Until we meet again. I am not a crook. Yeah, I hope it works. But you're right. I mean, they could just adjust the requirements and it has no effect. But we'll see. We'll just see what happens. I'm glad they're doing it. I'm more interested, DB, and then I'll hang up. I'm more interested in the fact they're withdrawing 500,000 shares. I'm more interested in that. All right. So I'm going to say Auf Wiedersehen. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night. And I hope everyone has a good evening. We'll talk tomorrow. Thank you for walking me through being upset. Thank you for tolerating it. I'll do better, I hope.